And we are so ready for another day of trial. Whew, my hearing aids are hot. All right, there we go. Yay. Good morning, Miss Eddie. You're the first one. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Now that I have this extra camera here, I have to make sure the back of my head looks as good as the front of my head. Sort of. How are you doing? Did you have a good weekend? It felt weird not being left for an entire weekend, y'all. Felt very weird. Very weird. Oh, I forgot. I got to do that. Make a minor adjustment. I don't like y'all seeing my camera in the background. There we go. Uh, Mo better. Don't like the camera in the background. I think it's a little bit too close. Well, then that's too close. I guess y'all don't care if you see a little camera in the background, do you? Is that a little better? Yeah. Well, I'm sitting a little lopsided today. So, did y'all have a good weekend, everybody? I did. We were pet sitting for a friend of mine's kitty. That was kind of fun. Watched NASCAR yesterday, and my God, that race took forever. Oh, by the way, we're wishing Princess Anne some healing. She apparently, possibly, they're not giving any details, but she's in the hospital with a concussion, and it is said to be from a horse, possibly a hoof in the head. So we wish her speedy recovery. Let's go ahead and go in and do the birthdays. Let's see if you can hear this.
Happy birthday to you.
All righty, let's wish happy birthday. We got lots to Casey, to Sandy, to Lori, to Stacy, to Celine, to Mahana, to Ann Jack, to Dee. Oh my gosh, Dee, bless you. Happy birthday, love. Deborah, Shayla, Nicole, and Miss Lorraine. God bless you all. Happy blessed birthday. I pushed the wrong happy birthday, but that's okay. Get her done. All right, y'all. So we are waiting for the Karen Reed, the court to open up. They have not as of yet. Let me get them shared screen. There we go. Yahoo! We got everything on and going. See, everything's running good this morning. I got my coffee. I got me some Starbucks. Look at their new. Look at that color. That is very summery. Thanks, Beth. Thank you, Miss Beth. So we are now sitting on day 30 of court. And I have to look and see who our last witness was. Like I said, I haven't touched this all weekend. I decided that I was going to actually just relax this weekend. So, we were under direct for Richard Green. He was forensic. So that was the last person. And I think he'll be the first person on ship this morning. Miss Eddie, how are you doing? I hope you're having a blessed day. I really do. We had some courts coming in. We've had a wonderful amount of rain this week. My daughter is back from her little vacay to the coast. Oh, it felt so good getting her home. And then, of course, NASCAR. Yeah, rain delays. Very interesting on that end. Anybody who's a NASCAR fan, put some thumbs up. Give me a like. And if you're not, that's okay. Do the same anyway. Let me look and see what other news is there to report on. It was just a really quiet. Oh, guys, my channel has reached 5,500 views. That's a big deal for me. That is huge, and it's only because of you. And I greatly love and appreciate you. And if you haven't already, hit the like and the subscribe button. Blesses the socks off, and it helps me keep doing what we're doing. And I wonder if Miss Bev is going to be in a good mood or is she going to be in one of her little feisty moods. But we've got some new sound effects. Let me show you. Look, we got a chipmunk. And then, uh-oh, I just changed modes on my hearing aid. Wrong thing to do. Okay, am I back? Testing. I don't know if I'm in the right mode, so I got to go to the phone. Yeah, I can hear myself now. Oh, yay. Did y'all hear the crickets? And then we've got the TikTok. I did some fun things Saturday. Sub drop. One of my favorites. And then we got
Oh, no, you don't.
I'm sorry, what?
Wait.
love that voice.
Wait.
This guy was good.
And then I have drum rolls, orchestra, crowd chatter. But I got some new music. I got some Irish. And then, of course, we've got some other music. But this is one I love. For those who, when we have the whiny baby moment. So, anyway, I think we've had some fun there. I think we have some new good things that we can do to have some fun. But I'm still looking for Judge Newton. Bring the jury. I do know that there's a way to record it on my computer and then put it through to my roadcaster. I just don't know how to do that. So I'm learning. Okay, guys, it's 8:03. The court camera is wiggling. We are getting ready for Miss Beverly. And I've got my coffee. Oh, thank you, Jesus. I didn't have coffee yesterday and I felt so weird. There's something amiss. What have I forgotten? I feel like I've forgotten something, y'all. Anybody want to help me out? I got that. Oh, the Wade Wilson case will be sentencing phase will be starting today, I think. He will be starting today. Are they already live? They're live. Okay, that was not it. So sorry, y'all. I'm still looking for Wade Wilson's. That was the other day. 3 days ago. Okay, found it. So we are going to be hopping in on the Wade Wilson when we are in break because I know that I had some followers on them. So we'll be doing that as well. But right now we will be doing the Reed trial. Wade Wilson is brought up. We got everybody ready to go. And prayers out to all those who are dealing with flooding. Good morning, Miss Ronnie. How you doing, Ronnie? I missed y'all this weekend. Felt kind of weird not being live every day. What am I going to do? What are we going to do? So I have Karen Reed pulled up. I have Wade Wilson pulled up. We will be kind of bouncing back and forth. On the breaks, we'll go to the Wade Wilson. I don't know how long those are going to take. His sentencing phase starts today. How are you doing, Miss Ronnie? Oh, Toxic Orchid, how are we? I didn't even check. Did the Discord pick me up this morning? Let me check. Or did y'all have to put me up yourselves? Oh, you had to do it. I'm so sorry. It is so difficult. Hello, everyone. I am so bummed that we're struggling with that. And I hate being the problem child. But do you know what someone once said to me? If it wasn't you, it'd be somebody else. I'm like, okay, y'all. I'll accept that. Uh-oh. I'm trying to decide how to say this. Okay, I'm trying to figure out. Yep, I got that there. Yahoo! I know. I don't know what's going on with that. Beloved, I don't know, but I appreciate y'all.
All parties having anything to do before the Honorable William Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Oh, there she goes with the lean in.
Ask you those 3 questions.
Then she stands up.
Are you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday?
Absolutely not.
Yes, and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Absolutely not.
Yes, or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Defense calls Dr. Frank Sheridan.
Hey.
Somebody else.
From the voir dire. Those were exhibits from the voir dire.
I heard her say voir dire. Oh, I forgot to pull the comments out. I knew I forgot something, y'all. I forgot to pull the comments. Oh, I got to pop out my chat.
This way. Just watch your step for me.
Yeah.
Remain standing and basic work.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and here the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to, when you testify, sir, please speak into the microphone if you can, loud and clear.
Very well.
All right, thank you.
Is it working?
It should be. All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Little.
Good morning. Could you state your first name and spell your last name for the record, please?
My first name is Frank, and the last name is Sheridan, Sheridan.
Love
If you can make sure
the
you keep your voice
accent.
up just because the air conditioner is very loud.
Yeah, I noticed that. Okay.
Dr. Sheridan, what is your profession?
I'm a physician, and my specialty is forensic pathology and neuropathology, but most
Oh,
of my
thank you,
career
Miss
has been
Toxic.
primarily forensic pathology.
What do you currently do for a living?
Nothing.
Oh,
I'm
your
retired.
mouth breather.
What role or position of employment did you hold before you retired?
Okay, I was the chief medical examiner for San Bernardino County, California, and I was in that position from 1991 until 2017. That's when I retired from that position, but I stayed on a part-time basis for another few years to help out because the office was understaffed. But a few years ago, 2021 or 22, I've lost track of the time, I finally stopped altogether.
Dr. Sheridan, if you could just pull the microphone a little bit closer, I don't know what's
I'll
Oh,
put
God, that
myself
means
closer
it's
to it, I guess.
breathing.
Okay, is
me.
that better?
yes,
And Ms. Little, if we need to, just let us know and we'll turn off the air conditioning.
Your Honor. Describe your
No, I
educational
don't want it turned
background
off.
and injury.
Okay, well, I was born and raised in Dublin, Ireland, and
Oh, that
I had all my initial
Not
education there, including primary
surprising.
school, secondary school, and then pre-medical school at the university I was at was the University College Dublin, Ireland, which is part of the National University of Ireland system. So I did my pre-med and medical school training there. And I graduated from medical school in 1971. Then after that, I did a one-year rotating internship, as it's called, of medicine, surgery, and some psychiatry as well. That was a requirement for all doctors for licensure. So that's basically my initial education. After, should I go on with my CV or base or not?
Yes, what did you do after medical school to complete your training?
Well, in the years after medical school, I wasn't in training anymore. I was working in Africa, actually, as a medical officer. And that wasn't training, that was a job. And I was there for 3 years in Central Africa. And I was a general medical officer with various duties that included some teaching, but also seeing patients. So I did that for basically 3 years. I then returned to Ireland and I spent the next 2 years, we're now talking about, by the way, the years I'm about to mention are 1976 to 78. So I was back in my home country, Ireland, and I spent those 2 years doing research and lecturing in pharmacology. Pharmacology is the study of drugs and how they act in the body. And I did that back at the same university where I had originally trained from medical school. So then in 1978, I came to the United States, initially to the University of Oregon, and I spent the next almost 3 years doing research there and lecturing in the field of genetics. It was during the time I was there that I decided to do forensic pathology. So starting in 1980, let me think for a second, 1982, I then had to start what's called a residency program in pathology. And the first part of that, the first year of that was in Loma Linda University Medical Center in Southern California. I then had to interrupt my residency training and I had to go and work in family practice for a year. This was because I was going through the immigration system of the United States, and they required that people in my position work for a year in family practice in a manpower shortage area, as they designated it, an area where there weren't enough doctors. So I did that in a place called Yucca Valley, Y-U-C-C-A Valley, California.
Yep, know where that is.
But then after that year, I returned to the residency program and continued it on at Loma Linda University Medical Center. And this training was in what's called anatomic pathology, which in a way you can think of it as general pathology. It involved autopsies, it involved surgical pathology, looking at slides from surgery. It involved a few other things as well. And so I was doing that there at Loma Linda. Then from 86 to 88, I went to Los Angeles County USC, which stands for University of Southern California. So LA County USC, as it's generally known, for 2 years of training in neuropathology. Neuropathology being disease and injury of the brain, spinal cord, so forth. So that was from 86 to 88. And then in 1988, I went to the coroner's office, as it was then called. It's now a sheriff coroner's office, but at that time it was a coroner's office, and in San Bernardino. I did my 1 year required training in forensic pathology there. When I finished that year, I stayed on at the same office. And then in 1991, I was appointed chief medical examiner for the county. And as I mentioned earlier, I was in that position up until 2017. And I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, which I mentioned before is general pathology in a sense. Also neuropathology, as I mentioned, about the brain and spinal cord primarily. And then finally, forensic pathology.
Holy
Dr. Sheridan,
crap!
you're triple board certified, is that correct?
I am, yes.
And that's in anatomic pathology, neuropathology, and forensic pathology.
That's correct, yes.
Can you describe any relevant teaching positions that you've held?
Yes.
You can keep your voice up. I'm sorry, it's hard to hear back here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I still do some teaching, actually. First of all, I'm on the staff of Loma Linda University Medical Center, the place where I did my initial training. And I give lectures on a regular basis there to the pathology residents, like I used to be myself. Then in addition to that, for a long time, for about 20 years actually, up until COVID, I was also giving annual, well, no, actually twice a year, courses on forensics at the University of California, Riverside Extension, as it's called. And I did that for, as I said, essentially 20 years, I think. But that stopped with COVID. So I haven't been doing that since the beginning of COVID epidemic. I've also given annual lectures, or not lectures, but courses, 3-day courses, to the California Criminalistic Institute, which is part of the forensic system in California. And then in addition to that, I was associated with another university for a while, but that sort of gradually elapsed. And that's basically it. I give occasional lectures at, well, actually at least once a year at various other places, just individual lectures. I'm a visiting lecturer, in other words, and at community colleges and even high schools, actually. And then I forgot to mention one more thing. For 2 years, I was a visiting professor at a university in China, in what's called Hangzhou, I don't know if I pronounced it correctly even to this day, but Hangzhou, H-A-N-Z-H-O, whatever, H-O-U. It's a big city in China anyway, somewhere. And I was there for 2 years, on two different years, I mean, giving courses on forensic pathology.
And Dr. Sheridan, are you a member of any academic or professional societies?
Of societies? Yes, I've been a member, although I've let it lapse recently intentionally, but I've been a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners for many years. I'm also a member of the American Academy for the Advancement of Science, and also the American Forensic Institute, or the AAFS, American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm also a member of that.
And have you authored any peer-reviewed articles or publications in the areas of forensic pathology or neuropathology?
Oh my God!
Yes, but not recently. When I was working, it was too busy to publish. But yes, I did author a few papers earlier on in my career. One of which it wasn't really neuropathology, but it was urology more than, well, it was actually neuropharmacology. And then I did author another paper on that was related to my forensic pathology work on organ donation, organ and tissue donation for transplantation. Those are the two main ones, but there were a couple of other lesser papers.
Can you describe your duties as the chief medical examiner of San Bernardino County?
Yes, as chief medical examiner, I had some administrative responsibilities. Fortunately, not too many, because there were other people to do it. But most of my responsibility there was supervising the medical part of the coroner's office. In other words, the autopsy section. And I was supervising other pathologists, but I was also working full-time doing autopsies myself. So I spent most of my time actually performing autopsies. But I did have, as I said, administrative roles and the role of supervising colleagues. And of course, as a medical examiner, as a forensic pathologist, I frequently had to testify in court, rather like I'm doing now. So that was another part of my duty.
And during the course of your professional experience, approximately how many autopsies do you believe you've conducted?
It's between 12 and 13,000. I think it's closer to 13,000.
And have you qualified as an
Snap.
expert in the areas of forensic pathology, neuropathology, and anatomic?
In courts, yes. Yes, well over 400 times.
How many was that?
Over 400.
And did you review matters related to this case in furtherance of coming to an opinion and conclusion about Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
Yes, I did. I reviewed quite a lot of materials.
What did you review?
Okay, I reviewed the autopsy report on this case. Along with that, there was the neuropathology report, which was separate. There was a toxicology report. There were autopsy photographs. These were all of primary importance to me, all these things. Then I also reviewed the complaint in this case, outlining, in other words, the basic details of the case. I reviewed photographs taken at the scene of death of Mr. O'Keefe, photographs of the vehicle that was allegedly involved in his death, photographs of the decedent himself before the autopsy, while he was at the hospital, at Good Samaritan Hospital. Then there was also some videos of the scene of death. I also saw the death certificate, a document by CERT, S-C-R-T, police reports from Canton Police Department. Am I missing anything out? I don't think so. Yeah.
Your Honor, permission to publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19?
Sure.
Oh,
Dr.
my
Sheridan,
God.
is this one of the photographs that you
Brilliant
reviewed in
man.
your opinions and conclusions in this case?
Yes, it is.
Could you describe the injuries that you see in this photograph?
These injuries that you're looking at here on the arm are abrasions, which are friction injuries, basically. We classify them under the general category of blunt force injury, but these particular ones are abrasions. Abrasions being where the outer layer of the skin, the epidermis as it's called, has been scraped off. These are friction injuries, essentially.
What?
And based on your review of the information discussed earlier, can you tell, as well as your review of these photographs, can you tell whether these injuries were sustained before or after death?
These injuries were sustained before death. We call them ante-mortem, A-N-T-E, mortem meaning before death. And that's based primarily on their color. And you have to take other things into consideration, but that's the basics of it. If these had been post-mortem, they would have a more yellowish, orange color, usually yellow.
In your professional opinion, based on a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are those injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle while holding a drinking glass?
Objection.
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
I knew that was coming. I knew it. Okay, guys, it's wake up. It's a Monday morning. I gotta tell you, it's a hard Monday morning. Took me a while to wake up. How did I not know? How did I not know that was going to happen? I'm playing with different music that I just downloaded.
I'm going to take this opportunity to ask you again to keep your voice up, please, sir.
I'm doing my best.
Oh my!
My voice is not as strong as it
There,
used to
we
be.
will.
Unmuted.
We'll stop the AC for a while, then. We'll stop the air conditioning for a while, then. We want to make
Oh,
sure we hear you.
Okay.
Dr. Sheridan, are these injuries consistent with
Oh,
a motor vehicle accident, in your opinion?
I should play my Irish music for the
I would say
Irish.
in general, no. I mean,
So that objection was sustained. I think Ms. Little's going to put it to you in a different way.
I'm sorry.
If you could assume for purposes of this question that this individual was involved in a motor vehicle collision as a pedestrian, based on your review of his photographs, are those injuries consistent with having been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Stan,
Objection.
why don't you come back for a minute?
Here, I can play the Irish music now. Y'all, I'm Irish. I am way far more Irish than I am native, but that's all I got in me. I should come in and play my whistle and know how to play one.
You are unmuted.
I do know how to play the Irish whistle.
Dr. Sheridan, how many autopsies have you conducted on individuals who are involved in pedestrian vehicle motor collisions?
Involved in what pedestrian vehicle?
Yes.
Versus, yeah. Well over 100.
What other experience do you have in terms of conducting autopsies with individuals who have been involved in motor vehicle collisions?
Well, I mean, if you take motor vehicle accidents in general, they'd be probably maybe a quarter of my total number of autopsies. So in other words, that'd be close to 3,000. Yeah, that's about right.
Based on your professional experience,
Which he has more than anybody.
What is your opinion regarding whether those injuries are consistent with a pedestrian being struck by a motor vehicle?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Yes!
You can answer that, Doctor.
Hmm?
Can you answer that?
I can answer it, yes.
So go right ahead.
Okay. Okay, but the question was, to be precise, can you just rephrase it? I mean, I said yes, I can answer it, but I can't remember exactly how you phrased it.
Yes, based on your extensive training and experience, what is your opinion regarding whether those injuries are consistent with being struck, with an individual being struck by a vehicle?
If you mean struck in that part of the body, on the arm, like
Yes.
directly, I would say no, it doesn't look like that at all. Mm-hmm.
And can you explain that?
Well, if you're hit by a vehicle, or whichever part of your body is hit, if it's a significant impact at all, you're going to get bruising, and we don't have any bruising here. We just have linear, what I would call linear abrasions without any bruising. So that does not look to me at all remotely like an impact from a motor vehicle.
What would you expect to see if an individual's arms were struck by the rear of a motor vehicle?
Well, as I just said a second ago, primarily a lot of bruising, and that's what we don't see here. You might see, well, depending on the circumstances, you might see other things like a fracture or fractures, but you would at least expect bruising.
In your professional opinion, based on your many years of experience, have you conducted any autopsies involving individuals who were involved in any sort of animal attack?
Animal attacks in general, yes, quite a few actually. Well, when I say quite a few, it's not an enormously common event, but I've done probably at least a dozen or so involving deaths where an animal was involved one way or another.
Have you conducted any autopsies in which any individual was attacked by a dog?
Yes, I have a few.
Can you describe that for the jury?
Well, I'd have to just refresh my memory out of the blue here. But first of all, I had a number of cases, 3 or 4, I think, over the years involving children, was primarily children who were killed by feral dogs, and the dogs attacked the kid, and killed them. So I had that a few times. But then I've also had cases where an animal, or a dog particularly, was involved, but wasn't the actual cause of death, so to speak, but they were involved in something that was happening and left some traces of their activity in the form of bite marks or scratch marks.
In your professional opinion, are those injuries consistent with an animal attack?
Are they consistent with what?
An animal attack.
I would say they are, yes. I'm not 100% sure about this, but my initial reaction when I saw this photograph was that it was probably an animal mark, and most likely I would say a dog. Scrape marks with the paws, and possibly also a bite mark or from the teeth as well. Possibly. I'm not 100% sure. I didn't get a chance to analyze it right there on the spot, so to speak. But my basic impression is that these are consistent with marks caused by, say, a dog using his paws or claws, if you want to put it that way.
Somebody get that
and
man
possibly
an
the teeth as
inhaler.
well.
And if there's a pointer up there, would it be possible to direct the jury to the injuries that you're referring to on the screen? There should be a little laser pointer up there, I believe.
Sounds
I
like
don't
his
know that I
nose
saw.
has been pinched off. A poor guy.
It's not
Poor guy.
May I approach, Your Honor? Sure.
Oh, yes, may we approach?
Okay.
Using the laser pointer, could you indicate the injuries that you believe you just testified are
I thought they were
consistent
going to do a sidebar. My bad.
Actually, in a sense, they're all consistent with scratch marks in the sort of the more generic sense of their, whether it's the paws or the teeth, they're going across the skin rather than going straight into it. So they're all of these marks are generally consistent with, if you want to call them scratch marks. So I don't know if this will work on the screen, but you basically got what looks like there's one pair there with possibly a third one in the middle. There are 2 very clear parallel marks there with another one fainter in the center. Then you have, going closer to the elbow, you've got another
That's more of a bite.
2 or 3, whichever way you look at that. At the elbow itself, you have, that part of the elbow there is what I would think is the most likely candidate here for a bite mark, because it has something of the configuration of the outline of teeth. And then the ones on the forearm are a little bit less obvious, but they're still consistent in general with, I would say, claw marks or maybe from the teeth.
Dr. Sheridan, if you assume that the decedent was standing with his arm extended in this manner, and he was struck with the rear taillight of a 7,000-pound Lexus only on the arm, such that it spun him around and propelled him 30 feet, do you have an opinion as to whether or not these arm injuries are consistent with that scenario?
Objection.
All right, I'll see you at sidebar.
I knew that was coming. Knew that was just coming. Oh, I gotta play it. It's Irish. He's Irish. I'm turning the volume down. Tell me if the volume's better. I know some of the music, the volume's pretty loud. I gotta adjust all this. These are brand new downloads, so I don't know what their volumes are. And I'm deaf, so I can't hear everything. So mods, always feel free to tell me when it's too loud. But this Irish girl, I was born with the last name of O'Neill. And I have a title. Hidden fact. Sorry. Doing things back here. But anyway, but me definitely a Irish girl. And it does my soul good to do this. Yeah, you're right. It really would have been horrible to be attacked by a dog. I mean, it's scary. Doesn't matter who you are. But I think this guy and Dr. Russell are the most qualified we have seen this entire trial on forensic pathology by far. This guy is so experienced. Yeah, I would definitely, as a juror, take their word over what was put up by the prosecution, especially when you've got 10,000 plus autopsies under your belt. Yeah, you're my man. And I am so glad to see somebody that's actually qualified. Doesn't matter what side you are. I want to see qualified people up there, not people who never even went to college and earned a degree in what they're talking about. My humble opinion. So I'm going to be using this sound for a mic drop. That was the best I could find. Here it is. So that's like my mic drop. So, did you have a good weekend, Miss Cowgirl and Tex? CG Tex, did you have a good weekend? Ronnie, did you have a good weekend? I know Miss Toxic Orchid is not here at the moment, and I'm missing Miss Eddie. Are y'all doing well? Are y'all doing well? Um, I am hoping this goes to jury Wednesday. I'm going to put a poll up tomorrow. Or should I do it today? Maybe I'll do it today. Maybe I'll do that today. And I don't know if y'all are aware of this, but Princess Anne has been in an accident and has sustained a concussion. Is stable for those who care. I gotta find, where do I create a poll? I'm new at this. I gotta learn it. Videos for game subtitles. Okay, they're coming.
All rise for the court, please.
The jury's going bye-bye. She's like, I'm so done with this. I don't know what their issue is. I don't understand. I guess they're going to voir. They're probably doing the voir. Let's hop over real quick over to this trial. Let me turn the volume up.
With the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss the matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted to consume as little of your time as is necessary. Counsel approach.
I got to figure out, I can't remember how I did a poll. Okay. I know, right? 30 days of this, I feel bad for the entire family, not just her. I mean, everybody in that courtroom. Oh, I've done a poll only once. Why am I not able to do it again? I'll do it later. Okay, let's see where this is. See if I can speed this up any. Okay. I've got my eye on the Reed trial. This is Wade Wilson's sentencing hearing.
Good morning.
Okay, thank you.
A little bit over a week ago, when we first met, the defendant was unknown to you. And he was presumed by every one of you to be innocent. That's now changed. Because collectively, unanimously, you all have heard the horrific, graphic facts of this particular case and determined him to be guilty of each of the charges with which we've charged. The phase of this trial is penalty. The state of Florida is asking you to sentence the defendant to the ultimate penalty, and that's death. Not all murders are first-degree murders, ladies and gentlemen.
Do I start the post in
It's only those
chat?
murders that the state proves beyond an exclusion, and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt,
God, this is so soft.
whereby a first-degree murder is aggravated, that death is warranted. Now, a little bit over a week ago, the burden was on the state to prove first-degree murders beyond a reasonable doubt. And this week, it's our burden to prove the
But it doesn't give me that option. It just gives me smiley faces.
beyond a reasonable doubt. In this phase, we're going to focus on what makes this first-degree murder aggravated. Now, as the court instructed you, before there is a sentence of
There we
death,
go. Found it.
you must unanimously agree that at least one aggravator, just one, has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. We are submitting to you four aggravators. Four aggravators for one of the first-degree murders and four aggravators for the second first-degree murder. Ladies and gentlemen, three of which on each you've already decided. It was inherent in your verdict. Three of which have already been proven. One you're going to hear about shortly here today. First two I want to talk to you a little bit about. One is called cold, calculated, and premeditated. The second one is referred to as heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Now, these might be aggravators that you may have heard about over the course of your life, but I want to go through them with you. The first one is called cold, calculated, and premeditated. Now, what this factor forces you to do is it forces you to essentially consider what his plans were and what his intent was at the time of the killing. Okay? The aggravator forces you to consider what he went through for the killing. Okay? And the evidence that we've presented to you during the course of the trial already proves this factor. It involved three things, ladies and gentlemen. And I would submit to you, he selected, He's secluded,
Oh, no.
and then
Thank
he's
you.
strangled. That's what he went through to establish cold, calculated, and premeditated. Remember what he said. He was a lion. They were his prey. He could sense it. It just took him 2 minutes. They wouldn't scream. They wouldn't yell. He wouldn't get hurt. He wouldn't get scratched. They couldn't get away. Even if they wanted to, he was too strong. Those were the people that he went after. On the 7th of October of 2019, he went after Christine Melton. It started at the Buddha, right? He calmly befriends her. He goes up to Miss Johnson, who's your friend. He introduces himself as JR. He doesn't introduce himself as Wade Wilson. No. He introduces him as JR. He gives a fake name. He calmly befriends them. He's selected Miss Melton. That's who he was going after. He gains her trust. They go outside. He could have gone home with Miss Montanez. No. He chooses to go with Miss Melton. Where? To Mr. Shepard's. Where? They become intimately involved. Where? They subsequently leave and they go back to Miss Melton's apartment. And what does he do there? He waits. He waits for Miss Johnson to check with Miss Melton. Are you okay? You good? Yeah. Why? Because Miss Melton has put her trust in this person. She's been intimately involved with this person. He has selected her. Miss Johnson leaves.
And we're back.
Jimmy, I'll look at this.
Ooh, Jimmy, I have something. The judge is talking when she on the mic when they don't want you to hear it. Ooh. Let's see how far they're going to get to go. I think they've done the damage. I think personally, if I was on that jury and I heard this man, oh,
You are unmuted.
done. I got to play with my layout.
All right, go right ahead, Miss Little, in a loud voice.
Thank you. And Dr. Sheridan, I'll ask you to also just keep your voice up for this question.
I'll try.
Assume the decedent was standing with his arm outstretched like this and was struck by the rear of an SUV only in his arm at 24 miles per hour. Are the injuries in Exhibit 19 consistent with that scenario?
No, I do not think so.
Can you describe that?
Well, as I think I've already mentioned before, one thing that's not there that should be there, given that idea, that scenario, is there should be bruising, at least bruising, if not perhaps even more than that, but bruising for sure. Secondly, the appearance of these injuries, their pattern, if you want to just call it that, the way they're distributed doesn't seem to fit the idea of the rear of a vehicle being the impacting object.
And at 24 miles per hour, would you expect to see fractures or breaks in the arm?
You could do. There'd be other factors involved as to it would depend on a lot of things, but it's possible, yeah.
I'd like to direct your attention to the injury that Mr. O'Keefe sustained to his head. Do you recall that injury?
To the head?
To the head.
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
Could you describe that injury for the jury?
Well, there were a few minor injuries on the face, but the major injury, and indeed the main cause of death, was an impact to the back of the head, slightly to the right of the midline of the back of the head, and where there was a laceration. A laceration is another type of blunt force trauma, but this is a laceration is where the skin is actually opened up or it's split, so you get bleeding from a laceration. So there was a laceration, as I said, in the back of the scalp, in what's called the occipital area, and beneath that, when the skin was moved away as part of the autopsy, there was extensive bruising, hemorrhage, in other words, in the scalp at that same point. There was a fracture that started at that point in the skull, but traveled all the way forward to the frontal areas of the skull. So you have the impact. The impact site is clear because, as I said, you got the laceration. That's where the impact was. So you have the impact with the scalp hemorrhage there, and the skull fractures. Then the brain itself it had injuries, significant injuries. First of all, there was bleeding on the surface of the brain. And that's very common in situations like this. But in addition to that, there were extensive bruises. Contusions is the real word, actually, but they are essentially bruises of the brain substance itself. And that they were in several different parts of the brain, including the frontal areas, which are near the forehead, and also the temporal, which are towards the side, more or less. And then there was also hemorrhage deep inside the brain, in the ventricles, which are open areas in the center of the brain. All of these things were described in the neuropathology report, and you can see them in the photographs that were part of the neuropathology report as well as the autopsy. Because of, as a result of, I should say, the injury to the brain began to swell, and that's what it usually does after major trauma. And as a result of the swelling, you had what's called herniation, where the brain, if you want to think of it this way, the brain is trying to expand, but it can't because the skull is around it. So it begins to put pressure, pushing, especially downwards towards the top of the spinal cord. And eventually, as happened in this case, it's quite clear from the photographs, the brain herniated downwards, the brainstem particularly herniated downwards, and this would have been the final straw, so to speak. That's what would lead to respiratory failure and death. So this was a fatal injury.
By the way, if he had been taken to a hospital immediately and not left, there's a chance they could have saved him. But what condition he would have been in neurologically, we'll never know.
Injury for certain.
They put a pressure valve in the head
That type of injury have had
to relieve the pressure.
after sustaining it?
Yeah, once this injury occurred, once this impact occurred, Mr. O'Keefe would have been unconscious. He would still be capable of breathing for a while until that brain swelling took over and pushed the brainstem down. But he would immediately from the point of impact, he would have been unconscious for sure.
He had been able to stand up, move, or walk?
No, he would have been unconscious completely.
Do you have any opinion regarding whether that injury is consistent with having been struck on the ground on dirt or grass?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the question.
I'll rephrase it. That was a poorly worded question. Is that injury consistent with striking dirt or grass?
Like, for example, falling onto grass?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. If there's a fall involved here, and there could be, it would be onto a hard surface. But the grass, and as I understand from all the material I reviewed, there was also some snow, and so that might even cushion the impact even a little bit more. But even without the snow, grass is basically too soft for somebody falling and hitting their head on it to get the injuries I've just described.
Could have hit his head on is the fire hydrant.
On the injuries that were present, what significance do you place on the absence of injuries in conducting an autopsy?
What significance do I put on what?
In addition to focusing on the injuries that are present, what significance do you place on the absence of injuries when conducting an autopsy?
Well, as you put it there, it's a rather general question, but I mean, when you're doing an autopsy, you obviously want to see what is there and what's not, and everything can be relevant, including absent things. Now, in this particular case, there are a number of features about things that are absent
investigated
that are important. I've already alluded to one, and that is on the arm. If that was an impact from a vehicle, I would expect bruising. But do you want me to continue?
Yes.
Yeah. But if Mr. O'Keefe was struck with, it depends obviously what part of the body is theoretically involved. But if a vehicle hits you, whether it's the back of the vehicle or the front, you're going to have, as long as it's not going extremely slowly, if it's going at any speed at all, any significant speed, it's going to cause at least bruising. And that in this particular case, one of the things that struck me was that there was a distinct absence of bruising on the torso. In other words, the chest, abdomen, hips, whatever. And also, in most cases that I've ever been involved in where a pedestrian was hit by a vehicle, there are injuries on the legs, including fractures, which are very common on the legs. So the absence of all of these things in this case, I think, is important.
Have you conducted autopsies involving individuals who were involved in fights or altercations?
Yes, many, many times.
Approximately how many?
Gosh, I have no idea, and it's but a lot. I mean, I've done. I said earlier that between over 12, maybe 13,000 total autopsies. Of those, I'm only giving you estimates here, but over 1,000 would have been homicides. Of those, probably maybe a fifth, or about 200, would have involved blunt force trauma instead of, for example, a firearm or something like that. And in those cases, and of course, so all of those, and other cases involving sharp force, homicides involving sharp force may have evidence of a struggle as well. So it's in the hundreds, yeah.
In your expert medical opinion, are Mr. O'Keefe's injuries consistent with a fight or a physical altercation?
In a general sense, they can be. They could be, yes. He had, I alluded to it just briefly before, but the head injury, the major head injury I've described, but he also had a laceration over his right eyelid. He had some scrape marks on his face. He also had some bruises on the back of his right hand, which that kind of injury on the hands can be what we call a defensive injury. In other words, an injury that occurs when you're protecting yourself and you're hit hit either with another fist or with a hard object, and you're protecting yourself. So I would say that some of these findings I've just mentioned are consistent with the possibility of a physical altercation. Yes.
Thank you. If I could have one moment.
Sure.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Ooh, 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 this is going to be good. Let's see if he can rattle him. Lally's not happy. He ain't happy. Y'all, thanks for voting in the poll.
Morning, Doctor.
Right now, 75% Thursday.
Injuries that you were just testifying about with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, they were on his right knee, his right arm, as well as the back right side of his head. Is that correct?
Yes, I forgot to mention the knee, but yes, there were injuries in those places, yes.
And understandable, but this isn't an autopsy you performed yourself, correct?
I did not perform myself, no.
You never saw the body. You're looking at photographs and reports, correct?
Yeah, I'm going by the photographs and the autopsy report, yes.
And contained within the materials that you reviewed, did you ever look at Mr. O'Keefe's medical records from the Good Samaritan?
Look at whose medical records, Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yes.
I looked at the medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital where he was pronounced dead, yes.
Okay, so you did look at those as well?
I did look at those, yeah. I thought I mentioned it earlier, maybe I forgot.
Now, with regard to what you reviewed of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, you saw no injuries to his left arm, correct?
To his left arm? No, I don't think so, no.
No injuries to his left leg, correct?
No. Mm-hmm.
Injuries to his torso that you saw?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
And no injuries to the back left side of his head, is that correct as well?
That's correct, yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, you indicated that you observed or reviewed the autopsy reports as well as autopsy photographs and the death certificate, correct?
I did, yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, do you agree with Dr. Scortibello's determination as to the cause of death being multiple blunt force type injuries in conjunction with hypothermia?
I do agree with her, yes. Mm-hmm.
And you reviewed also the neuropathology report by Dr. Stonebridge?
I did, yes. Mm-hmm.
And do you agree or concur with the findings of Dr. Stonebridge contained within that report?
Yes, there were photographs taken during the neuropathology examination, which were independent confirmation for me of the things described in the report. Yes.
Now, with regard to autopsies that you performed in the past, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the injuries that you observed in the photographs to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, they were not the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death, correct?
No, they were not. Mm-hmm.
With regard to autopsies that you performed in the past, in regard to there being some sort of animal involved, as you were testifying before, is it normal to see just injuries related to an animal attack on just one portion of one piece of body?
Yes, in a general way. I mean, as I mentioned, I think when I was answering the question about the cases I've done involving animals, I tried to divide them into two groups because there's an important difference. Some of those cases were cases where the animals were responsible for the death itself. As I said, a bunch of feral dogs in one case, particularly that I remember. Another was a case where it wasn't a whole bunch of them, but there were two dogs, large dogs, and they killed the victims, children. So those individuals had multiple injuries, including deep bite marks that were fatal, particularly in the neck area. But they also had, and I'm stretching my memory a bit because it's a while since I did these cases, but I do have a general recollection that in in those cases, I should say, in addition to the fatal injuries, there were also some non-fatal sort of things like paw marks. And I can't remember the distribution though on the body.
Can you remember, as far as whether or not these injuries that you observed and not taking the child fatalities with the dog's maul, I'm presuming that those involve injuries to significant and extensive parts of the body. Is that correct?
Yeah, those are the ones where the animals caused the death, yes. Mm-hmm.
So in the other instances that you were talking about, do you recall even whether or not those injuries that you observed were ante-mortem or post-mortem?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part.
The other ones that you were talking about as far as the other animal attacks that you've seen,
Yeah.
do you recall whether or not the injuries that you observed in those instances were ante-mortem or post-mortem?
Oh, ante-mortem. Well, actually, in one of the cases that comes to mind, the marks appeared to be post-mortem, and that was this person was actually a homicide victim, and they were lying outdoors, and their own dog. This was according to police, though, who came on the scene. When they arrived, there was a dog that turned out to be the victim's own dog, was pawing at the body, and the person was dead. But in another case that I can think of, the scratch marks from dog paws were ante-mortem. And they were confined to one place only. I'm trying to remember what part of the body. This case, I had to testify later on. In this case that I'm thinking of now, the paw marks were limited to just one location. I can't remember exactly where they were, though. Whether it was the leg or the arm, I can't remember.
And that was post-mortem injuries that you're talking about there, correct?
No, in the second case here, they were ante-mortem. So in other words, there's been post-mortem and ante-mortem. Yes.
The injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were to the posterior part of his arm, correct?
Yes, basically the posterior.
No injuries that you observed on the anterior portion or the other side of the right arm, correct?
That's correct, yes.
No other injuries that you observed consistent with what you're talking about as far as an animal attack on any other part of Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
That's correct, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And from what you observed in the reports and the photographs, you can't say definitively what type of animal, correct?
That's correct, I can't.
And you can't say even if it was an animal or was a dog, what breed of dog that was. Is that correct?
No, but if I had to try, and if I said...
Not asking you to try, sir. I'm just asking whether or not you can say whether or not that what breed of dog it was.
No, I can't tell you what breed, no.
That's a
You can't say whether or not
question.
those injuries were inflicted inside a house or outside of a house. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have no idea. Mm-hmm.
You can't say when they occurred, correct?
Oh my God!
Only
Robin.
that they were when he was still alive. Yeah, but other than that, no. And they are fresh looking. I mean, in this generally, so they look like they happened very shortly before death.
And when you say a short time, you're talking about hours?
Minutes to hours, I would say.
Minutes to hours, but you can't.
I mean, I'm talking just based on the injuries themselves alone, leaving anything else out. You can't time injuries as exactly as you might think from CSI or one of these television programs, but they are generally fresh for sure. Fresh. And but just looking at those on their own, I would have to say minutes to hours, yes.
Now, at some point, were you given or did you review any files from a lab at the University of California, Davis?
I'm not sure. In relation to what?
So are you aware that the State Police Lab in Massachusetts swabbed areas of the sleeve on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and sent samples from that in the areas of where the injuries occurred?
I wouldn't bring this up.
And then sent that to a lab at UC Davis. Are you aware of that?
I'm not sure that I remember that, no.
And so you're equally unaware then that when that was tested, there was no canine DNA found from any of those swabbings in the area where the injuries that you're describing as scratch marks or bite marks occurred?
I wasn't aware of that. I must have missed it.
Are you aware of any sort of bite history or a specific animal at 34 Fairview being involved in attacks on other dogs?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understood that question.
Were you aware that there was a dog that resided at 34 Fairview Road?
Am I aware that there was a dog there?
Yes.
I was informed there was, yes.
Were you also informed that that dog, months later, after January of 2022, was involved in an incident in which it attacked another dog? Humans intervened, and one of the humans was bit.
No, I didn't know that.
Were you aware that there were photographs of an actual bite mark from that actual dog months after January 29th? Were you shown any of that?
No, I don't believe I was.
Now, sir, did you write a report in relation to what you observed or anything in regard to your opinion or your testimony that you're testifying to here today?
I didn't write a report as such, but I signed a declaration early on in my involvement in this case.
And that was a declaration or an affidavit that you signed under the pains and penalties of perjury back on January 31st, 2023. Is that correct?
Sorry, what did you say about that?
When you're talking about a declaration, you're referring to an affidavit that you filed with the court under the pains and penalties of perjury in January of 2023.
I didn't think it was January, but however, I thought there was only one, so whatever you have.
Now, at any point in time were you made aware that there were microscopic pieces of the defendant's tail light as small as 1/16 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch that were found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That were found in Mr. O'Keefe's what?
Mr. O'Keefe's shirts.
I don't remember that specifically.
And that those pieces were then found to be consistent with the defendant's tail light.
Like I said, I don't remember that particular part.
Were you ever shown any material indicating that there was DNA from the defendant's tail light housing that was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked about that myself, but I think the answer I got was no.
Now, were you ever told about a piece of human hair that was found on the right rear quarter panel near the area where there was a dent on the back right of the defendant's vehicle?
No, I don't remember that.
So then you weren't also told that that was then sent out for mitochondrial DNA testing and it was consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe to a degree of 99.895%.
You talk about a hair sample now. Yeah. No, I didn't have that.
That's not my job. That's not my job.
Now, doctor, would you agree that in blunt impact injuries, the characteristics of a blunt object can then be transferred to the victim in the form of pattern abrasions that match the characteristics of that blunt object?
Yes.
Now, of the photographs, you reviewed photographs of the scene, photographs of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You're aware that there were a number of different pieces of the defendant's taillight that were photographed as well. Did you ever see those?
I did, yes.
Do you recall seeing any piece of a clear plastic taillight piece that was recovered on January 29th, along with Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that had dimpling on the outside of that clear piece of plastic?
I can't. I remember seeing the pictures of the glass fragments, but I don't remember any more specifics than that.
Do you know what a compression abrasion is?
What?
Compression.
Of course
abrasion.
he does.
Yeah, although it's not a term we use all the time, but however, yes.
And a compression abrasion can occur when there's direct pressure from a blunt object together with slight rubbing movements that produce skin and epidermal crushing. Is that correct?
Yeah, you have to have some lateral movement as well, though, to get an abrasion.
Now, when you were talking about prior autopsies that you've done involving pedestrian collisions, is it fair to say that most of those pedestrian collisions that you were doing autopsies on involved pedestrians being struck by the front of the vehicle?
Yeah, mostly the front.
So mostly it's a pedestrian sort of crossing the street or standing in the street who's then struck by the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I think they were all. I have actually done a couple of cases where children were hit by the back of a reversing vehicle. This was in the days before they had the rear videos on cars that they have now. But So those cases were impacts against the back of the vehicle. But most pedestrian cases, yeah, are, as you say, they're the front of the vehicle hitting the person.
And just briefly on that, as far as the defendant's vehicle itself, are you aware that there were rear backup cameras and a 360-degree overhead view from the back of her vehicle?
I remember reading that, yes.
Now, understanding what you're talking about as far as a rear vehicle pedestrian collision, is that typically sort of the where on the vehicle? Let me ask you this first. When you are doing an autopsy in relation to a pedestrian collision, much of the information that you're gaining about that is what you receive from the investigating agency, whether it's the police or something like that, correct?
It varies a lot from one case to another. Sometimes you get or virtually no information about the accident, because some of these cases I've done, some of them were witnessed, some weren't. Let's put it that way. Yeah. So when they weren't witnessed, and when the person was just found later or sometime afterwards, you wouldn't have necessarily any. The vehicle would typically not be there. These would be hit and run type situations. And so in those cases, you wouldn't have all that kind of information. So it varies. It varies.
And understanding that it varies, but primarily what I'm saying is whatever information as far as a body comes in and you're going to conduct an autopsy, there would be some information from law enforcement or witness statements or something as to what type of death this is, as far as gunshot wound, stabbing, pedestrian collision, something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. But like I said, in those unwitnessed cases of pedestrians, I might be given the information that it's probably a pedestrian fatality from a car.
And when it comes to pedestrian collisions, and most of which that you've seen are, again, from the front of the vehicle striking a pedestrian on the roadway, is that correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And are you familiar with what role sort of the center of mass of that person versus the center of mass of where they're struck plays in reference to their injuries?
Yeah, it could be that can have a big effect on how the body reacts to the impact. Mm-hmm.
So most of the time when you're talking about sort of lower extremity injuries or pelvic fractures or things like that, that's in a frontal collision with the pedestrian, correct?
Most of them were, yeah. I mean, the ones that involved being backed over, and they were children. I can't remember the exact distribution of their injuries, except the vehicle went right over them. I do remember that. But anyway, the answer to your question, maybe I'm wandering in my mind, so can you ask me again?
I think you've answered it. So my next question, sir, is when it comes to the rear end collisions, primarily being children, you would agree with me that they have a lower center of mass than a 6'1", 200 something.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so as far as them being run over, they're going to get struck. They're probably going to fall to the ground, and then the vehicle is going to go over, correct?
That's right, yeah.
And so how many autopsies have you conducted in regard to pedestrian collisions where they've been sideswiped by the back of the vehicle?
I can't remember.
Can you remember any?
Not off the top of my head, no. Mm-hmm.
And so if someone is struck by the right rear portion of a vehicle and then projected away from the vehicle based on speed, based on force, based on whatever, would you then expect to see those same type of pelvic fractures or lower extremity injuries that you talked about with a frontal collision?
Well, it depends on the exact position of the victim at the moment of impact. And of course, it could be a lot of different things. They could be, the victim could be facing the vehicle, they could be sideways on, they could have their back. But you're going to see bruising somewhere in that area, in one of those areas, either on the back, the side, whatever, or the front. I would expect to see bruising, significant bruising.
But as you testified earlier on direct, it's sort of dependent or variable depending on how the victim pedestrian interacted with the vehicle. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but I'd expect bruising for sure. I mean, whether you get fractures and so forth will depend on, or for that matter, internal injuries, depends on a variety of factors. But you're going to get bruising for sure.
Now, you did see bruising on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes, a small bruising. It looked like two, possibly three, almost confluent or close together bruises.
Were you aware from the materials that you reviewed that Mr. O'Keefe was last seen sort of on video exiting from a bar at about 12:11 a.m. holding a cocktail glass in his right hand?
I vaguely remember that, yes.
Were you also aware that there were pieces of a cocktail glass with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on it that were found right in the general vicinity of where his body was found?
That I don't remember.
Yeah, he wasn't given all the information of the case, I'm sure, which doesn't surprise me.
You talked about a couple of different patterns to the injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. So my question for you, doctor, is it your testimony that those, what you're terming as animal bites or scratches, were they caused at one time or multiple times, or how many times are we talking about?
You mean on different occasions?
As far as in, there are multiple abrasions, as you've termed them, and you're attributing them to an animal attack, correct?
I think that's the most likely explanation for these, yes.
And so my question is, sir, is that from the dog or the animal or whatever it is scratching Mr. O'Keefe once, more than once, based on what you observed in
Well, it's more than once. When I had the laser pointer here, I think I pointed to roughly, 1, 2, 3, 4 different areas. So it looks like, and you have, maybe there's an additional, the ones on the lower forearm, I should say, are harder to figure out. But it looks like 4, maybe 5 separate.
4 or 5 separate sort of swipes, whether they be with mouth or claws or whatever.
Yeah, that's correct.
And so is it your testimony that it's not possible that Mr. O'Keefe received that from some part of the motor vehicle, or a glass shattering, or shattering from a taillight, or any sort of metal pieces underneath contained within that taillight housing as far as his interaction with the vehicle?
They don't look remotely like that to me.
So it's not possible, is that correct?
In my opinion, no.
You were asked about some questions with regard to the surface of the ground as far as dirt or grass. Are you familiar with what the weather was like at the time that Mr. O'Keefe, you testified earlier, you were familiar that he was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what the temperature was like as far as, my question is this, sir. Understanding cushioning of grass and dirt under normal conditions, but if the ground is physically frozen based on the temperature of outside, would that impact as far as your understanding of the injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
No, I mean, even if there was a small coating of ice, I wouldn't change my opinion based on that, no.
I'm not talking about ice, sir. What I'm talking about is the ground itself being physically frozen based on the temperatures outside.
Objection.
You open the door.
Now, as far as the hard surface that you're talking about, would that include asphalt pavement?
Yes, it could.
And as far as those injuries, the speed, if Mr. O'Keefe was struck by a vehicle and was projected away from that vehicle and then struck his head on the ground, would that be sufficient force, in your opinion, to cause the skull fracture on the back of his head?
If all that happened, yes, and onto asphalt or something like asphalt, yes, if that's indeed what happened. But like for other reasons, I don't think that is what happened.
Now, you testified, or you asked some questions about your opinion as to or consistency with the physical altercation. Is that right?
Yes.
And the sort of swelling in Mr. O'Keefe's eyes, as far as the ecchymosis concerned there, that was related to the brain injury. Is that your understanding?
Well, the skull injury rather than the brain.
Skull injury, which leads to the bleeding of the brain, which then leads to the swelling of the eyes. Correct?
Well, yeah, but no, I mean, let's be clear about this. I mentioned the fractures earlier on that came from the back and went all the way towards the front of the skull, including what are called the orbital plates, which are the bones, the parts of the frontal bone that are right over the eye sockets. And the bone there is very delicate. It's the thinnest part of the skull. Anyway, the photographs and the autopsy report clearly show that the fracture involved that on each side, both orbital plates, in other words. And it's that fracture, it's not the brain itself, but it's that fracture which leads to the bleeding that causes the black eyes, if you want to call them that way.
And as far as what your review of the medical records, your review of the autopsy report, photographs, things of that, you observed nothing as far as fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's eye sockets, correct?
Well, the orbital plates, in a sense, are part of the eye sockets, but they're the upper, they're the roof.
Were there any fractures to the orbital bones?
There were no fractures that appeared to be coming from the front, no.
As far as the sclera, was there any broken blood vessels or anything that you observed in either the notes or the reports or the photographs or anything else that you saw?
Broken blood vessels were?
The sclera.
Huh?
Sclera of the eyes? You know what that is?
Oh, the eye, yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear, just couldn't hear what you said, yeah. No, there was, just, as far as I know, the eyes were clear, yeah. The eyes themselves were clear, yeah.
Now, as far as the minor injuries that you were talking about, as far as the eyelid or the nose, as far as those minor lacerations you were talking about, there was no bruising around any of those lacerations, correct?
The eyelid laceration, don't forget, is in the same area where we have the other injury, and it's a little bit hard to figure out whether how much hemorrhage, how much of that black eye could even be from related to the laceration, because you've got two possible explanations for the black eyes. One is the skull fracture I've already mentioned, but that doesn't rule out his getting an impact as well on the front, but I can't, there's no way you can separate them.
But as far as around those minor lacerations that you're talking about, you didn't observe or see any record of any bruising or any broken bones in those areas whatsoever?
No, the main one that I was relating to when I spoke about the altercation question was the laceration on the eyelid. That's not related to the head injury that we've been discussing. So it's a separate injury, and it's from some kind of blow to the front.
Minor lacerations that you observe, would they be consistent with being struck by broken pieces of glass or broken pieces of broken sharp pieces of plastic?
If it was indeed a laceration, as it was described, then no, because lacerations by definition, although this is a term that's often misused, by the way, even by some doctors, but a laceration by definition is an open wound caused by blunt force, not sharp.
So blunt force, as far as what I'm asking is it possible that the lacerations to his face were caused by a blunt object that then shattered and caused the lacerations to his face?
I find that hard to imagine. I find that very hard to even conceive of.
So it's not conceivable? Is that what you're saying?
To me, no.
And from your review of whatever reports and medical records and everything else, what, if anything, did you see, or did you see anything that had to do with an animal being present on scene, or an animal being near Mr. O'Keefe's body, or Mr. O'Keefe being inside the house?
I don't know. I mean, but I heard there was an animal somewhere around the place, a dog. I think you mentioned the dog earlier.
So somewhere around the place, but no evidence that you've seen that animal interacted with Mr. O'Keefe in any way?
No, I wasn't there, obviously, and all I can say is what I've already said, but I don't know any more than that.
I know you weren't there. What I'm saying is, from the material that you reviewed, was there any indication or any evidence of that animal ever being near, close to, or interacting in any way with Mr. O'Keefe?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Wally!
I have nothing further.
He wouldn't know. Neither would you. You weren't there.
If I may approach.
Stupid questions.
So, Ms. Kalali?
Same thing as he was saying earlier.
Dr. Sheridan, if you could just take a look at that photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I saw this photograph before. Yeah.
Could you describe that photograph to the jury?
It shows the decedent's knees taken from the right side, but you can see both knees. Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, permission to mark this and then publish it.
This poor guy has breathing
Is
problems.
there any objections to Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sounds like a deviated septum.
That would be exhibit 657.
Yesterday published it, Ms. Little.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Sheridan, you were asked on cross-examination about an injury to Mr. O'Keefe's knee. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Is this the injury that you were testifying about earlier?
Yes, this has been mentioned before. It's an abrasion.
And that's the extent of the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's knee, correct?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, in that area. Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. All right, Dr. Sheridan, you are all set, sir.
Very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Goodbye, my Irish friend. What did y'all think of his testimony? Yeah. Maybe he's got bad allergies. Poor guy. But it was hell in my ears. Just saying. When you have hearing aids in and you have that kind of a breathing with, it almost felt like someone taking a Q-tip and that on my eardrum.
Step right over. Just watch your step on me. You say in the face.
You tell us whether the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, could you state your full name and spell your last name for us, please?
Daniel Michael Wolfe, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
Dr. Wolfe, what do you do for a living?
I am the director of accident reconstruction at a company known as ARCA, A-R-C-C-A.
And what is ARCA exactly?
So ARCA is a forensic engineering consulting firm. We have a variety of disciplines that include human factors, biomechanics, crashworthiness, accident reconstruction, just to name a few.
Based on your title, it sounds like you're the director of the entire accident reconstruction format for ARCA, correct?
That is correct.
What sort of contracts does ARCA routinely engage in?
So we do a lot of work in civil litigation. So we work with insurance carriers, law firms, but we also consult with and do projects with the federal government, as well as the National Hockey League on player safety. So we're involved in a number of research projects as well.
Is there other clientele that seeks out ARCA for accident reconstruction or biomechanics or human factors issues?
In terms of beyond the parties that I just listed?
You mentioned the U.S. Department of Defense.
Yes, the military, yes, the Army.
Tell me a little bit about the work that you've done for the Department of Defense.
Well, that was before my time, but I'm aware of projects that dealt with working on vehicles that were over in the Middle East, where they basically designed energy-absorbing seats because there was injuries when the vehicles were going over IEDs.
Is ARCA known both nationally and internationally? Is it recognized as a leader in accident reconstruction issues?
Yes.
As the director of accident reconstruction at ARCA, do you specialize in both accident reconstruction and the human factors that are associated with such reconstruction where necessary?
Yes.
Can you give me a synopsis of the professional discipline of what is accident reconstruction?
I think a simple definition in my mind would be the application of physics, engineering, science, and mathematics to collision events. I always like to think of it as if you open up a puzzle box and you dump the pieces out and you've got a bunch of pieces and you're trying to piece together the evidence to see how everything fits to get a clear picture.
And what is the application of human factors to that process?
So to give you an example of human factors in the field of accident reconstruction, so I do a lot of nighttime visibility and conspicuity work. So To give you an example of that, let's say a driver's driving down the road at night. There's a pedestrian that's crossing the road. So we want to have an understanding based upon that pedestrian's clothing, the headlights of the vehicle, any potential artificial lighting in the area. When does a driver recognize that individual on the roadway? And then we can also look at literature to have an understanding of how do drivers respond based upon the hazard they're presented with. So there's different response times depending on the hazard. So it's going to be different for a pedestrian crossing the roadway or a driver responding to a vehicle suddenly stopping in front of them.
Okay, I got to answer your question. Yeah, they did. And he just went to a class seminar. He has no education in it. He has no degree. He has nothing in physics. Me claiming to be a doctor, that's how equal to how horrible that would have been. It was a joke.
Dr. Wolf, as an accident reconstructionist, do you investigate and reconstruct both passenger vehicle issues, commercial vehicle issues, motor vehicle pedestrian issues, all of the above?
Yes, I see all types of accidents.
And how long have you been doing this work with ARCA?
A little over 7 years now.
What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you've just described for the jury?
Back in 2012, I received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from James Madison University, along with a minor in mathematics. Some of my courses while at JMU included courses in physics, statics, dynamics, kinematics, material science, along with your other engineering sciences. Subsequent to my undergraduate degree, I then went on to the University of Delaware to pursue my PhD in electrical and computer engineering with a concentration in electromagnetics and photonics.
What additional training or experience do you have as it relates to accident reconstruction in addition to the formal education and the PhD?
Certainly. So in addition to my undergraduate degree and my PhD, I've continued to take courses through Northwestern University in crash reconstruction. Some of those courses have included human factors, lighting. I've taken courses on electronic vehicle data, photogrammetry, three-dimensional laser scanning. So I've continued to take courses subsequent to graduating.
Do you also hold any accreditations in terms of accident reconstruction?
Yes, I'm accredited by an organization known as ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Okay, that dude, I forgot your name. Pay attention. You might learn something.
Are you trained in photogrammetry?
Yes, sir.
Is that to determine vehicle crash incidents or the circumstances surrounding them based on map scenes, evidence from photographs, things of that nature?
Absolutely. So photogrammetry is the science of extracting information, if you will, out of photographs. So things dimensionally about an object, spatially, without ever actually physically seeing the object or inspecting it.
So you don't have to be at the scene to effectively and scientifically reconstruct it to your satisfaction?
No, not at all. And quite frankly, to be honest with you, in my world in civil litigation, oftentimes by the time a case comes across my desk, it's, the accident happened 5 years ago. Some I've even had 10 or 15 years ago. So getting access to the vehicle at that point, it's going to be a long shot.
Doctor, are you a member of any professional societies?
Yes.
Describe those, please.
So I'm a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers, SAE. I'm also a member of the National Association for Professional Accident Reconstructionists, the Optical Society of America, and also the Illuminating Engineering Society.
So in other words, I know what the hell I'm doing.
In your experience in your career, have you reconstructed or attempted to reconstruct, you or your team members?
I don't actively track that. If I had to estimate at this point in my career, it would probably be well over 1,000.
And how many of those 1,000, I know you don't have a number specific, but how many of those 1,000 would you say involved pedestrians as well?
Several hundred. As I mentioned earlier, a great, excuse me, a great deal of my work is in the field of lighting and visibility. So there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian incidents. We see a rise in the evening and night hours just due to drivers having a difficult ability to try to perceive and recognize individuals. So I certainly see a lot of pedestrian collisions in my casework.
You've done testing or research as it relates to the kinematics and the interaction between pedestrians and vehicles.
Absolutely. So we do a number of tests at ARCA to look at the interaction between pedestrians and vehicles. One of the ones I know I did most recently where we were evaluating a vehicle essentially rolling over a pedestrian. So we wanted to understand the vehicle dynamics as well as the interaction between the pedestrian and the road surface. So we conducted testing at ARCA to evaluate that.
Does ARCA have any other disciplines other than just accident reconstruction?
Absolutely. So as I mentioned earlier, we have crash worthiness. So again, that's where you're going to be looking at the safety of a vehicle. How does it perform in a crash? We have human factors, failure analysis, premise liability, and biomechanics.
As an accident reconstructionist, doctor, do you or have you studied or tested the forces that are at play between objects interacting, a human being interacting with a vehicle, for instance?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's part of what you do.
Yes, sir.
Describe that.
So we use hybrid instrumented dummies at ARCA for our testing. So if we want to have an understanding that an occupant in a vehicle, the forces that they might experience, or for any matter, again, if it's an instance where you have something that ends up falling on someone's head and you want to have an understanding of the forces involved in that, we perform testing with hybrid dummies.
Have you ever authored any peer-reviewed papers in the field of physics?
Yes, sir.
Describe those for me.
So I have a number of papers in the field of lighting and optics. I have a recent publication that deals with Toyota and Lexus vehicle control history records as well.
Is that called Toyota Vehicle Control History, Sudden Braking History Recording Characteristics?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that specific to dealing with vehicles and their interaction with other vehicles and or pedestrians?
It involved looking at the various triggers that system is capable of recording. And specifically, it was looking at what triggers a sudden braking event. So we were able to determine that those triggers, the sudden braking event is triggered when a driver, or I should say the vehicle,
Jackson,
reaches.
May we approach?
Sure.
You are unmuted.
Now you're.
Yes, you
Thank
can
you.
move on.
You've been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You were not hired by the defense in this case, correct?
That is correct.
At the time you did your expert review, Dr. Wolf, and your consultation, you and I had never met.
That's correct.
You did not know who I was.
I did not.
You'd never met Ms. Little.
No.
Mr. Unetti.
No.
Matter of fact, you'd never heard of this case.
That's correct.
You were hired by another agency not connected in any way to the defense. Is that right?
Correct.
And not connected in any way to the Commonwealth. Is that right?
Correct.
So your analysis and your conclusions and your opinions are completely independent of the defense and the Commonwealth in this case. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, you can ask it differently.
When you did your analysis and conclusions, well, let me ask it this way. You finalized your report, you and your team, correct?
Correct.
That report is contained in a multi-page document that was submitted following your analysis and your opinions and conclusions, right?
Correct.
The defense didn't have anything to do with that, correct?
Correct.
You'd never met us, didn't know who we were when you did this.
Correct.
You'd never met Mr. Lally, didn't know who he was when you did this.
Correct.
So your analysis, opinions, testing, and conclusions were requested by a completely separate agency.
That is correct.
All right. Goes without saying, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. You haven't been paid by the defense,
You have not paid us anything, no.
and you don't work for us.
That's correct.
As a matter of fact, I've never asked you specific questions about your testing before today.
That is correct.
Your work product, the report that you provided, was provided both to the defense as well as the Commonwealth. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And you were equally available to both sides?
In terms of them reaching out?
Correct.
Yes.
And I called you ultimately after receiving your report, asked if you'd join us and testify, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Were you and your team asked to undertake a review for purposes of accident reconstruction of the case that's now pending before the court?
Yes, sir.
Was your team asked to do this by the agency that ultimately retained you, not us?
That's correct.
Who at ARCA was assigned to the team who would ultimately undertake this job of accident reconstruction?
It was myself, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, and Scott Klein.
What was Dr. Rentschler's role in this case as it's distinguished from your role in the case?
Certainly. So Dr. Rentschler is a biomechanical engineer, and ultimately he assessed whether or not there was a mechanism for the injuries of Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what was your focus? If he's talking about the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, what was your focus in your reconstruction and your analysis?
I would simply say it was looking more at the damage to the vehicle.
Okay, so in terms of your team and the responsibilities of each of the team members, you were more focused on the damage to the SUV. Dr. Rentschler was more focused on the injuries suffered by Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
I think that's a fair characterization, although with the caveat that we worked together as a team. So we weren't isolated kind of in those areas, not speaking to each other. We certainly worked together on the analysis.
Understood. Were you provided or did you review certain materials in furtherance of your consultation in this matter?
Yes.
What were you provided?
We were provided photographs of the incident location. We were provided photographs of the Lexus. There were a couple of incident reports that we received. I could look at my report for the full list, but those are the ones.
You can go ahead and do that, Doctor.
Do you have the report with you?
Yes, sir.
I have a copy of it. Is this faster?
Sure. If you.
May I?
Sure.
Thank you.
Ronnie, can you email that to me, please?
How many categories of materials were you provided?
Provided, it would be approximately 10.
Could you list those off for the jurors, please?
It would be the Norfolk SPDU homicide death report, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police crime scene report, OCME dispatch removal report, photographs of the incident location, videos of the incident location, photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX 570, photographs of recovered evidence, crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus 570, report of autopsy, and autopsy photographs.
Based on these data that you were provided, were you able to satisfactorily, to your mind, satisfactorily engage in the consultation that you were hired to do?
Yes.
And come up with some opinions and conclusions based on scientific certainty?
Yes.
Did you review scene photographs of the alleged incident?
Yes, sir.
What information were you able to glean or gather from your review of the photographs, from the scene specifically?
So from those photographs, I was able to identify there was fragments of transparent red, clear plastic. There also appeared to be pieces of chrome and black plastic. I also observed what appeared to be glass fragments along with a black drinking straw.
Did you also review some videos?
Yes.
That was out at the scene, maybe a leaf blower?
Correct. It appeared to be daytime, yes.
Okay. What did you note about the photography at the scene of the items that were being photographed?
Well, I think one thing that comes to mind is it was a little bit difficult to follow the evidence, so to speak. So typically, when I go out and do an inspection, especially of a fresh incident, let's say I've got a debris field or I've got tire marks, what I like to do is kind of step into the scene, if you will, where you take global perspective shots and then you step into a specific piece of evidence so that you can, at a later point in time, identify where that evidence is. I noted that in a lot of these photographs, I didn't see a whole lot of that stepping in. It was essentially just zoomed right into where that evidence is, but not really having a great understanding of where was it relative to all of the other evidence.
Or when it got there?
Correct.
based on your review of all the materials that you described for the court, did you get an understanding of what the Commonwealth's theory of the case is, specifically that Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the Lexus SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you come to understand that the allegations before the court were that Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the vehicle?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you perform an accident reconstruction specifically focused on determining whether or not damage to the Lexus was consistent with hitting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I think that's a fair characterization.
And reversing that, was your accident reconstruction also focused on whether or not the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were the result of being hit by a vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. During your analysis, did you note the damage to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Describe that, please.
So the primary damage was to the right taillight. It appeared to be fractured with the majority of the lens cover, so that clear and red plastic covering missing from it. In addition to that, if you're looking at the back of the vehicle, to the left of that, in the area above there's also another tail lamp assembly on the lift gate. So above that assembly, there was a small dent along with some paint chips on the bumper, more so on the wraparound section as it kind of curves around to the right side of the vehicle. There appeared to be some superficial scratches as well in that area.
Was there any other damage or deformation that you were able to glean from your review, the photogrammetry, damage to the Lexus, the bumpers, the panels, the quarter panel, the sheet metal, anything like that?
No, the rest was remarkably intact.
Is it common in vehicle pedestrian collisions that there is some sort of bumper displacement and or sheet metal deformation that's concomitant to that?
Absolutely. Assuming a pedestrian is positioned in a normal upright position, you certainly would expect to see damage to the bumper. In a lot of cases, what happens is, the bumper is just clipped on. So again, the force of that impact will oftentimes cause the bumper to kind of become unmounted or unclipped. You certainly could see deformation to body paneling, such as the lift gate or the quarter panel as well.
Is that especially true at higher speeds, meaning above 15 miles per hour or so?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Was there any apparent damage to the Lexus that appeared consistent with any kind of pedestrian interaction that you saw?
No, it was really confined to just the taillight, a very isolated portion of the vehicle.
During your review and your investigation, did you note information concerning items that were supposedly found on the bumper?
Yes.
What was that?
I believe it was noted there was 2 apparent glass fragments located on the top bumper cover.
What's the significance of the presence of those items or the lack of materiality of those items in your view?
Well, again, I think it's going back to the scene evidence. Again, we knew that there was glass fragments, what appeared to be from a drinking glass, at the scene of the alleged incident.
Is there any glass consistent with the glass that was supposedly found on the bumper, in the taillight housing, the taillight mechanism, anything from the car, from the Lexus, that would account for that glass?
Okay, I think I understand. So the taillight itself is not comprised of any glass. It is all plastic. So that damage, or I should say that glass on the top bumper cover could not have come from the right taillight.
Now, based on your review of the information that was provided to you, did you undertake any testing of that vehicle? I'm sorry, any testing concerning the damage to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you describe what that testing was?
So we performed, again, this is with Dr. Rentschler and I working together on this again. We performed projectile testing to the tail lamp with a drinking glass as well as a hybrid head form.
Let's take those one at a time. How would you describe the drinking glass test?
Certainly. So again, from our review of the evidence, we knew that we had an isolated portion of damage to Lexus confined to the taillight. So we know that we're dealing with potentially a small object that could have created that. Looking at, again, the evidence in terms of the scene photographs, we know that we have a damaged drinking glass at the scene in the vicinity of the fragments of the taillight. So the theory that Dr. Rentschler and I put forward is potentially an individual threw this drinking glass at the back of the Lexus, causing the taillight to fracture.
I'm going to interrupt you right there. You and Dr. Rentschler formed that theory and wanted to test that theory, correct?
Yes,
You were not told that theory by the defense because you've never met us.
correct.
You were not told that theory by the Commonwealth. You've never met them, correct?
Correct.
Your theory was the product of simply having some facts extant in the data. You had a broken drinking glass, a broken taillight. Let's put them together and figure out if the drinking glass could be responsible for the taillight and vice versa.
Absolutely, yes.
And that was your determination of, well, we were given instructions to reconstruct this. Let's look at every single angle, correct?
Absolutely. And I will note, as part of the engagement with the entity that retained us, we were asked not to do any outside research or investigation of the case. It was to be based solely on the evidence that we were provided.
Okay. As a matter of fact, and importantly, while you were doing your testing, had you ever even heard of the Karen Reed case?
No.
So getting back to that testing, and I interrupted your flow, you were looking at whether or not the glass could have produced the damage to the rear taillight that you saw, correct?
Correct.
And what did you do in furtherance of making a determination about whether or not that was possible?
Certainly. So myself and one of our lab technicians at ARCA, we designed and developed a pressurized air cannon. So it was capable of firing a projectile such as a drinking glass at the taillight. So it essentially you can think of it kind of as a giant cannon, but it had a barrel, and then there was a valve that would open rapidly, and directly behind that was a pressurized vessel. And depending on the pressure, the PSI of that vessel, would determine essentially the speed at which that glass would be projected into the taillight.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Pretty cool job. Tell me what the results of your testing was with this pneumatic cannon that would fire the drinking glass.
Certainly. So we performed 2 different tests in terms of speeds. The target speeds were 30 and 40 miles per hour.
Why was that?
Well, so with consultation with Dr. Rentschler, he indicated that that is a reasonable speed at which an adult male or an individual, for that matter, could throw a drinking glass at the taillight.
Had anybody up to that point, told you any specific, let me see if I can rephrase that.
This is cool.
Had anybody indicated that there was any evidence whatsoever that John O'Keefe had thrown a drinking glass at the taillight?
No.
Was this another example of you and Dr. Rentschler and your team just exploring sort of every possibility and working a little bit in the blind?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was the reason that you decided, or you and your team decided, that you wanted to approximate how a grown man could throw a glass at a taillight?
Well, I think we wanted to have an understanding is when a projectile such as a drinking glass interacted with the taillight, would we get damage on the test taillight that was consistent with that of the subject taillight?
Understood. So based on your theory, were you able to approximate the damage on the taillight?
Yes.
Describe that for us.
So as I mentioned, we ran 2 tests. The target speeds were at 30 and 40 miles per hour. And there was a little bit of variability in terms of what our target was and what we actually achieved. So the achieved speeds were at 31 miles per hour and 37 miles per hour. So there's just depending on how the glass leaves the barrel and some of the rotation can affect some of the speed or ultimately the end result speed to that. So what I will say, though, is that with the 37 mile per hour projectile into the taillight, we noted and observed that there was damage that was consistent with that of the subject tail lamp, and that the test tail lamp had the majority of the outer lens fractured and missing, broken into pieces, as well as some underlying damage to some of the internal components as well.
Are you saying, well, let me ask a different question. You were able to replicate the damage to the taillight using a pneumatic cannon firing a glass at 37 miles an hour directly at taillight, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that would also shatter the glass too, correct?
Correct.
Did you do any testing about whether or not that damage to the taillight could be produced by a person simply holding a glass and being hit by the car driving in reverse?
We didn't do any testing of that, and primarily because, again, if we're looking at the arm and its total length, right? We only have a narrow damage pattern, which on the taillight, if you think about where where it meets the lift gate into where it starts to wrap around to the side of the vehicle, that's only about 6.5 inches in width.
All right. When you fired the glass into the taillight was static. In other words, it was not going to move. It was immovable at that point, correct?
Correct.
All right. So the glass is hurling through the air at 37 miles an hour and hits the static object that's resisting, and that smash is what produced ultimately the taillight damage that you were able to replicate. Is that right?
Yes.
If a person were holding in his hand the glass and the taillight were to hit that hand, the hand would not remain static, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
If the taillight were to make contact with a person holding a glass, would that replicate what you did in terms of your firing a glass into the taillight? In other words, are they apples and apples?
No, I don't think it would be the same.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, again, the damage to the back of the Lexus, again, is confined to just that roughly, again, when we're talking about the taillight itself, that 6.5 inch section in width.
Right.
So it's inconsistent with the total length of the arm, and certainly from discussion with Dr. Rentschler, inconsistent with the injuries to the arm.
So given everything in your investigation was revealed concerning this testing, are you saying that the taillight was damaged by John O'Keefe holding a drinking glass that was hit by an SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
In all the information that you were provided, you were not provided anything that suggested that John O'Keefe threw a glass at the taillight. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Their approach.
Yeah, it's just, yes.
What are y'all thinking? What are y'all thinking? I want to see videos. I want a demonstration, y'all. Am I still blocked off? No, I'm on. Okay. I want a demonstration.
You are unmuted.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. What information, if any, were you provided that suggested that John O'Keefe threw a glass at the taillight?
No information.
What information, if any, were you provided that suggested that John O'Keefe may have had a pneumatic cannon with him that night?
I'm not aware of any information regarding that.
All right.
Sorry,
You also
guys.
did
I'm
some
setting up my calendar.
testing concerning a drop test. Is that right?
Correct.
Tell us about that drop test testing.
Certainly. So, again, through discussion with Dr. Rentschler, it was my understanding that Mr. O'Keefe had a skull fracture on the back of his head. So we wanted to do an evaluation of the interaction between the back of a head. In this case, we used again, talking about that instrumented dummy again, we used the instrumented hybrid head form to perform a drop test to evaluate the forces of an interaction between a taillight from the Lexus and the human head.
What height did you choose to perform this drop test?
7.5 feet.
Why did you choose that height?
Well, if you calculated through physics and the acceleration due to gravity, that would equate to an impact speed of 15 miles per hour at that height.
And what was the significance of 15 miles per hour?
Well, that was essentially kind of a starting point for us, if you will. So I will tell you that in reverse, 15 miles an hour is fast. I don't know if you've ever looked at your speedometer when you're pulling into your driveway, reversing into a parking stall. Most people probably don't go more than 5 miles an hour or so. So 15 miles an hour in reverse is fast, especially when we're talking about, it's my understanding it was nighttime. There was winter conditions, potentially wet or icy roads. So again, that speed is going to be what I would say on the high end for going in reverse. So also in addition to with respect to kind of just the nature of that speed, it's my understanding through discussion with Dr. Rentschler that at 15 miles an hour, you start to see significant injuries to the human body when it makes contact with a vehicle. And I think one last point is that we needed to pick a speed where, again, this is kind of just us brainstorming, where we would have damage to the taillight, right? It would fracture it, but it wouldn't completely obliterate it. So we knew if we chose a speed, for instance, of 40 miles an hour, we know we're going to completely essentially explode the taillight. But if we do, 1 mile an hour, we may not do anything to it, right? So we kind of had to pick a middle ground to again, cause damage to the taillight.
Under what they
What was
suspect.
your conclusion with following that testing? What was your conclusion with regard to whether or not it was consistent or inconsistent with the damage to the truck, the taillight was consistent or inconsistent with making contact with John O'Keefe's head at or above 15 miles an hour?
So strictly speaking to a damage perspective, the 15 mile an hour interaction between the hybrid head form and the test tail lamp produced significantly more damage than that of the subject vehicle. So that indicates that, again, the damage on the subject taillight was less than that of the test taillight.
So if I were to ask you whether or not there would be more or less damage to the taillight if you increase the speed to 24 miles an hour, what is your conclusion?
Well, you're talking about significantly more kinetic energy. So if you just think about it from, again, a kinetic energy standpoint, kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times the mass and the velocity squared. So if you're squaring that velocity and you're going from 15 up to 24 miles per hour, you're going to get a significant amount of more energy associated with that. Probably, I could pull up my calculator, but you're probably looking at 2.5 more times energy than the 15 mile an hour test.
Which means 2.5 more times the damage to the taillight?
Certainly.
Which you did not see in your review of the materials, correct?
Correct.
So what is your opinion or conclusion as to whether or not the damage to the taillight was caused by striking John O'Keefe's head?
From a damage standpoint, it was inconsistent.
I want to shift gears back to the injuries that you saw concerning Mr. O'Keefe's arm, his right arm. During the course of your investigation, did you look at photographs and investigate the injuries to his right arm?
Yes, sir.
What's the width of the taillight, specifically from where it meets the lift gate to the left side? I'm sorry, to the side of the vehicle, the right side of the vehicle.
To the right. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, that is about 6.5 inches. It starts to wrap around to the right side. So really it's, even though the taillight continues, it's not projecting out on the back end where it's again wrapping around. So in terms of the width that is facing the rear, if you will, it's about 6.5 inches.
And you noted that there was a dent and some paint chips that you identified above the lift gate, correct?
Correct.
How far away from the right side of the vehicle were those scratches and that dent?
Approximately 20 inches.
What was the significance of that distance?
Well, again, to go back to your question about, I think if somebody was holding a drinking glass, right, and their arm was extended to cause that damage, or if it's theorized that those dents and chips were from that. Again, the thing that sticks out to me is that you have essentially the Lexus taillight.
So ask another question.
What's the significance of whether or not there was damage between the dent and the taillight? In other words, that 20-inch area. Was it dented? Was it harmed in any way?
So in terms of, again, if we're talking about, again, looking at the back of the vehicle and we go to kind of where that right tail lamp just meets the liftgate. As I mentioned, there's another lamp assembly on the liftgate itself. There's also a chrome trim piece above that, and then certainly the body paneling to the liftgate itself. And I think what stood out to me is that between that dent and the fractured taillight, there was no observable damage to that area, which I would have expected had an arm been positioned there.
I just hopped in. Fill me in.
Can you calculate, or could you calculate, or did you calculate the amount of force that would be required to strike a person just only on the outstretched portion of his arm in order to project him a number of feet, for instance, 30 feet in one direction or another?
Okay, I just want to make sure. Objection.
Take a distance out of it. Break it down.
I'll ask you the same question, but without the 30 feet.
Okay.
Were you able to calculate, or could you calculate the force that would be required to strike a person on his outstretched arm hard enough to spin him around and project him a number of feet?
If you're talking about only an interaction between the arm and the back of the vehicle, no, there wouldn't be any projection. Again, if you think about this, the arm weighs about, again, with Mr. O'Keefe would be about 11 pounds. So you still have, another 200 plus pounds being held down by gravity, and the force is only acting on the arm. So essentially the arm would be accelerated, but the whole body, because the center of mass is not being struck, would not be projected.
It might be broken and crushed.
Is the absence of the damage that you described, between the dent and the rest of the vehicle, with the exception of the taillight, is that consistent or inconsistent with striking an outstretched arm of a human being?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
That would be inconsistent in my opinion.
They have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And what is your opinion, Doctor, as to the amount of damage that you would expect to see at 15 miles per hour or above on the taillight if, in fact, that vehicle were moving in reverse and were to strike something on a human body, for instance, an elbow or an arm?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Probably not.
Sorry.
I'm trying. Physics, that's why. From your testing, what would you expect to see in terms of the damage to the right rear taillight if, in fact, that taillight were to make contact with a part of a human body, for instance, an elbow or an arm, at 15 miles an hour or above? What would the level of damage be as compared to the damage that you actually saw?
Well, if we compare it to, again, looking at the drop test that we did with the hybrid head, which weighs about 10 pounds. So again, if we're talking about now a human arm that's comparable in that same weight, we certainly would expect to see a comparable level of force and damage. So as I mentioned, if the arm is outstretched across the right tail lamp and into the liftgate section, I would certainly expect to see deformation to that body paneling, even potentially the tail light on the liftgate itself and that chrome piece as well.
Based on the entirety of your investigation, your entire team's investigation, all the testing that you did, all the biomechanical testing and the engineering and the physics testing that you did, in your expert opinion, was that taillight damaged by striking John O'Keefe on the head?
Objection.
Sustained.
In your opinion, was the taillight damaged by either striking Mr. O'Keefe on the head or the arm?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can we approach?
Yes.
You are muted.
Okay, guys, I want to say this. That's too loud. Okay, guys, I said a long time ago why is the chrome itself, it's a plastic chrome, around and then the cross section where it divides between the clear and the red? Why? Why wasn't that damaged? And I said that the first time I saw the picture. Thank you, sir. Girl, can you tell me if that
You
music
are
is loud?
unmuted.
Do I need to turn it down?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Last question, Doctor. In your expert opinion, based on all your testing, is the damage to the taillight that you saw consistent with striking a human head?
No.
In your expert opinion, is the damage to the taillight consistent with striking a human arm?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess.
All rise for the court, please.
You are muted.
Okay, y'all. No, seriously, mods, is this music too loud? I can't tell. I don't have the ability to hear it. Yeah, I know, right? Good morning, Karen. Is that too loud? Hopefully you're hearing it. Okay, we're going to now go to the other trial while we're on a break. I need to put that in there. Now we're going to go over here and continue this. Oh, I got to say it right.
There's no cause for concern, no triggers, no red flags. Why? Because it's charming, right? 9 times out of 10, it works. Here. Now he's got this mountain.
I'm sorry, CG and Tex. I didn't mean to do that.
He's managed to seclude her.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to delete you.
Can I have counsel approved for just?
I meant to delete me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Put it back up. Because I misspelled the word morning. Oh, shoot. I can't do it. I can't put it back up. Okay, we're going to zoom. Do y'all want to listen to the closing the arguments, or do you just want to hear verdict?
To the person. First degree murder, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, they still got witnesses on the stand.
The use of violence, the threat of violence to a person. So as you can see, you've already found that as well.
Y'all, do you hear this music? I need to know.
Capital felony was committed while person previously
Karen, do you hear the music? What, the music or the... No. This is sentencing. That's what I needed to know. Thank you. What the heck? That's what I needed to know. Okay, perfect. Okay, this is the sentencing page. You want me to get where it's live?
or on community.
What did that tell you about how he was trying to do on the test?
So it was my understanding that that Mr. Wilson was really trying to perform his best. He wanted to show me how well he can do on these tests, and that was certainly I complimented him. I told him that his performance was very good. He was putting forth full
3 hours.
effort.
We're
And
live.
that's exactly, as a neuropsychologist, one wants to assess that they're honest and they're putting their full effort. And after the battery of tests, then I can make a determination where there's strengths and weaknesses, there's high points, there's low points, and what deficiencies may exist.
Before you started the first test, did you have some concerns as to whether or not he was going to take any tests or how he was going to perform on the malingering tests?
Yes. So knowing a little about of some of his background from Ms. Perez, it was questionable whether or not Mr. Wilson was actually going to be willing to participate. Initially, we met in a room, an open area. There was a desk and chairs, and the officers stated that they have to remain in the room the entire time. 2 officers have to remain in the room the entire time.
Please do.
Mr. Wilson raised issues of confidentiality. One of the issues, certainly with taking any type of neuropsychological test, is that it's performed in confidence. I agreed with him. I said, "You're right. There's no reason why the officers need to be here." So then Ms. Perez came up with the idea that let's go to the attorney interview room where there was a glass separating Mr. Wilson and myself.
Okay. Now, in order to perform some of these tests, does Mr. Wilson have to actually be able to access the documents that you're referring to?
Yes, he does.
And the new room, was that able to accommodate you in your effort to have him have actual contact with these documents?
So fortunately, there was a 2-inch slit at the bottom of the glass that I was able to pass through different items, different material that
That's on them, Guy, not me. Okay, guys, I have a problem while this is going on. I have changed my name or whatever to your alternate juror because in Discord, I'll just refresh. There's another alternate juror.
So
And
perseveration, thank you.
if
So
I
that's
change,
a test that
let's do
I'm
this.
going
This
to
is
be
more important.
talking about.
Honestly, what I have to talk about is more important than this at the moment. Okay, so when I searched for alternate juror, I didn't find another one. But in Discord, there is another alternate juror. However, I changed the name to your alternate juror. But they can't get me on Discord because we have the same name. They're suggesting that let me read it. Should open a new channel under a different name. So that means I start all over again. But isn't... Yes, he did. I have a question. I'm going to go to my YouTube. Isn't my YouTube under... I did. I edited it to your alternate juror. It's Ada K. Brown at your alternate juror. I don't know what to do. They're doing everything they can in Discord. They're phenomenal. Absolutely love them. But I changed the name. I, their bot is not catching it. Their bot is getting it confused with the other person who is alternate juror, which is frustrating because when I did the search, I didn't find anybody else. I found 13th juror, some other names. And I would lose all my subscription, all my views, everything. It'd be starting from ground zero. I'll have to see if they can call me. She says, yes, sadly. However, if you give them the link to the new channel, they'll follow you over there. Open a new channel, drop the link into the new channel in the chat, and it should be okay. But I'm still going to lose everything I've built. I don't know, y'all. I changed the name to Your. I got to open the door. It's getting hot in here. I'll be right back. It's hot. For some reason, the AC doesn't work as well in this room. I don't know what to do. I need advice. In the meantime, let's get back to this.
Which I performed on the second day.
Okay, I'm sorry, you go ahead then.
But what's noteworthy is on these measures, he scored all within the normal limits. These are very short in terms of 1 minute, maybe a little more, but he's able to focus his attention for very short periods of time. And he did well on these tests, but on other tests, even given the same day on fluency, he starts out okay, but he rapidly declines.
What do you mean by fluency?
So the fluency test was 3 different measures.
I don't know. I'll go look.
Asked him to do either letter fluency or category fluency or switching.
I think the jury.
In Discord under, oh, I'm sorry. I'm in as the gavel drops. As the gavel drops.
June 18th.
Is trying to get me in. So when I go live, it pops up live over there. And this thing is giving me hell now. And I will drop this one for a while.
I did another malingering measure to start out with. This was called the word choice. The individual is shown 50 words on a card. Each word is repeated. I say it out loud. And
okay, I'm just going to drop him because I don't need to have this problem with the other stream. Okay, I just changed it on my server. Nope, it won't let me. It won't let me change it in Discord. I wanted to edit it. It won't let me. Mm. Why are you doing that? I know, and the mods are trying to do that. I'm trying to just do my normal alternate juror. You know, my one that I created for us. Under my account, go to profiles or go under my account and edit. Edit user profile. No. I want to change the name on the account to your alternate juror for us. But as the gavel drops, we've got Toxic Orchid and other people working on it, and they've been working on it, and it ain't working. But I lose everything. Yeah, but what if all the view times and all the members, all the subscribers? I'm starting from 0. And I've already changed it on YouTube to your alternate juror. I got to change the actual picture with alternate juror, but I've changed everything else. I need to make one of you mods. I need to give y'all permission to get into my YouTube and my StreamYard and all my stuff. Cuz I don't know how to do any of this. I'm they have a group of mods working on this. It's not one person. But I was told that I needed to get at least one mod permission to come into StreamYard. And so if I have to bolt, y'all can close it out. And then YouTube and in Discord. So if any of y'all want to do that, speak up. I need someone who can access. I can teach you StreamYard. It's not hard to use, but I do need somebody. Because I'm not proficient, obviously, with YouTube to figure this out. This is frustrating. Sorry, just cracked my neck. I know that's rude, but it is what it is. Oh, I know. It's okay. Well, right now, let me ask you this. Right now, it says choose a channel name that represents you and your content. Well, my channel name is my name, Ada K. Brown. My handle is your alternate juror. So that's where the problem is. I wonder, yeah, right? Let me go to Discord and do this. So that may be the problem. My name is Ada K. Brown. The channel name is Ada K. Brown. I might be able to do that, but the name of the channel is Ada K. Brown because I have sub channels under that. I don't yeah, your YouTube handle SB, alternate juror, not Ada K. Brown. But they're telling me I need to change the name. Toxic Orchid is okay, they're typing me back. I know, right? Ronnie, would you be willing to be in my StreamYard and YouTube?
Speaking court is in session.
We're back.
Right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, you in conjunction with, I'm sorry, Dr. Wenchler, is that correct?
Dr. Rentschler, yes.
So you in conjunction with Dr.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
Yes. You in conjunction with Dr. Rentschler and Dr. Klein.
This is on their end. That's their channel. I'm going to restart it.
Glass fragments and plastic fragments and things of that nature, correct?
Correct.
You also talk about a black drinking straw that was recovered on scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
However, there's no mention in the report about Mr. O'Keefe's shoe or Mr. O'Keefe's hat. Are you aware of those items as well?
Yes.
And are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe's shoe was actually found dug out from the snow, sort of flush with the curbing in front of the area where his body was found?
Yes.
Now, over the course of your work as a crash reconstructionist, and again, I don't mean this in any way, shape, or form, but I'm just curious. Typically, you're reconstructing or you're looking at someone else's reconstruction in relation to something that occurred in the past, correct?
Not always, no.
Well, my question is, sir, how many times have you actually been on like a live scene where the vehicles are still in place at final rest, whether a body is in place at final rest? Have you ever been to a scene where those?
This is on their end.
Not nearly as often as, like I said earlier, we primarily do litigation work. So again,
Come on, dude.
by the time we're retained, obviously the scene has been
This is definitely their end, not ours.
Are you aware that that was recovered as well? Same day as the drinking straw on February 3rd in the area where the body of Mr. O'Keefe was discovered?
in the area of the front yard, yes.
Now, you have some familiarity through working as a crash reconstructionist with pedestrian collisions, correct?
Correct.
I don't know what's going on. This is all on their end.
Is it common or uncommon for in the course of a pedestrian collision, for a shoe or glasses or a hat or something to fall off of that pedestrian in the collision sequence near where the area of impact occurs?
Well, I think that depends on the interaction between the two. If it's more of a side swipe type interaction, if we're just talking about an arm, for instance, contacting the vehicle, no, I would not expect the shoe to come off. If it's something where the entire body is interacting with the vehicle, then yes, there's a greater likelihood that something like a shoe will come off, yes.
I'm going to try and find another
So that is
feed. Hold on.
consistent in general terms with the pedestrian collision of the shoe coming off, correct?
Again, based on the interaction between the two. I wouldn't say it's a blanket statement that, again, in all pedestrian interactions, you will have a shoe come off.
And that's not the question I was asking. So what I'm asking is it generally consistent with pedestrian collisions that a shoe may come off during the collision sequence near the area of impact?
Shoes can come off in a pedestrian impact, yes.
Now, other than the materials that we just went over, as far as the 10 things that you were provided, you weren't provided anything else, is that correct?
That would be correct.
And so sort of the questions that you endeavored to answer, those were questions that you didn't know from any of the materials that you were provided, is that correct?
If I understand your question correctly, there was nothing in the material that indicated the questions we were to answer, if that's what your question was.
That is my question. So there was nothing in there, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to switch back.
Yes.
I don't like that live. The color's horrible.
Let me ask you, based on any of the materials that you provided, were you aware that Mr. O'Keefe is on video exiting from a bar minutes before crash occurs at approximately 12:11 a.m.
I got that. I think we got it.
In his right hand?
I'm not aware of that video.
I don't know, Ronnie. Okay, we're going to stay here. The video on the other one looks crappy. I think it's settling down.
Now, other than the materials that we just went over, as far as the 10 things that you were provided, you weren't provided anything else, is that correct?
That would be correct.
And so sort of the questions that you endeavored to answer, those were questions that you didn't know from any of the materials that you were provided, is that correct?
If I understand your question correctly, there was nothing in the material that indicated the questions we were to answer, if that's what your question was.
That is my question. So there was nothing in there, is that correct?
Correct.
If I may have a moment, John?
Yes. Ronnie, we'll get together and talk.
You talked a bit about, you have some extensive background in human factors, correct?
Correct.
And as far as visibility, and in particular, have you ever conducted a visibility analysis?
Absolutely, hundreds of times.
And you talked a little bit about conspicuity, is that correct?
Yes.
And part of conspicuity, at least one of the factors, would be a reasonable expectation of, in particular, when you're talking about a pedestrian collision. Part of the conspicuity factors would include sort of a reasonable expectation that a pedestrian would be in the path of the vehicle. Is that fair to say?
I don't understand your question.
Sure. When you're talking about conspicuity or visibility analysis, in particular, you're talking about something called PRT, or perception reaction time, correct?
Well, that occurs after recognition. So first, a driver has to recognize that there's a pedestrian there before they can actually respond to it. So once they've recognized the pedestrian, then you start the perception response time, where again, the driver has identified what the hazard is. They're making a decision about what to do. They might be moving their foot from the accelerator pedal to the brake pedal. So again, kind of that's the action or the time frame in which a driver is undergoing action to potentially mitigate the collision.
And perception reaction time, that's a pretty commonly used industry sort of standard as far as crash reconstruction goes, correct?
Well, I would say that it's used in the field of accident reconstruction, but as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, there isn't a blanket number in terms of perception response time. As I mentioned, it's based upon the hazard that the driver is presented with. Again, if you've got a pedestrian crossing the roadway, that's going to be one particular perception response time based upon studies and naturalistic data, versus a driver suddenly stopping in front of you, right? It's not the same perception response time in every scenario.
No, understood. And there's different variables that may affect that, as far as someone's age, as far as the lighting that's available, other things. Is that correct?
Sure.
And one of those things might be the reasonable expectation of a pedestrian being present in the roadway as you're driving along, correct?
Expectancy can play a role, yes.
In expectancy, what we're talking about is sort of the disparity or the difference between driving along a country road where there's no houses for miles and miles versus an urban area where there's crosswalks every 15 feet, correct?
Sure.
Now, in that expectation of privacy, how high would that be if we're talking about a pedestrian that actually exited from the vehicle that then strikes?
I don't understand your question.
Let me ask you this. If the operator of the vehicle has a passenger who then exits the vehicle and goes towards the back, would there be a high reasonable expectation that the pedestrian would be located in that area?
I don't know if I would classify it as high.
What would you classify it as?
I honestly don't know that I have a classification to it.
Now, you never looked at the defendant's vehicle in this case, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that the defendant's vehicle is still in police custody and available for inspection?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you ever ask to look at the defendant's vehicle?
No.
Now, a typical pedestrian strike, for the most part, involves a pedestrian in front of a vehicle as it's coming down a street. Is that fair to say?
That can be one type of interaction, yes.
Is that more prominently seen as far as your field than a rear collision?
I would say that's fair.
And there are various types of sort of interactions that the pedestrian can have with the vehicle in order to cause and sort of sustain injuries. Is that fair to say?
What I would say is that there's certainly, in terms of how the pedestrian interacts with the vehicle, in terms of whether they're being wrapped onto the vehicle or projected forward, certainly there's different types of interactions, yes.
So there's like a wrap and forward projection type of collision sequence. Is that correct?
Those are two common, yes.
There's also something called a fender vault. Is that correct?
Correct.
And sort of how or where that pedestrian is positioned with relation to the vehicle is somehow or somewhat determinative of the injury sustained. Is that correct?
It can be, yes.
Obviously, you're going to see different injuries if someone fender vaults and goes over the top of the vehicle versus someone who is projected forward from the collision sequence with the front of the vehicle.
Just to clarify, again, in this matter, I was not assessing injuries. That was Dr. Rentschler. I don't have an opinion.
What I'm saying is based on your experience, though, that you understand that there's a difference in the injuries that you might expect based on the type of interaction that a pedestrian has with a vehicle.
Yes.
And then if someone is rapping forward projected and then the vehicle overruns that person, there'd be a whole other host of injuries that you'd expect to see based on being overrun by the vehicle, correct?
There could be, yes.
Now, the testing that you did with respect, these are essentially experiments that you're doing, correct?
That's fair, yes.
And am I correct in saying that in scientific experiments or in the world of scientific experiments, there are certain things called variables that you're trying to account for? Is that correct?
I would say that's fair, yes.
And essentially what you're trying to do is control as many of those variables as you can in order to best replicate whatever the conditions were at the time that, that what you're testing to see actually occurred. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what, if anything, did you do to control variables in relation to temperature?
So one of the things we did with all of the tail lamp assemblies that we tested is that we preconditioned them to approximately 28 degrees, so that they had reached a steady state temperature before we subjected them to the impact testing.
And where in your report does it say that?
I don't believe that's explicitly stated.
Is it implicitly stated anywhere in your report?
Again, I'm telling you, that's part of what we did for the testing.
I understand that's what your testimony is, but you wrote a report, correct?
Right, and I don't know that I detailed every single part of the test. Again, we summarized it.
Understood. So what did you do to control any variable as far as wind?
Well, when you're talking about a projectile such as a glass, again, that's being projected at 37 miles per hour, again, there would be probably minimal effects in terms of the wind.
Even if there was a blizzard going on?
Again, what we're going after here is ultimately conducting a test such that the drinking glass arrived at the location of the taillight. So if you're trying to say that, okay, he threw it this way and the wind blew it towards the taillight, sure, that could be a possibility.
And sir, I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just asking, are you aware that there was a blizzard and that there were wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour during the time that this collision occurred, and that's not accounted for in your test?
Were you aware of that, sir?
I'm aware that there was inclement weather at the time, yes.
Now, with respect to what type of glass did you use?
So we used a rocks drinking glass. So that's a glass that has a thicker base and a shallower side.
Molly, you're grasping
So
it.
what I'm asking, so was it a cocktail glass? Was it pint glass? What kind of drinking glass are we talking?
A rocks drinking glass.
And how tall is that rocks drinking glass that you use?
If I had to estimate, I think it was about 3 or 4 inches tall, probably.
And the thickness, did you measure that as far as the thickness of the bottom of the glass?
No.
Was the thickness of the bottom of the glass thicker or more thick or less thick than the top of the glass?
Are you talking about this in comparison to the sidewall of the glass?
Talking about in comparison to itself. So you have a glass, this rocks glass. Was the bottom thicker or the top thicker?
The sidewall would be taller, if you will, than the base.
And
So
so
it's
when you're
thinner.
projecting this thing out of the device that you created, the whatever it was, are you facing sort of the top of the glass where you would be sipping out of, or the bottom of the glass at the tail light?
Whoa.
So in the testing, the interaction between the taillight and the glasses was primarily between the base and the taillight.
Now,
The
with
heavier
reference
part.
To, I asked you a little bit about the video, and you weren't aware of Mr. O'Keefe exiting from the Waterfall Bar at 12:11 in the morning, about 15, 20 minutes before he struck by a vehicle. You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
And
Now,
you're
With
alleging.
reference to that particular establishment, was there anything stopping you or the other doctors that you were working with from going to that establishment, finding out what kind of glasses they had, getting an actual cocktail glass from that establishment?
I had no idea that video existed.
Did you even know that Mr. O'Keefe was at a bar before he was struck by the vehicle?
I believe that in one of the incident reports we reviewed that there was, I think, a narrative about that they had been at a bar drinking. Yes.
Nolly, you were grasping, baby.
How is it that you determined where on the taillight assembly to aim?
So we looked at the fracture pattern, and what it appeared to be that it was emanating from basically where the clear portion meets the red cover. We kind of saw that the fracture pattern emanated from that. So that's where we targeted it.
Now, when you did this testing as far as the sort of breakage or the pieces that came off the taillight, is it fair to say that they were of sort of different shapes and sizes, the broken pieces?
Sure.
Consistent with the broken pieces that were found on the scene near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I would say that's fair.
Now, I know you may not be the person for this, but just as far as your reviewed some of the autopsy report and medical findings in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were primarily on the right side of his body, correct?
Correct.
So there were injuries to his right arm and forearm, elbow area, correct?
Correct.
There was bruising to his right hand. Do you recall that?
Yes.
There was an abrasion to the outside or the posterior of his right leg near his knee. Do you recall that?
I don't know that I recall that off the top of my head.
And do you recall sort of the skull fracture or the laceration that immediately outside of the skull fracture was on sort of the right back of his head?
Yes.
Now, from the reports that you reviewed, were you aware that when Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered by the defendant and two of Mr. O'Keefe's friends, that the defendant was the only one who could see him in the conditions?
Objection.
Sustained.
As far as the lighting was concerned in that area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, are you aware there was no overhead street ambient lighting or anything like that?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not aware of that.
And you didn't do any visibility analysis or anything in relation to this case, correct?
That wasn't a part of my scope in this case.
Well, as far as part of your scope, did you define that you indicated earlier that there were questions that you didn't find in the materials that you had to conducted experiments to prove or disprove, correct?
Well, again, the entity that retained us in this asked us to evaluate whether or not the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were consistent with the interaction or in interaction between the two.
So you were at least somewhat restricted in the scope of what you could do based on the parameters given to you by the agency that hired you. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Now, as far as any statements by the defendant to investigating troopers either that afternoon or that morning when Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered, were you familiar with any of those?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not familiar with.
Sure.
I need to check on something, y'all. I'm hearing something I don't recognize. I'll be right back. I'm going to go ahead and put some music on. Be a quick second.
You are unmuted.
So, doctor, with regard to the defendant's statements, at any point were you did you review materials, or were you made aware that the defendant said to multiple people on scene, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him"?
I'm not aware of that.
Does that change your outlook? Does that change your opinion? That'd be a really good follow-up right about now.
May I have a moment, Your
Sir,
Honor?
Yes.
does that change your opinion? Come on.
Now, within the report that you and the other doctors submitted, there's an indication that if either Mr. O'Keefe's arm or head had interacted with the taillight, there'd be some expectation that either blood or DNA would be contained on that taillight. Is that correct?
I believe, yes, that was stated in the report.
And at any point were you made aware that Mr. O'Keefe's DNA actually was recovered from that taillight assembly from the defendant's vehicle?
No, I was not.
I got to stop here. I don't know if I said this. It's been alluded to, but I'm going to say it. I bet that you can find John O'Keefe's DNA not only on the taillight, but probably on the bumper, on the inside of the car, the steering wheel, the gear shift, the seat belt, on maybe the hood. You're going to find his DNA everywhere on that vehicle because they were in a relationship long enough for him to be in and out of the vehicle. The other day, it caught my attention, probably, I think it was Saturday. I went to the grocery store and I put my hand on my taillight when I reached up to pull the trunk closed, the hatch closed. Not a big deal. You're grasping, Lolly. I want to sing lollipop, lollipop. It's Lolly.
Well, as far as forensic reports, what, if anything, were you provided in reference to that, other than the initial crime scene report?
Are you talking about specific to the scene or forensic reports to the body?
Forensic reports specific to the evidence that was recovered from the scene and from the defendant's vehicle.
Only what would be listed in the report.
They didn't give him more than he needed so he could make an objective finding. In my humble opinion. Everybody, thank you for watching.
Now,
I appreciate you.
You indicated one of the materials that you were provided and you reviewed was the EDR, event data recorded data.
The crash data retrieval report, yes.
Now, were you shown anything as far as a crash reconstruction report from a trooper from the state police?
No.
And the EDR data that you observed, did that contain any sort of usable data?
There was no events recovered on the black box.
And with respect to there being no events recovered on the EDR or the black box in a pedestrian collision, is that unusual?
It is not.
And why not?
Well, because you're talking about, excuse me, a very large weight difference between the vehicle and the pedestrian. So ultimately, what the vehicle is constantly monitoring is acceleration, which gets back to a term called delta V. So when the vehicle doesn't experience a big delta V, typically the threshold for a non-deployment event where you're not firing airbags or any safety mechanisms, but the vehicle wakes up and says, hey, there was something that I potentially hit, and it's usually at a threshold of about 5 miles per hour. So again, given the weight difference, we usually don't see delta Vs that high with pedestrians.
And is that in some respects because what the EDR and what the safety restraint systems are designed to protect is the occupants of the vehicle, correct?
That's fair, yes.
I mean, there are more innovations as far as vehicles that are more modern or released earlier that have certain pedestrian or protections for other vehicles, but primarily what they're focused on is the occupants of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, at any point in time, were you shown any tech stream data, Toyota tech stream data from the defendant's vehicle?
No.
So you weren't shown any data indicating that the defendant's vehicle was being operated in reverse.
The objection sustained. Next question.
Y'all, if you're hearing a beeping going on or any kind of noise, they are reconstructing the street right outside the office because the last storm destroyed it. So I can't do anything about that. I apologize.
With regard to the defendant's statements, were you also not told that the defendant told several people that she had just gotten into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe right before she dropped him off at 34 Fairview Road?
So that's sustained.
Not important.
Now, with regard to pedestrian collisions, you're familiar with sort of the physics term, I'm presuming, doctor, as far as like center of mass?
Yes.
And what kind of role does a center of mass for a pedestrian play in relation to the center of mass of a vehicle as far as how the two interact?
Well, it depends again on the vehicle structure. And again, when you're talking about where's the hood height, the bumper height, and the CG or the center of gravity of the pedestrian, that again will kind of dictate how they interact with the between the vehicle and the pedestrian.
Now, typically, a typical pedestrian collision, again, that we were speaking about before, is in relation to a pedestrian struck by the front of a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And so in a typical pedestrian collision, that involves more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking vehicle than you would see occur in sort of a side swipe. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In a typical pedestrian collision, that would involve more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking vehicle by the pedestrian than you would see in a typical side swipe collision. Is that correct?
If I understand your question correctly, yes. If the vehicle is striking the center of gravity of a pedestrian as opposed to just, for instance, a limb, yes, the center of gravity or the body will be accelerated up to that speed.
Now, with respect to the defendant's vehicle, again, you never actually looked at the defendant's vehicle. Is that correct?
It wasn't necessary.
And did you look at the actual taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle?
I had sufficient photographs of the taillight.
Did you ever look at the actual physical broken pieces of the taillight from the defendant's vehicle?
Again, I had sufficient photographs that documented the fragments and pieced them together.
And you're aware, at least, that the fragments that were recovered on scene were then sort of put back together and overlaid over the taillight housing that was taken from the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And through any of the pictures of the photos that you observed, did you ever see a piece of metal protruding underneath the broken and shattered plastic pieces from the taillight?
I believe it was a plastic chrome piece.
And when you were doing the testing as far as shooting the glass, the drinking glass at the taillight assembly, that taillight assembly was sort of held there by vice grips or something like that. Is that correct? It wasn't actually physically attached to a vehicle, the one that you were shooting at?
That's correct.
Now, as far as that, you're familiar with, there was a piece of a broken drinking glass that was recovered from the same area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. Is that correct?
Amongst the fragments of the taillight, yes.
And are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA being present on those pieces of the exterior of a broken drinking glass located near his body?
I don't believe so.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, his fingernails, are you aware that there was DNA of Mr. O'Keefe and no one else recovered from both his fingernails and from a variety of areas of his clothing?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, from the crime scene report that you reviewed, are you aware that there was human hair that was located on the right rear quarter panel near the dent that you were talking about?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes.
Are you familiar or are you aware that subsequent mitochondrial DNA testing found that the mitochondrial DNA profile for that hair was consistent to a probability of 99.895% with the mitochondrial DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm not aware of that.
Now, were you also aware that the broken drinking glass with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on it was found to be consistent with the broken drinking glass pieces that were found in the street?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Were you aware that the pieces from the exterior of the broken drinking glass found near Mr. O'Keefe's body with his DNA on it were then found to be consistent with pieces of broken drinking glass that were located in the street of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
Were you also aware that pieces of glass that you were talking about from the defendant's bumper were found to be consistent with pieces of glass recovered from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
Were you aware that there were microscopic pieces of red and clear plastic, about a 1/16 of an inch by a 1/16 of an inch, that were recovered from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that were then found to be consistent with the tail?
No, I don't believe so.
Wait. That's news to me. I don't remember hearing that. Did we hear that before? Is this new? That. But then again, the clothing was exposed to a lot of people handling it. It was not found on crime scene. But that's news.
Now, as far as, again, you weren't provided with any sort of reconstruction report from a Trooper Paul from the state police?
No, I was not.
So you're not aware that he took
You would
measurements
allow.
around to where certain items were on the vehicle?
The objection sustained. He didn't see the report. Sure.
Was there really a piece? I don't recall hearing a piece of the taillight was found on his clothing. But then again, if this is a frame job, it wouldn't be hard for them to put it there either, due to the fact that the way the clothing was handled and everything else. Y'all are awfully quiet today. Tell me what you're thinking. Is this music level better? Do I need to turn?
You are unmuted.
Yes.
No, I hadn't either. That's news to me.
My apologies.
Thank
Lauren.
you.
Just a moment.
Yes.
Once again, I can't hear it. I can feel the beats, but I actually cannot hear the music. So I need you guys to kind of help me monitor some of this until I get everything set.
Now, Doctor, in the course of your analysis or review of materials here, were you ever provided with a video of the defendant backing out of a garage and making contacts with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in his driveway at about 5:07 in the morning on January 29th?
No.
Sometimes they don't provide a ton of evidence because they want a
Now, as far as from your review and your testing and
honest
everything that you did, in this
evaluation.
case, if a collision occurred at a lower speed, say 1, 2, anywhere from 0 to 5 miles an hour, would that create the damage to the tail light that you observed in this particular case?
At that speed, no.
If it hit another car, y'all, whoa. I was backing up. Remember? I was parked this way. The car that was there when I parked was that way. They backed out and left. A pickup truck came and parked this way, and I didn't realize it. And when I backed out, and I was going less than 3 miles an hour, I was creeping. I backed out and busted his taillight, and his fender hit mine. So, bull. I don't think that is an appropriate question. That needs to be dealt with on redirect.
There were about 10 items that you were provided that you reviewed, is that correct?
Correct.
And a number of different items that I just asked you about that you weren't provided with or you weren't aware of, correct?
Correct.
And again, in your report, in the very first paragraph, you indicate, however, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Definitely.
Very briefly, Dr. Wolf, you were asked on cross-examination a couple of questions about a hair, DNA on the outside of the taillight lens, I'm sorry, the taillight housing, and glass material. You recall that?
Yes.
Does any of that change your opinion about your opinions and conclusions in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Absolutely not.
What is your conclusion as to whether or not the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to the human being are consistent or inconsistent with vehicle interaction?
Objection.
Sustained. All right, Dr. Wolf, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. You know, I'll do it back there.
And who gets the honor next? Are we going to take a lunch break? No, not there yet.
Yeah.
Yes.
Your Honor, we would ask Dr. Andrew Renshaw to join us, please.
Okay.
While he's coming in, just very quickly about scheduling.
You are muted.
Oh, I want to hear the scheduling. Don't mute.
You are unmuted.
Can we go a little past one to keep going with this, if that's okay? Everybody's nodding. All right, thank you.
Step right up and step on me.
You may stand and face the clerk.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court during the case and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Doctor, could you please state your first and last name, spelling your last name for the record, please?
Certainly. Andrew Rentschler, Rentschler.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a biomechanical engineer and accident reconstructionist.
And who do you work for?
I work for a company called ARCA LLC.
How long have you been in that position as working for ARCA, first of all?
I've been with ARCA for about 16 and a half years now.
You indicated that you're the director of biomechanics and human factors, is that right?
I am. I'm a vice president and the director of biomechanics for the Midwest Division.
Can you tell us what education, training, and background qualifies you to perform your duties as the director for biomechanics and human factors?
Sure. Well, I've got my BS in mechanical engineering with a minor in biomedical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in 1995. I then went on to get my master's in bioengineering and biomechanical engineering from the University of Pittsburgh in 2002. And then I went to get my doctorate or my PhD in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2004.
Doctor, do you specialize in research and analysis to evaluate specifically the study of the relationships between crash injuries and crash forces?
I do, yes, sir.
And when I say crash injuries, we're talking about to human beings.
That's right. Injuries to human beings, whether it be, in a crash, motor vehicle accident, slip and fall, industrial, any type of setting where there's an injury to the human body. I evaluate basically that event and the mechanisms responsible for producing those types of injuries.
Doctor, does it also include the study of and understanding of human kinematics?
It does, yes.
As well as human tolerances?
Yes, sir.
We all know what tolerances mean. What does kinematics mean?
So kinematics is really just the motion of the human body, and it's the study of the human body, how the body moves under different circumstances, whether you're in a car that's struck from behind, what direction will your body move, slip and fall, how will your body rotate and move. It's really looking at the motion and the response of the body.
Are you certified by any professional associations?
I have again, a PhD. There's no professional licensure for biomechanical engineering. PhD is the highest, basically, certification you can get. And I'm also a member of SAE, Society of Automotive Engineers, as well as the American Society for Mechanical Engineers.
Have you received additional training and education in further beyond your PhD and the associations that we just talked about?
I have, yes, sir.
Can you describe, without going through all the detail, describe the kind of continuing education that you engage in?
Well, I attend seminars and professional classes with respect to biomechanics as well as action reconstruction, but looking at new technology and research with respect to injuries. For instance, motor vehicle accidents, if there's new safety measures such as airbags, seatbelt pretensioners, auto detection devices on vehicles. So really kind of staying up to date with the current research and literature that's out there.
So your specialty, your subfield, if you will, in terms of your engineering degree and education is literally in accident reconstruction and the effect that accidents and incidents can have on the human body. Is that right?
It is, yes. And biomechanics is really, it's looking at injury to the human body. So, we use traditional engineering principles and apply it to the body because an injury is just an engineering problem. Instead of looking at a piece of steel that if you know the dimensions and size and you apply a force, it'll bend and break. We look at the human body. How much force does it take and how does the force have to be applied to get a humerus fracture or an intervertebral disc injury or any type of injury? There's specific forces and mechanisms you need to produce those injuries. And that's what I do as a biomechanical engineer.
Is there a difference between a biomechanical engineer and a doctor?
There is, yes.
In terms of injuries?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So we really approach injuries from two different directions. Someone has an injury, you go to the doctor, you go to the hospital, the medical doctor will diagnose that injury, determine the best way to treat it, and determine what the prognosis is. As a biomechanical engineer, I look at that injury from a different direction. Here's the injury. Well, how did that injury occur? What type of loading did you need to actually produce that injury? How much force was required? What happened to your body to actually cause that injury to occur? So we approach it really kind of from two different areas. And certainly the doctors diagnose the injuries and determine what they are. And then the biomechanical engineer will come in and we'll look at that injury. And not only how's it produced, but ultimately our hope is to mitigate and prevent injuries from occurring, whether in motor vehicle accidents, sports settings, industrial settings, anywhere there's an interaction with the body and the environment, we want to try and make it safer for individuals.
So you're not diagnosing an injury as much as you are trying to figure out the mechanics and the forces behind the injury. Is that right?
That's right. I'm not a medical doctor. I wouldn't diagnose an injury, but given an injury, I understand the mechanics of how that injury is produced and what you need to actually cause that injury to happen.
Are you also published in the field of biomechanics and or engineering?
I am, yes, sir.
Can you describe that?
When I did my graduate work at the University of Pittsburgh, I worked at a place called the Human Engineering Research Lab. And it was associated with the VA in Pittsburgh as well as the University of Pittsburgh. And so we looked at people with disabilities. Well, one of the big things that we did, or one of the major points, was people in wheelchairs. So if you have to propel a manual wheelchair, you put a lot of stress and force on the arm, the shoulder, the elbow, the hands, carpal tunnel. So we look at the injuries that are produced during those types of events. How can we reduce the force acting on the body for someone like that? So it's looking at, again, how the body responds, how we can set up a chair differently to actually reduce the amount of force someone might experience doing that type of an activity.
Have you qualified as an expert in the past in the area of biomechanical engineering and human factors?
I have, yes.
In furtherance of, let me ask it this way. Were you asked to engage in an analysis, ARCA, to be engaged in an analysis of the incident that is currently before the court?
I was, yes, sir.
Did you produce, or did your team produce a report about your opinions and conclusions, including the testing and the methodology that went behind those opinions and conclusions?
We did, yes.
You were not hired by the defense in this case, correct?
No, we were not.
You were not hired by the Commonwealth in this case.
That's correct. We were not.
When you started your analysis, you didn't know who we were. You did not know who the Commonwealth was.
That's correct.
You'd never heard of the Karen Reed case.
I had not, no, sir.
You were contacted by my office after you provided your report, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Were you ever contacted by the Commonwealth?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And you and I have never discussed the substance of your testimony, correct?
That's correct. We have not.
Would you consider that your analyses, your conclusions and opinions in this case are completely independent of any party in this room?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've not been paid by the defense, is that right?
I have not, no, sir.
And you do not answer to us in any way?
I do not. That's correct.
You indicated that you and your team were asked to undertake a review of the circumstances. What exactly did you review in coming to your opinions and conclusions and performing the tests that you performed?
Well, we looked at, there was police reports with respect to the incident, medical records for Mr. O'Keefe, as well as the autopsy report, photographs of the evidence in this case involving the Lexus, the tail light, the incident scene where the evidence was found, as well as some other documentation.
And you also worked with Dr. Wolf, who just left the courtroom, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you two have sort of a distinct role in, although working as a team, a distinct role in making determinations and conclusions about the incident?
That we did. There was a distinction. Certainly some of our work overlap, but there was a distinction with what each of us actually did and performed with respect to this case.
Following your review and your investigation and analysis, did you make any determination as to whether any of the injuries suffered by Mr. O'Keefe in this case were consistent with producing the damage that was seen on the SUV?
I did, yes, sir.
And what did you base your opinion on?
My opinion was based on certainly the medical records, the description of what the injuries were, the damage that we have to the Lexus, primarily the right rear tail light cover, as well as we performed testing to evaluate the strength of that tail light cover and look at the damage associated with different types of impacts. And also to look at the overall evidence of where everything was found, where Mr. O'Keefe was found, what the injuries were, how they may or may not have occurred based on the damage we have to the vehicle.
So did you look specifically to find whether or not you could determine the forces required for Mr. O'Keefe to suffer the injuries that you saw in the records, medical records, et cetera?
I did, yes. I determined in my analysis whether there was sufficient force with that damaged taillight and interaction with that taillight to produce any of the injuries that were listed or diagnosed in the autopsy report and the medical records.
What, generally speaking, what injuries would you expect to see in a vehicle-pedestrian interaction at, say, 24 miles per hour?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Just generally, Doctor, if you would, please.
Yes, Your Honor. So 24 miles an hour, once you get up to that speed, you start to see fractures. You see significant ligament and tendon damage. I mean, usually about 15 mile an hour impact is where you start to see damage to, for instance, the leg and the knee. At that speed, you're going to produce, if you impact the vehicle, you're going to produce upwards of 1,000 pounds of force on the body, depending on what part of your body impacts the vehicle. So certainly at 25 miles an hour, you start to see significant injuries occur.
Is that true for any part of the body that is struck, whether it's center mass or an extremity? 1,000 pounds of force because of the speed of the vehicle?
Well, so force is equal Newton's second law. Force is equal to mass times acceleration. So the acceleration is going to be the same. It depends on the mass of whatever body part's being hit. So from the testing that we did at 15 miles an hour, we used a head form which weighs about 11 pounds. And that produced almost 1,000 pounds of force, a little under that for the head. So anything that weighs 11 pounds is going to produce almost 1,000 pounds of force. The heavier the object, if you get hit center mass, that's going to be even greater force because that's more mass than just 11 pounds. So the acceleration is the same for each body part. It just depends on the weight of the body part and how heavy it is to determine the force that's actually exerted on the body.
Did you review, in furtherance of your conclusions and opinions, did you review records that indicated injuries to both a head as well as an arm, the right extremity, right arm?
I did, yes, sir.
Taking those one at a time, is the injury to the head that you saw consistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
It is not, no, sir.
Can you explain why that is?
There's a couple of reasons. First of all, and the main reason is that to get the injury, it was a fracture at the occipital region of the head, which is basically on the back bottom part of the head. So in order to have that part of the head contacted by the taillight, you would somehow have to have a configuration or be standing in a manner that the rest of your body doesn't get hit because there's no other significant injuries to the body. If there's enough force to cause a skull fracture, then there's going to be certainly enough force to cause injury to the rest of the body. So first of all, you have to determine how could you configure somebody could actually be standing to have only the head impacted, the back of the head. And even if that was the case, if somebody positioned themselves in such a manner to have that occur, you're still going to see other injuries related to that. For instance, with the cervical spine, over 1,000 pounds of force acting on the head, you're going to get significant cervical injuries, fractures, disc injuries, tendon and ligament injuries. So the fact that we only have that head injury and only damage to the occipital portion of the skull is inconsistent in this case with being struck by that tail light. And then there's also the evidence that we saw when we did the testing at 15 miles an hour, where we dropped the head form. So that would be akin or like a vehicle backing up at 15 miles an hour hitting the head. We had more damage to the tail light in that test than what we saw with the subject tail light cover. So if you're going 24 or 25 miles an hour, even faster, you're going to see even greater damage, greater fracturing of that rear tail light. And we just don't have that in this case. So both the physical evidence as well as looking at the biomechanical aspects of it are inconsistent with that head injury occurring due to impact with the rear of the Lexus.
Shifting to the arm, are the same forces at play if instead of the head making contact with the tail light, it's an outstretched arm, for instance, at the elbow area of a human being, the person 73 inches tall, weighing 215 pounds?
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
Sure. Shifting to the arm, are the same forces at play if instead of making contact with a head, you make contact with an arm, an outstretched arm?
They are. I just explained the force is mass times acceleration. So if the arm weighs the same as the head, you're still going to get that same force, almost 1,000 pounds.
Does the arm weigh the same as the head?
It does, actually, almost identical, because your arm, just one of your arms, including the hand, forearm, and upper arm, is about 5% of your total body weight. So for someone who weighs 216 pounds, that comes out to about 10.8 pounds. So your arm, basically your whole arm, is about the same, weighs the same as your head.
So is your analysis the same then if the arm, close to an 11-pound arm, made contact with the taillight traveling at 24 miles an hour, at 15 miles an hour, would you expect even more damage to the taillight at a higher speed?
Objection.
Allow it. Watch the leading though.
Sure.
Yes, you would. If it's higher than 15 miles an hour and you have an arm actually striking that taillight, you're going to get even more significant fracturing, more damage to that taillight at a higher speed than what we saw.
So was the taillight damage consistent
The arm as well.
with striking an arm?
It was, our findings was it's inconsistent for a number of reasons, but it's inconsistent with striking the arm. Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to shift back to the head injury that you saw. Was the head injury that you saw consistent with falling backward from a standing position onto a rigid surface?
That's certainly one of the possible scenarios. That would create the injury mechanism. You fall backwards, strike your head on concrete. That can produce thousands of pounds of force on the head. And so that's certainly a scenario where you could produce that damage. If someone was standing, they fell backwards and struck their head.
Once again, pay attention. The gentleman, the doctor, a retired medical examiner, said when asked, falling on the frozen ground, i.e. grass, dirt, snow, would it cause that injury? And he said no. But he was never asked if you fell on concrete. Here, they're talking about concrete, but John's body was not found anywhere near the concrete.
On the roadway or on the curb or a hard surface.
So I was going to ask, I think you may have just answered my question. Those kinds of force multipliers require a hard and rigid surface or not?
They do, yes, sir.
So grass and dirt would not produce the same sort of force?
Grass and dirt, no, that would certainly not produce the same amount of force as hitting your head on concrete.
And if it was grass and dirt with a little bit of snow on the top of it, what effect is that?
That's going to dampen and lessen the force even more so.
What injuries, I want to shift back to the arm. I know I'm going back and forth.
I just validated.
Talking about the arm, if...
What was his name?
Presuming a strike at, say, 24 miles an hour
Sheridan.
on just the arm, what kind of damage would you expect to see on the arm, irrespective of the vehicle?
You can see significant damage on the arm, especially if it hits at that taillight. Enough force to actually cause fracture of that taillight, that force is going to be concentrated at an initial point. And you're going to see at that point, you're going to see probably the most damage to the arm and to the skin there. So remember, at 15 miles an hour, that's about almost 1,000 pounds. So 24, 25, it's even greater. So that amount of force on the arm, certainly you're going to see extensive subcutaneous lacerations, bruising, contusions. You're going to see most likely fracture of the arm as well. You're going to see significant damage. Just imagine having your arm out and being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. There's going to be significant damage, more so compared to simply the abrasions that were diagnosed and documented on the arm in this case.
You did look at multiple photographs of the arm in this case, of the John O'Keefe's arm in this case, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. Were the injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm consistent with having been struck by a vehicle in the manner that you just described?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson.
You reviewed injuries specific to John O'Keefe, correct?
I did, yes.
Taking that as a hypothetical, would the injuries that you saw, generally speaking, hypothetically be consistent or inconsistent with having been struck by a car at 24 miles an hour?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
Y'all, I'm really liking this guy. He's really tying in a lot of witnesses for me. He's kind of bringing a lot of this together. Won't do it. Ooh, that does get a little... Is that getting a little loud? Or is it just in my ears? I just feel it's stronger. I need you guys to tell me so I can adjust it. Is it getting a little loud? Uh, 3 seconds. Oh, let's start playing that again. I turned it down a little bit. I think I like that better. Thanks. Each one is different.
You are unmuted.
May I inquire on?
Yes.
Thank you. If you were to presume, for purposes of my question, that an arm was struck by a vehicle taillight traveling at 24 miles an hour or thereabouts, would you expect to see patterned abrasions with no bruising?
Objection.
Or just what would he expect to see?
What would you expect to see?
So again, I would expect to see significant trauma to the skin, to the bone, to the tendons. I wouldn't expect to see just abrasions, pattern abrasions. I mean, abrasion by very definition means that it's trauma to the skin, which is created through rubbing or grinding or friction. So it's basically something rubbing against the skin that basically wears away that top layer of skin. It's not blunt force trauma. If you have blunt force trauma, that produces a contusion or a bruising. It's not a laceration type injury where we have a cutting injury that actually produces a cut or a significant laceration. It's really just rubbing along the skin. So that would be inconsistent. If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles an hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, especially if there's a taillight that shatters. So you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm, and it's moving forward into the arm. So if that actually caused fracturing of the taillight, then parts of that taillight are going to be pushed into the arm and likely embedded into the arm as the vehicle continues forward and pushes the arm out of the way. We don't have...
I said that day one. If this was a vehicle, where are the shards in the arm?
Didn't see any of that. Basically just superficial abrasions, which all appear to have a similar amount of force. There's not a difference. That's the other thing. If you had a taillight shatter and explode on an arm, you would have some areas where you would have very deep contusions or lacerations, others lighter areas. But when you look at the abrasions that were noted in this case, they all appear to be of the same force, generally the same direction and the same severity, which would be inconsistent, in my opinion, with being struck at 25 miles an hour.
Generally speaking, do you look for consistency in size of an object striking a body and the injury that the body suffers from being struck by the object?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, size is a big part of it, certainly. Yes.
So did you do any measurements of the size of the taillight, the width of the taillight that was shattered?
Yes.
And what was that width, if you can recall?
I think the width we looked at was maybe 6 inches or so.
In review of your, in coming to your opinions and conclusions, did you look at the arm of John O'Keefe just sort of laid out, straight out?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you see where the injury started and stopped, or began and ended, however you want to put it, in terms of size?
Yes, I mean it started from the upper arm and then extended down into the forearm, which was greater than 12 inches of length, where you see those injuries and those abrasions occur.
Did you come to any conclusions or opinions concerning the size differential between the taillight and the injuries that you see?
Objection.
Sustained.
Generally speaking, would you expect if there was an injuring event that the size of the injury would be consistent with the thing that produced the injury?
Yes, generally speaking, you would certainly expect that. And again, you would normally and usually be able to see an initial point of contact, because that's where the most force is going to occur, where it causes that taillight to break. So you would have an area of severe damage, and then it would extend out likely to the edges of where it would contact the rest of the taillight.
From a biomechanics and or a physics standpoint, engineering standpoint, is it reasonable if someone is standing with their arm extended to be hit by a moving vehicle at, say, 25 miles an hour, and the body, the center mass of the body, to be projected?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Is it consistent in your view with engineering principles and physics principles that you know, if an arm is hit, extended, not the body, just the arm is struck, for the body then to be projected?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It's not, no. So if we have contact, your arm's out, we have contact to the arm. I mean, first of all, it's a ball and socket joint. So the arm can move independently of the rest of the body. So with enough force, even if you're contracting your arm and trying to hold it out as tight as possible, it's going to overcome that muscular contraction and basically just move the arm. But secondly, it all depends on your center of mass. The center of mass is kind of the equilibrium point of your body of where your weight's distributed. And for most normal people, the center of mass occurs at your umbilicus or your belly button. So wherever your belly button goes, that's where your body's going to move. They teach this to football players, right? If you're a defensive back and a running back comes around the corner and it's you against him, they tell them or they teach them to watch the waist and watch the belly button. It doesn't matter what your head or your arms do or what their feet do. Wherever their belly button goes, that's where they're going to go. So that's what you want to tackle. So even if you had your arm straight out, again, we said it would move because of the joint, but let's assume you had a metal pole sticking out of your arm, out of your body instead of your arm, and that metal pole gets hit. What's going to happen to your body? It's just going to spin around, right? Because it's producing a moment arm, which produces a torque on the body. So your body's going to basically spin. In order to get that body, or the complete body, over, for instance, 10, 20, 30 feet into the yard, you need a force acting at the center of mass. You need an external force pushing the body that way. And that's not going to happen if you just hit the arm. It's not enough force. It's not the right mechanism to actually cause the body to somehow move.
And once again, which direction is the belly button facing? He would probably fly back, not side, not like he was laying at, if I'm in the car, he's laying about 4 or 5 o'clock. Doesn't compute. The car itself would have to be in that direction.
That far over.
Assuming that a body was struck with enough force at center mass to project that body 20, 30 feet, what injuries would you expect to be produced on that body?
Objection.
Sustained.
If you did have a body that was projected a distance, what injuries from a car, what injuries would you expect to see on the body?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar. The last
Knew
two
that
letters.
was coming. I knew it was coming. I'm really glad that he's at the tail end because his description is phenomenal. I shall return.
You are unmuted.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, do you have my question in mind? You need me to repeat it?
Maybe repeat it, yeah.
Easy for you to say. Assuming that a body was struck center mass with enough force from a vehicle traveling at whatever speed to project the body off the ground, would you expect to find injuries on that body?
You would, and you would actually see that there's specific injuries because let's say you're standing forward and you get hit on the right side with a vehicle. You're going to get injuries and damage to the right side of the vehicle as that vehicle impacts you. It depends on the profile of the vehicle, how high the hood comes up, whether you're going to wrap up onto the hood, or if it's a van or the back of an SUV, it will project or push your entire body to the left. So you're going to get initial contact and injuries to the right side of your body. And then if it propels you into the air, you're going to get airborne and then you're going to contact the ground, usually with the left side of your body. So then we're going to see a correlation of injuries to the left side of your body as it slams down onto the ground as well. And at those speeds, normally you would also see more abrasions, greater abrasions or road rash along the entire part of the body as your body then would slide until it came to the point of rest.
And you did not see that in this case?
Objection.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further for this
Okay,
witness.
Mr. Lally?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, you, in conjunction with the other doctors on your team that conducted the analysis and testing in this case, you wrote a report, is that right?
We did, yes, sir.
And that report, excuse me, was issued on February 12th, 2024, is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And within the first paragraph of that report, the last two sentences state, this analysis is based on information currently available to ARCA and is only to be only to be issued in its entirety. However, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Now, the information that you received and that you reviewed either individually or as a team, that included some state police reports, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Some Canton Police Department reports, correct?
Yes,
Some scene photos, is that correct?
that's correct, yes.
Medical examiner dispatch removal report, is that right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Some videos from the location of 34 Fairview Road, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Some photographs of the defendant's vehicle, the 2021 Lexus LX 570, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Photographs of evidence that was recovered from the scene, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
CDR report from the defendant's Lexus.
Yes, sir.
And then essentially there were some other materials, whether they be literature or other things that you and your team of other doctors reviewed over the course of formulating your opinions in this case, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, in regard to evidentiary materials that indicates within the report that were reviewed, you talk about the lens cap to the taillight assembly, the taillight assembly photographs of that nature, and then there's mention of a black straw that was found on scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's no mention in the report of either Mr. O'Keefe's shoe or his hat, correct?
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
You are muted.
Wow. See, they keep bringing up a lot of stuff that he didn't even testify to. So why are you bringing it up? That shoe has nothing to do with this testimony. Well, I guess it could. A lot of accidents, one shoe comes off the person. In my humble experience, it's usually the foot that's bearing the weight. You know, you usually put weight on one more of the feet than the other. But in my humble opinion, and for what I've seen as a first responder, okay? But I am in no means an expert, so don't take my word for 100%. It's just my personal observation, nor am I a lawyer yet. But I understand why they're bringing up the shoe, but the straw? Yeah, don't know. Oh, once again, I'm slacking. I wish you could see. I don't know if you guys can see this. Let's see if you can. The kitty and the dog are sleeping together. Kitty. Dog. They're becoming good friends, y'all. So are we for sure this is going to be the last one? Are y'all for sure? Where are you hearing this? Where do you get this information? Y'all need to educate me a little bit here. Sensei, come here. Come here, baby girl. Here, come down here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Over here. You can lay right there. Good girl. Lay down. Oh, that's a good girl. My puppy is getting kicked off of all her beds. This kitten is taking over her beds. So I'm trying to create places for the kitty kitty. Not being very successful yet. Ronnie, have you not seen my setup? I can't hear that, but Rodecaster, iPad, cell phone, Stream Deck, which I just programmed. Of course, the two screens to monitor the camera. I have a fan over here. Sorry about the ruffling of that. Here's the coffee pot. Coffee behind me in these boxes right here. We need to do that, but I don't want to do it in the middle. Well, yeah, we're going to go ahead and do our sponsor. I forgot. I apologize to my sponsor. You were awesome. The coffee that I survive on is amazing. Absolutely love it. It's awesome. Here we go. Hey, y'all.
You are unmuted.
Of course, they came back.
Do you need a couple of minutes, Mr. Lally, or do you need a minute?
No, it's fine, no.
Oh, he lost. Yeah, it is a cool setup. I don't know. I think I lost her. No, I've lost a few people, and it's frustrating. I don't know if I've done something to lose them.
Doctor, are you familiar with a term called
Put 'em up in
compression abrasions?
subscribers. Thank you.
Compression abrasions? Yes.
And am I correct when I say compression abrasions are essentially when direct pressure from a blunt object together with slight rubbing movements produce skin and epidermal crushing? Is that what your understanding of the term is?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with patterned abrasions?
I am, yes.
And pattern abrasions are injuries that show a distinct pattern that may reflect the shape of the impacting blunt objects that you may see with reference to injuries that are left by that blunt object. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Now, as far as in general terms, from what you reviewed, at any point in time, did you look at a state police reconstruction report?
I don't believe that I did, no, sir.
You weren't provided with that, is that correct?
That's correct. I don't believe so.
You weren't provided with any sort of forensic reports, DNA or anything like that, is that correct?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
I think he should read them after this trial. It'll be entertaining for him. I'm sure he would
You never
shred
actually
'em.
looked at the physical car, is that correct?
I did not. That's correct.
And you're aware that the physical car, being the defendant's car, is still in law enforcement custody and available for inspection if you had wanted to? Are you aware of that?
I think I'm aware of that, yes, sir.
But you never made that request, is that correct?
That was not necessary in this case to inspect the vehicle.
Whether it's necessary or not, you didn't make that request, correct?
Yeah, I don't remember if we made that request or not. We obviously didn't look at the vehicle, but it wasn't necessary in this case.
Did you ever look at the actual taillight pieces or the taillight housing? Is that correct?
Not the actual. We looked at photographs of the evidence. Yes.
Now, the injuries that you observed,
Just like your-
viewed in materials in regard
Just like your witnesses looked at photos only.
to Mr. O'Keefe were primarily on the right side of his body. Is that correct?
Well, sir, on the right arm and the posterior aspect of the right arm, yes. And then the skull fracture was a little bit to the right, the occipital fracture. I believe.
Also bruising on his right hand. Is that correct?
There was bruising on the back of his right hand,
On the
yes.
dorsal aspect.
Yes, correct.
And there was also bruising on sort of the posterior of its right knee. Is that correct?
There was a small bruise, I believe, yes, sir.
Now, with respect to within your report, you talk about the numerous linear abrasions on the posterior of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in relation to those injuries, there is a sentence in which you or whoever authored this part of the report, I'm assuming it's you, indicate that furthermore, any such injuries would be highly improbable if Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a jacket, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe was not wearing a jacket other than a long sleeve sort of hooded shirt?
I believe that came to light afterwards. Again, it doesn't affect my actual opinions in this case, but it was a sentence added in there. Yes, sir.
And so also within your report, same paragraph, you indicate blood and DNA transfer would also be highly probable under such circumstances, none of which were reportedly found on the tail lamp assembly or any of the fractured pieces, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that DNA consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe was actually found on the tail light housing from the defendant's vehicle?
I am aware after we wrote or issued the report that it became known to us that I believe DNA was tested and some DNA was found, I believe a small amount. I don't believe any blood evidence was located.
Let's touch on this for a second, y'all. Part of the issue here is his investigation, his part of this defense's trial could have happened before they sent things off for testing. Remember, things weren't sent off right away. And there was no actual blood. DNA can be from the hand touching.
Or found on any pieces.
He could have
but there was indication of DNA on the taillight housing.
On mine.
There was also DNA matching Mr. O'Keefe that was found on the exterior of a piece of drinking glass that was found right near his body.
I believe so, yes, sir.
And
there
that
was
was
also
what?
Pieces approximately 1/16 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch of clear and red plastic that was subsequently found to be consistent with the defendant's taillight that was found embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's shirt.
That is
within the shirt, I believe, yes, sir. Not his actual body.
And so this is all things that you found out after you issued your report in February of 2024, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So I may be off, but what? Chain of evidence
Now,
was
when you were
not good.
talking about the injuries to the back of the head of Mr. O'Keefe, consistent with coming in contact with a hard surface, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would that hard surface include if the ground was frozen?
Nope.
Well, you'd have to perform an analysis actually, because you'd have to determine how hard that ground was. You'd have to look at the freeze and thaw cycle, probably leading up to weeks of that. You can't just look at ground and say, well, it's below freezing, so that ground must be frozen. Is it a possibility? It may be, but you have to go through an actual analysis and procedure to determine how hard that ground is and whether it could have produced those injuries.
So it is something that's capable of being done by you, is that correct?
Performing that type of an analysis?
Yes.
You could go through and do it, sure, yeah.
And you didn't do it, correct?
No, I did not do it, no. Because, yeah, there's no need in this case. We don't know what happened in this case. There's no indication of, certainly, it's not consistent with getting hit by the car and ending up where he did, even if the ground is somehow hard enough to cause that type of an injury. Again, there's no movement and no force to get his body over there, and the damage with the car is inconsistent with him being struck by it. So whether the ground could cause it or not, the roadway could cause it, the curb could cause it, a back could cause it. There's numerous different possibilities, and we don't really have enough evidence in this case to determine what one specific event actually caused that injury.
That didn't go well for you, Lolly.
Based on what you were provided, isn't that fair to say?
I didn't have enough evidence based on what I was provided, and even looking at the additional evidence that I became aware of after the fact, there's still no evidence. I mean, you can't.
Y'all, this judge is spinning her glasses, driving me bat bleep crazy. So distracting.
can't deny the science and the physics as to what would have happened if he was struck by the vehicle. So anything past that, you have to somehow overcome that hurdle, which is very difficult to do.
When was it that you looked at this additional material and who provided it to you?
We were informed after a report was issued that DNA was found. And that was really the primary issue. I believe that some DNA was found on the housing, which, again, there's numerous explanations or ways that DNA can get on a light housing.
Let me ask you this, sir. With regard to the materials that you were provided with, was there anything in there that stated that Mr. O'Keefe's skull fracture on the back of his head was caused by contact with the tail light?
No, I don't believe there was anything in those materials that stated
Is there
that.
anything in those materials that indicated or that anyone stated at any point in time that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was outstretched at the time that he was struck by the vehicle?
No, sir, there wasn't.
Was there anything in there indicating that his arm was tucked in at the time that he was struck by the vehicle?
You know, there's no indication in any of that evidence of what he may or may not have been doing, how he may or may not have been positioned. I mean, that's the whole issue. There's no evidence to indicate what may have allegedly occurred in this case.
Now, a typical pedestrian collision that you see through the course of your work involves a pedestrian being struck by the front of a vehicle. Is that fair to say?
No, I see all types of different people getting run over backwards, cars spinning, hitting sideways, frontal impacts certainly occur, yes, but we see pedestrians getting struck by all parts of the vehicle.
I'm sure you see all kinds. What I'm asking you is predominantly when you see a pedestrian collision, the typical pedestrian collision would be a pedestrian crossing a road in front of a vehicle as it's approaching. Is that correct?
That's certainly not uncommon, yes, sir.
Now, as far as, I believe you described a little bit on your direct testimony as far as there's differences in the type of injuries that you would expect or anticipate depending on how the vehicle interacted with the pedestrian in a pedestrian collision, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as far as, you familiar with what's called a side swipe collision?
Yes, sir, I am.
And am I correct when I say that in a typical pedestrian collision with pedestrian crossing in front of a vehicle, there are a number of different types of interactions as far as a wrap and a forward projection versus a fender vault versus a number of different ways that a pedestrian can interact with the front of a vehicle, correct?
It depends on the position of the pedestrian and certainly the profile of that vehicle and the speed of the vehicle. Yes, sir. There's many different factors involved in it.
And so in a typical pedestrian collision, when a pedestrian is struck by the front of the vehicle, that involves more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking motor vehicle by the pedestrian than you would expect to see in a side swipe collision, correct?
Well, I mean, yes, generally speaking, a side swipe means that the person or the pedestrian in the vehicle don't obtain a similar or common velocity. So if you're standing in front of a car and it hits you, it's going to speed you up to that same speed and then disengage. Side swipe means that there's not this mass-to-mass impact. By its very nature, side swipe has minimal forces. We see it even between vehicles that just rub against each other. So if there's a side swipe impact with a pedestrian in a vehicle, there's going to be very little damage to the pedestrian. And similarly, there's going to be very little movement. There's really no force at all acting. You know, for instance, if a car came and swiped by your arm, but didn't have enough force or enough contact to cause any damage, well, it wouldn't actually cause any movement of the person either. So a side swipe by its very nature involves minimal impact, minimal forces, minimal velocities.
Also contained in the report that you at least co-authored, there's an indication that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, at least to his skull, the fracture to his skull, are consistent with him having been pushed or possibly been impacted by the subject Lexus and fallen backwards, striking his head. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, so that's another possibility.
Sorry, sir, yes or no?
No, let him answer. Let him answer the question.
So if we're saying that there's enough force if you fall backwards to strike your head and cause that skull fracture, well, he could have slipped and struck his head. The car could have backed up and not known that he was there and nudged him and caused him to fall. I mean, any event that would cause him to fall backwards obviously would result in him striking his head. So there's numerous, almost infinite possibility of different scenarios that could result in that type of an event.
Thanks.
That's scrutiny.
Mr. Jackson?
Did not want that for the defense.
Okay, Dr. Rentschler, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, why
Did
jurors
not
honesty counsel for the last time at sidebar right now?
That was not good. What are your thoughts? Oh, man. That was not good. Dag nabbit. I didn't want to hear that. He was great, but leaving them with the thought that he could have been struck and fallen backwards. Y'all. Mm. I am not sponsored by Takakasa yet. No. So we're for sure that's the last witness. They called only 6.
You are unmuted.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, defense rests.
Okay.
Oh.
Jurors, that is the evidence in this case. After all these weeks, that's the evidence that you will hear in this case. The lawyers and I still have work to do for tomorrow. But tomorrow morning, we will have closing arguments of counsel. They'll get an hour apiece to be able to argue this case to you. I'll instruct you in the law, and then 12 of you will begin your deliberations sometime tomorrow. Okay, so with that, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Y'all.
Follow me, please.
Shocker. We're done. She is so excited. We're done. Okay. That deserves an applause. We're done.
Jimmy, I left your note on that one. I left your note on this.
Y'all, I have never done a long trial. This is week 9. Oh my God. We've done it. Ah, we've done it. Now we just got to go through closing arguments and jury deliberation and verdict watch. But mods, you are awesome. Thank you so very much. This is my first big trial. I mean, I've done 2 or 3 day things here, but I lost count on how many weeks I've been doing this. I can find out real quick though. Videos, lives. My first live was okay. Hannah Gutierrez Reed 3 months ago was the first. I did it on her last day, so we did jury watch, and I only had 5 views. I don't think anybody was live with me. I just had 5 views. And then we did the James Crumbly trial. That was the first trial that I actually did. And that was what? 5 days? 6 days? And then my maximum view was 10 people. And then, oh, I need to get rid of some of these. Some of these need to go bye-bye. But they were tests. But This has been my biggest trial, and I can't thank you enough. Oh, yeah. I like this expert. Love this expert. No, congratulations to y'all. You guys have stuck with me. You have held in there with me. You have, I mean, literally just blessed me, taught me, helped me, just kind of walked me through some things. I wish, and this was back April 6th, I was doing the George Kelly trial when I think it was then. I'm looking at some of my old videos, but some of the, I need to delete those too, delete forever. My biggest growth, of course, was when I was on the panel with recovery addict. And I asked him, hey, can we do another panel after this case is over? And he goes, my mods would kill me. He goes, it was horrible. Poor mods were going crazy. And I said, yeah, but I really, really hope he does one, and I want to be on it. I want to be on it. I want to be on it again. It was awesome. So, the court feed is still up. So, we're not going anywhere. 1:30 p.m. Is there a hearing on the Rust? I think that we have a Rust hearing at 1:30 p.m. I think we have a Rust hearing. Let me see if we have a Wade Wilson verdict. Okay. There. Okay, so the judge is still deliberating on that one. So I'm going to bring that down here. So we are kind of. Are we done? Are they done? Dun, 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 dun. No, they're still up and running. Why was what horrible? Children. Anyway, what is your opinion? Right now, we all lost the poll. Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, the jury's gonna receive the case. So, well, not all of it. Yeah. We had 20%. I don't know how many voted. What, 3? How many voted? But everybody thought Thursday, with the exception of maybe one person, maybe 2. 5 votes. And I think they're going to get it Tuesday. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. Yeah. Uh-oh. The kitten's locked in here. I better go get her out real quick. Come on, Sensei. No, ma'am. You're in here. Come on. Why was it horrible? What did I say? What did I say to bring that in? What was horrible was the case with Wilson. You think either not duty? You want to clarify? Who is this person? Chuck Stewart comment, this is a joke of a trial. I didn't see that. Oh, that's day 28. I was going like, that was an old comment. Honestly, in my humble opinion, at this point, now that it's over, I don't think they have proved it. I'm not going to say whether she did it or not. That is between her and her maker. But I came into this trial knowing nothing. Absolutely nothing. I did learn a few things through trial, outside of trial. I did do some research because this case was so intense, had so many aspects. I mean, thank you, Brandy Churchill. You are the queen of charts. I will give you that. And a very kind woman. And I have lived with this until we got through week 4 or 5, because it was so, I can go ahead and retire all this. It was so overwhelming, y'all. Well, I'll keep it up. It looks better than having nothing. It was so overwhelming that you don't need to see my lunch. But it was just overwhelming. Why was the stream with AJ horrible as for his mods? Oh, because there were thousands of people watching, and he said they were having a hard time keeping up with all of the trolls, and the comments were going so fast they couldn't keep up, and it was overwhelming. And he said they were like, we're going to quit. Because, mods usually are not paid unless you're like EBD, and I don't know if she pays her mods. I forgot which mod had a connection to an EBD mod. I've tried emailing her the email that's publicized, and the email keeps coming back as undeliverable. So I don't know how to get a hold of her in any way, shape, or form. I wanted to get a hold of her because she said in one of her videos that reach out to her. So I do want to reach out to her. I have some questions. And she's, said in some of her training videos that she's offered that she'd be willing to talk to mods who are newer in the business. But it was just a nightmare. He said that it was a lot, and it was overwhelming for him. I totally get it. Yeah, that was a lot. I would love to be on a panel with EDB, Law and Lumber, Ian, Recovery Addict, and Brandy Churchwell. There's uncivil law, but I won't go there. But my frustration with this entire trial is, why did it have to take so long for them to present the prosecution. We've had 70, you said 73 witnesses and only 6 of them were of the prosecution. Y'all. I'm going to go ahead and run my commercial. Hey, y'all. I am so excited. We have our very first sponsor, and I'm wearing this hat to honor them. Who is it? Well, it's coffee, my favorite thing. This coffee is from Hitchman Homestead Coffee. This is the Shooter Shack Coffee Pioneer Nicaraguan Roast. This coffee is so delicious, y'all. It is so smooth. It does not leave a chemical taste on the back of the tongue. It's not overly bitter. And I have to tell you, it is my favorite. And I am now getting rid of all my other coffee. I kid you not. They have a monthly subscription available. You get 4 12-ounce bag a month, either whole beaned or ground. And then you can also get a Keurig option as well. The other thing they have is wonderful gift boxes that you can send to your loved ones. So you want to support a fabulous home business and people here in the Hill Country, go to hitchmanhomestead.com and let them know I sent you, and grab yourself some of the best tasting coffee we have here in Texas Hill Country. I'm back. Okay. Had to go love on my daughter and tell her, sorry. Yay, our yard's getting mowed today. We've had so much rain. So much rain that our grass is usually like this because it's nothing but dirt and weed here. And now it's like weeds as tall as I am. It's a pain in the butt. Oh, come on in, Sensei. Okay. So, I don't know. Do we know what's going on? Did they say they had a lunch break? What's the deal? I thought they were going to be right back. I'm going to bring this on for just a split second.
Right. All right. With that, we'll see you back here at 1:45.
Injuries due to a variety of different circumstances, and that is something that one certainly would make a consideration in terms of what their brain functioning may be.
Okay, so you're using the term brain injuries, but the CT scans don't support any brain injuries from what you've seen.
Again, there's no fracture and there's no bleeding, but that doesn't mean there's no brain injury.
Okay, but my question is, again, none of these records actually show a brain injury. There could be, but they don't show it.
Well, the test is as sophisticated as what it can do.
Okay, but according to the test that you are
So, sorry, I found something for my daughter. But do you see that? Do y'all ever watch local court? Mine's hilarious. Our court system does not permit us to video, which sucks because we've got some interesting stuff going on right now. And then the San Antonio was closest to us. Judge Boyd is my favorite in San Antonio. Yes, so we watch her court. I do that. They normally go over their closings, and and tidy up all this stuff. But I guess they're on a lunch break for now. And then the sentencing of the Cape Coral killing spree Wade Wilson is on lunch until 1:45 their time. So I guess that's our time. So why don't I do this? I am going to leave this up and running, and I will be back when one or either of the courts come back. But I'm going to go and take care of some business. I have some things that we need to do here. I need to help my daughter do something. So y'all take a quick break. Everybody just kind of go use the little girl's room, grab your lunch, do whatever it is that you need to do, and we'll be right back. I'm back, y'all. Okay, still nothing on either end. However, I literally have taken almost an inch, at least an inch and a half. Yeah, that much notes for 30 weeks. It's amazing.
On
So
Friday,
I
June
kinda wanted
21st, the
to
Karen Reed trial continued with day 29 of testimony. And on this day, the prosecution finally rested its case in chief.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth arrest.
What? Why am I getting this? Wow, that's weird. I shouldn't be getting any kind of commercials.
Graduate, get to see me get my first real job. During college, I was sent to the ER for the first time. I got into my first car accident, and the only person I wanted to call was my mom, or how she went missing. I trusted my gut so much. Everything told me that she was coming home, and I haven't been able to trust her again. Or how when I was told she was missing when walking home from my bus stop, or how everybody in my town knew that she was dead before me, or how on my 15th birthday I almost killed myself because I couldn't bear the idea without turning 15 without my mom. I lived 5 years without her, and not a single day has gone by where I haven't been able to not think about her. My mother only had love in her heart, only wanted the best for me, and nothing that happened to her was ever deserved, and she just wanted to live a normal life.
Did you know where your mom was walking to that morning?
Yeah, to work.
And where did your mom work?
The Moose Lodge.
Okay. And how long had your mom been working at the Moose Lodge?
Like 3 years.
And did you know what your mom did for the Moose Lodge?
She was a bartender.
Did she also volunteer at the Moose Lodge?
Yeah.
Did you know whether or not they performed any benefits?
Not any.
I'm putting it back up.
That's my mom and my brother while they were at Disney. That
They
is
still
my
have the fan
mom
going.
working at the Moose. That is my mom. I'm gonna assume at a bar. I don't know where. That was a picture I took of my mom working an event with her at the Moose.
Hmm.
So working an event, what do you mean?
It was for something. The camera she got me, she asked me to take pictures, and I just went to go take them. That's my mom and my mom and my brother. I took that picture of my mom and her boyfriend on this trail we went on. And that's my mom at the Moose.
Okay, so that ended 7 seconds ago. Okay. So We'll switch. I know that they are, wait, Wilson, let me get them back up. They're still at lunch, although they shall return any second now. So we'll see when they come back. Wait, Wilson. Looks like.
Testify. Okay, you're making that decision of your own free will? Okay, very well.
The only other thing I'd want to mention to the court is we had some photographs that we had intended.
I have this gamed all the way up.
Kind enough to stipulate those into evidence. However, in discussing that with Mr. Wilson, because
I can't hear him at all. Can y'all? Wow.
I have left them with the clerk as our exhibit B, and we're not going to be seeking introduction.
Okay.
I want the clerk to go ahead and maintain those anyways. I don't want them back.
Why is it so low? Let me find another channel.
Okay.
Let me find another stream.
So it's defense exhibit B. Okay. They'll be marked as such and submitted to the clerk for as marked exhibits, but not admitted at this point. And that's of your own decision because Mr. Wilson doesn't want them admitted with the other family members depicted in them. Their family members depicted in them.
Yes.
Okay. Very well.
That's still
So,
low.
Mr. Wilson, you're in agreement with that? Okay. Very well.
The one other thing, I don't think we actually addressed is addressing concussions and various things throughout the course of this trial. During the defense's opening, they did concede to two of the state's aggravators. I just want to make sure that Mr. Wilson was in agreement with that.
That's fine. That's fine. Mr. Wilson, you heard the opening statement by defense counsel. You were in agreement with that, sir? Okay.
Well, just so we get be specific, interstate and the aggravators are talking about your own probation is it's not the event occurred. Yes. And the fact that there were two simultaneous deaths. Yes. Contemporaneous.
Okay.
That's fine.
Very well. Anything else?
No.
All right. And I saw you did get a revised version of the final instructions emailed out. Have you had a chance to look at those yet?
I did.
Okay. Any objection to those at this point? Okay, we'll go through a formal charge conference after we're done, but then, all right. Let's bring in the jury then.
Just out of curiosity.
Yes, sir.
Is it the court's intention to try and
Bring in the jury. I didn't think they had anything to do with this.
I'm going by what you all have left to present, and so.
Okay, this is not.
It kind of
Nope.
depends on where we are. I don't know how much longer you all have in terms of your presentations or closing arguments.
Nope. We're removing all that. Where's that coming from?
my only concern is that
Okay. I don't know where all that is. Da. When I crank the volume on my hearing aids, it's so loud I'm stuttering. I apologize. Okay, so I'm trying to find the live on Wade Wilson. So this jury gets to make the decision? I thought the judge was. Now I'm utterly confused. I thought the judge was. I'm utterly confused. Let's see if they're any louder. The problem we're having, it's very soft. That looks better. That doesn't. Okay, we're going to stick with this. Weird. Very weird. Okay. We're going to share this. I think I got it, but the volume is too low. You're going to have to crank it on your end. I have it gained up. This is the Wade Wilson sentencing hearing. We've watched his trial. Now we're going to see what's going on with the sentencing. We are also waiting for them to come back on the Karen Reed. They guess took a lunch. I don't know. They just disappeared. Judge didn't say anything, but the feed is still live. But I have got this gained up literally as high as I can. And it's hard for me to hear. So maybe it's better for you.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I hope you all were able to get some lunch. By a show of hands, was there anyone on the jury who was not able to follow the court's previous instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discussing anything about your service as a juror on this case? Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed.
We call on Dr. Mark Mills.
Okay.
Yeah, they've done some, yes.
Dr. Mills, if you'll
I
face
think
the
they're
clerk,
still
raise your
doing them.
hand.
Didn't we see him already?
You may take the stand.
What? I thought we heard him already. Uh-oh, Karen Reed's back. We're switching. I'd rather hear them anyway. Honestly, I just want to know the verdict. Volume.
Everyone said no, we should pay. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Jackson?
Good morning, Your Honor. Defense calls Dr. Frank Sheridan.
What? Oh, that's the beginning. Sorry, guys. Startled. Why did it do that? What? There we go. Lord have mercy. Okay, back to him.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shirley.
Would you please tell the jury your name?
Yes, it's Mark Mills, M-I-L-L-S.
And what is your profession, sir?
I'm a psychiatrist and forensic psychiatrist.
Okay. What is a psychiatrist?
It's the kind of physician that studies disorders of the mind, disorders of behavior, disorders of affect or emotional state, and disorders of thinking.
What's a forensic psychiatrist?
The person who uses that knowledge in courtroom proceedings such as this, criminal trials where issues of intent or illness may be relevant, and in civil trials where issues of injury or mental state may be relevant.
Do you have a doctorate?
I have a MD, yes, sir.
Okay. And so obviously you have schooling. Would you give us a brief synopsis of your schooling?
Sure, briefly. I attended and graduated University of California, Berkeley, 1967. Then attended and graduated Harvard Law School, 1970. Returned to Berkeley for pre-medical education and attended Stanford University School of Medicine, 1971 to 1975.
And what year did you receive your MD?
1975.
And was that in California?
Yes.
And is that degree good here in the state of Florida?
With a medical degree, I mean, my graduate degree is good. You have to get licensed someplace. I've been licensed in California, Massachusetts, Washington, D.C., Maryland, and in Nevada. And I maintain my Nevada license.
Florida also?
No, not in Florida.
Okay. What do you have to do to practice here in Florida?
Well, I mean, pretty much you have to do the same thing you practice anywhere in psychiatry. You have to have a medical degree, have to have completed an accredited residency, have to take in the relevant examinations. And in my case, I'm board certified both in psychiatry and in forensic psychiatry. So I took those examinations as well.
Okay. Have you been tendered as an expert in the court of law anywhere in the United States?
Literally hundreds of times in many states and in many federal jurisdictions.
Does that include Florida?
It does.
And what kind of matters do you testify to?
Well, issues of competence to stand trial, criminal responsibility, sanity or insanity, fitness to be executed, a variety of issues like that, generally, of course, involving serious mental states.
In this particular case, you were appointed by the court in order to assist Mr. Wilson's defense team, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you assigned the task of determining whether or not Mr. Wilson had any mental health disorders?
That's correct. That was the task that you and your colleague, Mr. Hollander, asked me to consider.
Okay. What did you do in order to be able to render an opinion if you have one?
I have one, and the answer is I attempted to interview him on 3 occasions. One of those was moderately successful, and 2 of those were largely unsuccessful. I reviewed the records. You heard Dr. Eisenstein describe the records that he reviewed, and I reviewed essentially the same group of records. I also interviewed perhaps a few more witness statements. I interviewed the jail medical records, which are 500-600 pages at least, although in general they're not particularly productive. I spoke to the adoptive parents, mother and father, and to the elder adopted sister, the radiologist of whom we've heard some testimony.
Okay. In addition to speaking with the radiologist, did she provide, or did we provide you with a letter that was authored by her?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And did you take that into consideration in determining your diagnosis?
I did, because it was both, I thought, perceptive and useful in describing her adopted brother's background.
May I approach the witness, please?
You may.
Dr. Mills, let me show you what's been marked. Mr. Wilson's Exhibit A.
Yes, sir.
I think it's already been identified by your predecessor on the bench or on the stand, but can you tell me, is that the letter that I've referenced?
It is.
Okay. And you read that in its entirety?
I did. Although it's not trivial, it's not particularly long.
All right. And that was a significant part of your consideration for his diagnosis?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
You may.
We'd like this admitted as our Exhibit A, Judge.
Any objections?
Yeah, no objection.
Admitted.
Judge, I wanted to publish that for the jury, but it's not going to work on that device. I have 14 copies that I can let them all read at the same time, so we don't waste any time, and then we'll just gather the copies back.
Okay. Any objection? Okay.
And I'll apologize to the jury and audience for the small font.
14 copies? Holy crap. That's a lot. Had to shut the door. We've got construction on one side of me, which is directly that way, and my son's office that way. So, what are you doing? That was loud. Was that loud? I'm sorry. I knocked it down a bunch. What are you looking through, dude? What's going on? Oh boy. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, vey. So tomorrow we'll be closing arguments for Karen Reed trial. And I bet you she's getting pretty darn nervous. I mean, you can be confident, but you're still going to get nervous. Okay, I shall return.
Okay.
It appears they're all done, Judge.
All right. Have all the jurors had an opportunity to view the exhibit? All right, you can hand it back to the bailiff. And for the record, all the jurors nodded in assent that they had been able to look at the exhibit.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, Dr. Mills. One thing you just said, you said you looked at hundreds of pages of medical records, jail records, but they weren't particularly useful. What do you mean by that?
Well, as you know, all kinds of individuals write in jail records reflecting all kinds of level of training and sophistication and skill. Additionally, jails are primarily designed to contain and control. So it isn't that they are oblivious or uncaring about mental issues, but they as a group, those who write in jail records are not particularly skilled or interested in those issues unless they're causing significant behavioral disruption. So very often one can wade through hundreds of pages of jail records and not learn very much.
Were there things in the notations in the jail record that you found were of value to you?
Sure. I mean, first of all, as Dr. Eisenstein indicated, there are a number of diagnoses that are in the jail records, and that reflects at least the suggestion, if not more, of some kind of significant psychiatric or mental health or mental illness situation. Secondly, again, as he indicated in his testimony,
Another
there are
one?
ongoing indications
Gotta
of
look
a
again.
variety of pharmacologic treatments. There's indication of antidepressant medication, of lithium carbonate currently. Previously, there has been treatment with antipsychotic medication. There have been a number of antidepressant medications. And again, as we've heard testimony, there's no doubt that such medications suggest that a number of people on the jail treatment team have believed that Mr. Wilson was psychiatrically impaired or psychiatrically ill, and that his condition warranted ongoing medications. Jails as a group, and I visited scores literally of jails, tend not to treat with medication unless they need to, because one, medications are expensive, two, medications require monitoring, and three, medications have potentially significant side effects. So good clinicians avoid medications unless there's a fairly clear-cut indication for the need for treatment.
Were you aware of whether or not Mr. Wilson is or at the time, at least that you interviewed Mr. Wilson, he was on medication.
Yes, he was on medication at the time that I saw him.
What medicines?
As I recall, I know he was on the lithium, which he had just recently started, and I believe he was on one of the antidepressants, Paxil, 40 milligrams per day at bedtime.
But what's the lithium for?
Lithium is a so-called mood stabilizer. It's been around since the late 40s, early 50s, found out by a psychiatrist named Jonathan Cade in Australia, and has been used to dampen down the mood swings that often accompany bipolar disorder.
Now, the time you did get to talk to Mr. Wilson, how long were you with him?
On the first occasion, I was with him a little more than 2 hours. Then I returned, and Ms. Perez was with me on that occasion. Then I returned with her that afternoon to continue my evaluation, and he basically said he actually didn't come forward. He told the jail staff that he was not going to continue his evaluation. I remonstrated gently and said, is there a way that perhaps I could go back and perhaps you could ask him again to come out? They kindly did that. He again refused, so he didn't come out. And that was, let me check my notes here, but that was in the end of last month, the end of May. Then I came back, that was May 29th. I returned a week or so later in order to evaluate him, and that was on June 14th, and thought that he might be more forthcoming. And in fact, I spoke to you and suggested that perhaps you might encourage him to be more forthcoming.
Oh,
and
no.
I know you talked to him, your client. And indeed, I was hoping that he would come out and we could start talking. He did come out. He made primarily eye contact with Ms. Perez, although he looked over at me occasionally and spoke with me occasionally, but indicated he did not want to go forward. We had additional colloquy. I then left because he seemed more comfortable speaking with Ms. Perez. She then asked me to come back. We all agreed we would go forward, but he was very concerned that there were jail staff outside. We were in the lawyer room you previously heard described, with a glass partition between him and Ms. Perez and myself, in a slot where you could pass documents. And he indicated that he was very concerned that jail staff was outside his portion of the room and they were overhearing his comments. So he asked me if I would go talk to them. I did. I explained that he was very concerned. In fact, I perceived him as frightened. And could they back away, please? They agreed to do that. He said then finally he was still too uncomfortable to proceed, and so we did not.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to have him perform any testing like Dr. Eisenstein had described?
Yeah, I mean, as a psychiatrist, I don't do a lot of testing, but I was tutored in the administration of various so-called personality tests. I say so-called because although they're called personality tests, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory and the Personality Assessment Inventory, they're really tests of major mental illness, tests of psychopathology. And I asked Ms. Perez to administer one, to watch him, basically just giving him the piece of paper, say, read the instructions and answer the questions. And she had done that, and I got that test back and scored it. And then I asked him, which he did, to do the personality assessment inventory. So we had two psychological tests which were administered in the presence of either Ms. Perez or myself, and which were subsequently scored.
And what did his scores indicate to you?
His scores indicated that he was non-compliant, that he answered the questions, that's kind of partial compliance, but that he invalidated each test by exaggerating symptoms that most people do not have, or most people do not have to that same degree. So in effect, he said, wow, I've got every symptom in the book. And of course, every symptom in the book is many too many symptoms. Even people who were seriously ill only have some symptoms.
Okay. Well, it doesn't sound like you gleaned a lot of information from him, but you did talk to his parents, did you not?
No, I did, but let's go back. I mean, I certainly gleaned information that he could, when he chose to, listen to a question and pay attention. That when he chose to, he could make eye contact and articulate a reason for responding or not. 3, that throughout his time with me, he appeared very wary, very watchful, concerned about who was listening or might not be listening. So I had a sense of excessive vigilance or hypervigilance, maybe even of paranoia. And so I gleaned those psychiatric impressions pretty solidly, even after the first couple hours of the first session. And those impressions were bolstered or added onto even by his non-compliance in the second and third session.
Did he ever express any delusional aspects?
Not with me. I mean, he indicated that the guards were listening. You know, the guards might have been listening. I couldn't rule that out. I mean, he didn't tell me that little green men were listening. So they weren't obviously delusional. On the other hand, when I went out to speak with the guards on the third session, they were well away from the door. They were talking to one another, and they didn't appear particularly interested in what Mr. Wilson was saying to me. So could it have been delusional? Possibly. Was it clear-cut delusion? No.
You mentioned little green men. Were you aware that Mr. Wilson at points in time in his history had experienced hallucinations?
Well, I know that's been reported. He has never told me that. So he did tell Dr. Eisenstein that. And so I'm inclined to believe that he has experienced hallucination. It's complicated in his case because obviously hallucinations, particularly auditory sound hallucinations, voices, are a common concomitant of psychotic illness, of major mental illness. On the other hand, visual hallucinations are a frequent concomitant of many street drugs, particularly the hallucinogens like LSD, sometimes amphetamines, and sometimes drugs like MDMA. So all of these drugs can cause hallucinations, and occasionally recreational drugs cause auditory hallucinations. So the presence or absence of a hallucination per se doesn't tell us very much. What matters is there a recurrent pattern? What do the voices indicate? I mean, are they persecutory? You're a bad person? Are they critical? Are they self-injurious? Hurt yourself, kill yourself? One has to make further inquiry. Sadly, at least insofar as my interactions with Mr. Wilson were concerned, he never did that with me.
Okay. You heard Dr. Eisenstein's testimony about numerous head injuries over his youth and into his adulthood. Were you able to glean the same information from your interviews?
No, I mean, I was able, yes, if you mean the interview with his parents or adoptive parents, no, I was not able to glean it from him.
Okay, so you got that same information from his parents?
Yes.
All right. And did you make note when you were going through the medical records that there were CT scans that were performed?
I did. In fact, we heard both on direct and cross-examination of Dr. Eisenberg some colloquy about that.
Now, are you familiar with CT scans?
Sure.
Have you seen CT scans before in your practice?
I've seen them. I've reviewed them. I've reviewed the report for them. CT is computerized tomography. It's a series of X-rays taken from multiple perspectives. It's combined into an overall scan, and then those scans are read by a radiologist, a neuroradiologist, or a neurologist typically.
Now, are they valuable in determining whether or not there's brain trauma?
Well, they're valuable in determining whether there's acute and substantial brain trauma. So if Mr. Wilson had a fractured skull, if he had acute bleeding, the CT is the best way to detect those kinds of gross injuries very rapidly. On the other hand, for more subtle injuries that don't involve significant bleeding and may involve issues to the brain parenchyma, to the brain tissue, they are relatively insensitive methods of learning about that kind of injury.
What type of testing would you expect if somebody was going to conduct those examinations?
Well, the best high resolution scan for anatomical lesions these days is the MRI. And so for significant but minor cumulative injuries, the high Tesla MRI is by far the best method for learning about the nature of those injuries. High Tesla, high resolution scans can reveal so-called axonal, I should say, shearing, breaking of the long part of the brain cell, and can also reflect any other kinds of minor issues of blood flow or even brain parenchymal death. So MRI is clearly the best scan for that. For issues of brain function, brains obviously, like the rest of the body, metabolize. They take in sugar and oxygen and convert that to energy and obviously carbon dioxide. And so there are scans that look at metabolic activity in the brain. Those scans are particularly called PET. Those aren't very high resolution scans, but they're very good at looking at what part of the brain is active and what part of the brain is not so active.
Did you have an opportunity to determine whether or not there had been any PET scans or MRIs done of Mr. Wilson?
Well, I asked that question of his parents, and of course, most of the time when I spoke to his parents, the elder sister, the radiologist, Wendy, was also there, and they all indicated that they were unaware of any of those scans ever having been used for Mr. Wilson. So I don't know for sure they're correct, but assuming that they are, no such scans have been given to him.
Okay. Well, why don't you tell us what information you were able to obtain by your interviews, by your interview of Mr. Wilson, his parents, his sister, the information you gleaned from the records, and your discussions with Dr. Eisenstein.
Sure. Well, in overall, I mean, I think the evidence is that Mr. Wilson was adopted at a very early age and appeared to function as a normal member of the family from the age of his adoption at an age of a few months until sometime in around, it's from my notes here, in around 2007. His mother and his father both report that he became, over that summer between school terms, he became increasingly isolated, reclusive, hostile, paranoid, different, significantly different. On her own, Mrs. Wilson said, look, I've had two other kids, two daughters. I understand boys and girls are different, but I've had two other kids, and sure, they change around adolescence.
Yes, they did,
But they
CDN.
didn't go, if you will, from Dr. Jekyll to Mr. Hyde. They didn't go from day to night. They didn't go from an active member of the family to a reluctant, scared, hostile participant, occasionally only in the family. So she describes a very significant change.
Were you aware that his biological mother may have had mental health issues?
I learned that. I hadn't known that. I learned that from, I guess her name is Candy, from Mrs. Wilson, the mom.
Okay. And is that something that can be passed on to a child?
Well, it's significant information. The most serious psychiatric illnesses, of course, are the psychoses, are schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, paranoid disorder, schizoaffective disorder, that group. And for the psychotic illnesses, the heritability is very high. So that, I mean, if a mom or a dad has it, the likelihood of a child having a psychotic illness goes from about 1%, which is the general rate in the population, potentially as high as up to 50%. Depends on the nature of the illness and the study, but there's a huge increase in the likelihood of manifesting such illnesses if one, let alone two parents, has significant psychiatric disorders.
There's no way for you to be able to tell or test whether or not Mr. Wilson actually obtained
That's the same
illness
tattoos.
from his mother, though, is there?
No.
Okay. So did you make any diagnosis or determinations based upon the information that you had?
Yeah, my diagnosis and belief is that Mr. Wilson has some kind of psychotic disorder. Sadly, because he was not particularly forthcoming with me, I can't characterize it very well. Generally, when I testify, I have more information both from the evaluee, both from the defendant in a case like this, and I have more information from prior hospital records, from Baker Act hospitalizations, from other psychiatric hospitalizations, and I can characterize that disorder pretty well. Here we've heard about mood swings that could suggest bipolar disorder. We heard about a diagnosis of schizoaffective disorder in the JO records. There's a good study going back to really my time in medical school called The Stages of Mania, which says 1972 is the date of the study. You can't distinguish acutely between schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and schizoaffective disorder. So I don't know exactly what Mr. Wilson has, but I think it is very significant. And I think it is a psychotic level illness. And his degree of paranoia is, we haven't come to all the examples yet, but some of the examples the parents told me about are quite striking. I'll give you one, that at some point, Mr. Wilson's mother, Candy's father, perished, and that the family moved into his home. And in the morning, everybody would get up, and I guess people would go to school. And she would, of course, Mrs. Wilson would go up, would make breakfast for the family, and would open the curtains, and the house would sort of be functioning. Well, Mr. Wilson, as a kid, and he was 15 or 16.
That's Wade Wilson.
That's Wade Wilson, yeah. As a kid, age 15 or 16, would go around and systematically close the curtains. And at some point, probably the first or second time, Mrs. Wilson recalled saying, "Well, why are you doing this? What's wrong? What's going on?" And he said, "There are people out there." And she said, "Okay." And he said, they're going to harm me. And she said, are you sure? And he said, "They're going to harm you too, Mom. They're going to harm the family." And he was very upset. And this happened more than once. That is, he had an apparent belief that others were intending to harm him and the family for reasons that were never specified. Now that sounds, frankly, not only paranoid, but delusional. It isn't just that he was frightened or scared, but he had turned that fear into an entity or a group of entities who are planning to harm him and the family.
Okay. How would that psychotic behavior manifest itself into a 25-year-old Wade Wilson?
Well, I mean, in psychotic disorders, generally, you have disruptions in thinking, you have disruptions in affect or in emotion, you have disruptions in functioning. So as a younger person, you function primarily in school. As an older person, we function in work. So Mr. Wilson has never had enduring, productive, successful jobs. He hasn't had long-term significant emotions. His social functioning beyond work has been, frankly, crimes and jail time. He is not functioning well. Although we heard that his high school transcript and his grades were pretty good, and he was roughly in the middle of a class. We also heard from Dr. Eisenstein that he has significant neurocognitive disorders, some of which are quite focal, although quite specific. So that's a problem. His emotions, we heard from the family, and we heard again in the brief letter from the sister that his emotions were up and down, that he was often very depressed. The jail records are unambiguous that he says he's depressed, that he's seeking medication, that he wants treatment. I think his emotional states are dysregulated. They don't follow the way emotional states ordinarily should.
But does it appear from the record and your conversations with the family that Mr. Wilson was able to obtain the treatment that he desired?
Well, I mean, he got some treatment in jail and witnessed his present level of medication, but he never got adequate assessment anytime, near as I can tell. That's one of the problems with his situation and with this sad case, that no psychiatrist or psychologist as a team has ever systematically diagnosed him, begun him on a course of medication which he stayed with and which he tried, and no one has ever been able to determine if he really would respond to medication over a long period of time or not. the Paxil he's on is moderately effective for people with classic depression. He clearly has something beyond classic depression, whether it's a major depressive disorder or dysthymic disorder. His depression or his emotional state is more badly affected than those with typical depressions, and his thinking is very clearly disrupted. We heard Dr. Eisenstein describe the kind of specific thinking disruption that he suffers from, but his thinking is, if you will, messed up beyond ordinary thinking. This is not somebody who's just burnt out because he did some bad drugs when he was in high school. This is somebody who's had significant thought disruption going back even before, even just contemporaneous with high school, before he was abusing drugs.
And with this psychotic behavior that he exhibits, how would ingestion of controlled substances affect that?
Well, and you can't really answer that question. The broad answer is it affects people individually. And just like psychotic symptoms vary person to person, and in fact, even with one person over time, the ingestion of drugs affects people variously. We know certain drugs, cocaine, amphetamine, are activating, tend to make person more volatile, more short-tempered, angrier. So that would be true with those drugs. The opioids as a group tend to make people more relaxed, more passive. We know that cannabis or marijuana tends to make people more passive in general. And we know that for people who use a lot of cannabis early on, there are major neurocognitive consequences. A New Zealand study about 5 years ago demonstrated that the person who uses marijuana heavily at ages 13, 14, and 15 loses between 10 and 15 IQ points by the time they're 18 or 20. That's a major reduction in cognitive skills. So each of these drugs affects people differently, and each of these drugs affects individuals differently.
Now, you heard Dr. Eisenstein's testimony about the chronology of trauma to the head. We'll call it trauma to the head.
Fair enough.
We don't have enough testing or anything else to determine how substantial any trauma to the brain was. But did you take into consideration the head trauma?
Yeah, I mean, look, he may or may not have had significant head trauma. We don't have clear evidence about that. But we do know, and we didn't get there in Dr. Eisenstein's testimony, that there are neurocognitive disorders associated with the psychotic disorders. So people with schizophrenia in particular often exhibit changes, particularly changes in frontal lobe functioning as part of their illness. And that's been around, that knowledge has been around 35 years, that people with schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder or psychotic disorders have significant neurocognitive problems, particularly frontal and prefrontal lobe problems. And those problems are things like perseveration. So that the finding, the significant finding, what was it, 7 standards of deviation below the mean, that kind of finding could be accounted for just by his psychotic disorder, with or without any kind of brain trauma.
May I have a moment?
You may.
You mentioned a term, perseveration.
Perseveration?
I've mispronounced it twice today. Perseveration. What exactly is that?
That means you keep doing the same thing repetitively and ineffectively. So that, I mean, I think as Dr. Eisenstein was explaining, if you have a card sort and you initially get the program right, you figure out it's a number or it's a design, or I've forgotten what the other one was, and then you assign new cards to that correctly, and then all of a sudden you lose that and you don't figure out what's going on. And as you persevere, you go forward with the old unsuccessful pattern, and that's perseveration.
Based on the information that you have, I think you told us before that he hasn't had a, he hasn't had a team work on him, a psychologist and psychiatrist working together, maybe with a neurologist. Is it possible to fix Mr. Wilson?
I doubt that. I think it's possible to diagnose him better. I think it's possible to give him medications which would help him function significantly better. I mean, first of all, it's impossible to address the tragedy that brings us all here. That's happened. But beyond that, we can't fix him. We can't give him an IQ of 140. We can't make him a modern day Einstein. We can't fully address these problems, but we can address some of them probably.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you. Oh, may I?
Yes.
You're appointed by the court to assist us in our defense. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you get paid?
I hope so. I haven't billed yet, but it's my intention that JAC will pay me.
Okay. That's a state agency?
Dang
Yes,
straight they
Florida.
will.
The same one that pays Dr. Eisenstein?
Yes, and hopefully you too.
Okay. And what is your
like it.
hourly rate?
$400 an hour.
Do you know if you have exhausted your initial time?
I don't believe I have, but I haven't even calculated it yet. I mean, the initial, I thought we would be done with trial last Friday, and one of the things I needed to do this week was to calculate my time, but I still haven't done that.
Do you have any idea? Can you at least estimate how many hours you have in on this?
I think I estimated in my deposition something like 20 plus some travel time.
$400 an hour?
I don't have further questions. Thank you.
The state is paying him $400 an hour.
Good afternoon, Dr. Mills.
Oh, good afternoon, Ms. Miller.
I
That's
just want to clarify something the
$8,000
defense just
at
asked,
least,
asked if you were appointed
minimum
by the
without
court.
travel.
The defense actually sought you out and chose you to be their expert. Is that correct?
I don't actually know the precise order, but I think Ms. Perez called me and said, would I be willing to take an appointment? And I said yes. And
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
thank you. And how the system works beyond that, I do know that ultimately JAC signed off on it, but exactly who said what to whom when, I don't know.
So defense has their own mitigation expert, Wendy Perez, who's sitting here in court. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she helps to get doctors for this case, and then the court orders payment of those doctors that are chosen.
Yeah, I think you're missing the JAC step in there, but fundamentally what you're describing is correct
They have
as
to
far as I know.
Okay. Now, you've worked exclusively as a forensic psychiatrist for the past 37 years.
Yes,
And you've testified
No
on approximately 15 to 20 capital cases.
yes,
And you're currently working on 5 or 6 capital cases,
yes,
all for the defense.
yes.
And you haven't had a regular practice seeing your own patients since about 2007?
Oh, I don't mean to be quarrelsome, but my forensic practice is my regular practice.
Sure. A private. You don't have a private practice where patients come for therapy or for you to prescribe drugs.
Yes, although many of my engagements are private in the sense that it's not through a state agency or the DOJ or any other kind of agency. It's a private attorney or a private party retains me.
Okay. Now, in defense for capital.
Pardon me?
Defense for capital. Only defense attorneys.
No. I've done plenty of prosecutorial cases.
I'm talking about for capital cases, sir.
For capital cases, no, they've been all defense cases.
All defense. All right. Now, you mentioned you're not licensed to practice in the state of Florida.
That's correct.
So if the defendant took medication or needed medication, you won't be able to prescribe it.
No, I could call a colleague and suggest that she or he prescribe medication, but it would be her or his ultimate decision.
Now, it's my understanding that prior to meeting with the defendant in this case, you did not want to review materials. You wanted a blank slate.
Yeah, and I explained that to you in our deposition, which I guess was on Saturday.
Well, and I appreciate what you explained to me, but I'm asking questions so the jury now can understand the questions that I'm asking you. So I'm asking them for their benefit, not for mine. But when you met with him, you only knew basic information about this case.
That's correct.
So you didn't know a whole lot about the facts and details before meeting with him.
Yes.
And when you went and met with him the first time, he was somewhat uncooperative.
Well, he was initially cooperative and he agreed to do the testing, but then when I began asking him more information, he became, from my perspective, more guarded and ultimately hostile, and then indicated he wanted to stop with the questions.
He wasn't trusting of you, you didn't feel.
That's how it appeared to me. That's correct.
You felt he was somewhat paranoid,
Yes.
but there were no statements he made to you suggesting that. It was just his behavior, correct?
Well, his statements were saying that, he hadn't engaged in the alleged conduct here. That was a statement that struck me as obviously aberrant, where A, he had been, I didn't, at that point, he had not yet been convicted, but B, I had heard there is very substantial evidence at that point.
So that's an adverse comment. That's something that's not correct, but that's not paranoid, correct?
Well, it certainly may be paranoid. It's not delusional.
Okay. Now, he wasn't talking nonsense.
He was not.
He wasn't agitated in an abnormal way.
That's correct.
He exhibited no indications of mania.
He did not.
Now, the second time you went to meet with him, you indicated that he was very concerned about jail staff listening.
No, that was the third time. I
Okay,
went
so
to
let's
meet
talk
him.
about the third time. He was very concerned about jail staff listening.
Yes.
And you would agree that a meeting where you're supposed to be getting personal, very personal information from somebody, that confidentiality is of the utmost importance.
Yeah, I think in general that psychiatric, particularly forensic psychiatric evaluations, should be confidential. And that's why I acceded to his request to talk to the jail staff who was there and to encourage them to move away from the door, as I did.
So as far as him wanting that privacy and that confidentiality, that's not an abnormal request.
No, again, but you can, if you say, doctor, I'm a little concerned that staff might be listening, that's one thing. If you say, I don't want to go forward, and I say, how come? Staff could be listening. The manner in which the comment is made or the issues are presented varies considerably. And although there was a rational component, nobody wants confidential material discussed in public. On the other hand, there was a irrational kind of hyper wary sense that I need special treatment here. Something is not right. I was hired to try to help them.
You agree that you were in the core facility when you conducted this interview, or the jail?
The core facility.
Yes, because if they find that he's got some extenuating circumstances that could have affected his reasoning, it can affect the severity. I don't know if he's on going to get the DP or life, but I think this all plays into it.
You would agree that it's actually very echoey.
It's very what?
It echoes. So there's a big echo to it.
Not where I was, but I guess there are multiple rooms there. I didn't see it. It's very echoey.
You have to speak up. Would you agree?
Well, he was right next to the slot again, as Dr. Eisenstein described. So, I could hear him pretty well.
Now, you indicated that you did MMPI testing and PAI testing.
Well, I indicated that Perez did the MMPI. I administered the PAI, but
that is why this is important. He's up for DP as well as life.
That's correct.
So he was given both inventories.
Yes.
And both are personality inventories.
Yes, and as you've heard me describe, they're both tests really of psychopathology.
And I'm just going to ask you, I'm asking you very specific questions, so I'd ask you just to limit your response to what I'm asking. As far as these tests go, are they both accepted testing among the psychological community?
Yes.
And these are tests that you perform consistently in your line of work?
Yes.
And you conducted these tests, or the Wendy Perez did, and you determined they were invalid.
Yes.
And so because these tests were determined to be invalid, you weren't unable to give any clinical interpretation to these tests.
That's correct.
And these tests can be invalid by someone with a really low IQ.
Yes.
However, the defendant doesn't have a really low IQ.
That's correct.
The test can be invalid because of a different linguistic culture.
Yes.
And you're unaware
trying
of the
to get him
defendant
life.
having a different linguistic culture.
No, on the contrary. I think he has the same linguistic culture.
And the test can be invalid because of a different, just culture in general.
Less likely, but yes,
And there's no indication that the defendant comes from a different cultural background.
correct.
The test can also be invalid because of exaggeration.
Yes,
And after these 2 tests were completed, that's when he refused to meet with you any further.
yes.
And you were unable to get any other information directly from him.
No, in remember, the testing was concluded, one before I ever saw him and the second one at the end of the first session. I was able to get some information in the third session, but not anywhere near as much as I had hoped.
And the information in the third session, what indications in that third session did he give you with regard to his mental illness?
Well, regard to his mental illness was his extreme wariness about going forward without the jailers moving away. And even when I arranged to have them moved away, he still wouldn't go forward. That was pretty extreme. It was, to my mind.
So that's the additional information that you got.
You cut me off, ma'am. I'm sure you didn't mean to. But to my mind, that was an indication of his enduring paranoia.
Other than how he acted, was there any other information that he gave you during that meeting?
Well, I mean, other than the death, I mean, how did you enjoy the play, Mrs. Lincoln? I mean, if something is fundamentally wrong with the way he's interacting, that's a serious problem.
Other than his interaction, did he tell you or say anything else during that session to you regarding his mental health?
Let me take a quick look at my notes and I'll answer the question as best I can.
Snap. I like him. Wow. I'll be
I
right
start
back.
off by saying he refused to answer any more questions, even though Ms. Perez had asked him, "How you doing?" And he said, "I'm doing okay." And then she said something like, "How's it going with the attorneys?" And he started on a kind of a diatribe, an angry critique of them. So that wasn't relevant to my particular observations, especially except that he seemed unusually critical. And it was my understanding by this point that there had been some recent interactions between counsel and client that had been somewhat positive. At least that's my understanding from Mr. Shirley. So I was surprised by that. Again, it made me wonder about his level of paranoia. It wasn't dramatic. Again, it wasn't like Little Green Men, but it was something.
During this third meeting, did he tell you anything about his mental health?
Fundamentally, no.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned about the jails, and you questioned basically the competency of mental health staff in Florida jails.
No, not mental health staff.
Okay. And you talked about how the records and note taking is lacking.
Often.
Now, you also said you've been to numerous jails and toured them. Is that correct?
Yes, I've done that too. Yes.
Have you toured any of the mental health sections in Florida jails?
Only at TGK.
Okay. And did you tour that to see what type of treatment they were offering?
No, I toured that to speak with the director and obtain records on one of the individuals who was there.
Have you ever sat down and looked at Florida inmate records to see how often they're prescribed medication when they request it?
No, but again, I've probably seen the records of 30 serious felons in the last 10 years in Florida. So, I've reviewed carefully those mental health records to the extent that they exist.
Okay, so based on these 30 records, it's your belief that inmates are under-medicated?
No, not that they're under-medicated. It's my belief that, I mean, sometimes they're under-medicated, sometimes they're probably over-medicated, but it's my belief that the quality of the records is by and large not particularly good, and that the jail staff overall is not so interested in mental health issues, as I testified.
And that's your belief in your review of these 30 people in the state of Florida?
Yeah, I mean, I can either base it on studies or I can on my experience. I haven't seen a study that looks comprehensively at psychiatric treatment in Florida jails and prisons, although I would welcome that. But I have some now, after all these years here, some basis on which to make a observation or two.
Now, someone who is a drug addict, you would agree that they often seek medications?
Sure.
And did you review the jail emails where Mr. Wilson is constantly requesting drug information?
No.
So you're not aware of his medication requests and wanting to know about side effects and what they might do for him?
Well, I've seen that in the jail medical records, but I haven't seen your question was about jail emails. I haven't seen that in the emails because I haven't reviewed those emails.
Now, in the jail records, you would agree that Mr. Wilson he refuses medications.
He has refused medication. He has sought medication. Yes, both.
And again, I'm just going to ask that you answer the question that I ask and not expand, please. Now, when he first came to the jail, he was actually on no psychiatric medications, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're familiar, doctor, with the DSM-5.
Well, as you correctly said earlier this morning, the DSM-5 has been superannuated. It's been replaced by the DSM-5 TR, which was copywritten 2 years ago in 2022. So that document you're holding is no longer current.
Now, this one, though, that I'm holding, though, the criteria for schizophrenia hasn't changed in the last 2 years. Is that correct?
Well, that's because the one you're holding is 7 years old or 8 years old, whatever it exactly is. And the criteria has changed in DSM-5 TR.
So let me, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
For the record, I'm going to approach and show the doctor some criteria for various mental disorders. Doctor, you agree that the DSM, the most current, is what's used to diagnose patients?
Yeah, you're talking about the DSM-5 or the DSM-5 TR?
DSM-5 TR, the
Okay.
most current.
Yep.
I'm going to ask, these came from the DSM-5 TR. I'm going to ask that you just take a look at these and tell me if you recognize these. I'm going to mark them as demonstrative aids, 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. I recognize these.
And do these appear accurate?
Those, due to my recollection now, there are pages of criteria for each one of these, and I don't have them memorized, but I certainly understand the content of them.
Okay. So, and do you have your DSM-5 TR book with you?
No, I don't. It's a little heavy to carry around.
So I want to start by talking about the diagnoses that you made for the defendant in this case. You would agree that many of the things that the defendant says throughout these medical records are self-reporting.
Well, by definition, if you say it, it's a self-report. It may be accurate, it may be inaccurate, but it's a self-report.
So there's not some blood test or some confirmation. It's just him reporting, I've got these disorders. That's self-reporting, correct?
That's but staff obviously can observe and make observations. I mean, if somebody is hunched in their cell,
Sure.
that's different than engaging in a conversation.
And we'll get to that. We'll get to the observations because I would really like to hear what things you found in the record to support your diagnosis. So we'll get to that. You indicated on Friday in your deposition that you had diagnosed him with schizophrenia or schizoid affective disorder. Is that correct?
No, schizoaffective disorder.
Schizoaffective disorder. Those are the two you diagnosed with him when we talked on Friday, correct?
That's correct.
Now, today it sounded like you were expanding it to bipolar or an adjustment disorder or some other type of disorder. Are you going to stick with the schizophrenia and schizoaffective?
I'm not sure I understand your question. I mean, first of all, adjustment disorder is a totally different category. I mentioned psychotic disorders. So I think psychotic disorder is the broad, correct category, and that would not include adjustment disorder. I personally think bipolar disorder is not as probable as schizoaffective or schizophrenia. And since I can't be more precise, that's why today, after thinking about it some more, I just said psychotic disorder.
Okay, so let's go through schizophrenia. mark this as a demonstrative aid, exhibit number 1, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection to these being admitted as demonstrative aids?
If they're demonstrative,
not.
they don't have to be admitted.
They won't be admitted as.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go through the DSM-5 TR's version for schizophrenia and what there must be for a diagnosis. Let's talk about delusions.
Okay.
You mentioned that you learned of delusions from his mom and closing the window. Is that correct?
Closing the curtains.
Closing the curtains, all right. Any other delusions that you learned of?
Yes, from the father, I learned that he had told his father that there was something noxious or problematic or serious or explosive in the garage, and his father kind of poo-pooed it, and that conversation occurred. So ultimately, the father called the police. The father and the police went through the entire garage, and there was nothing untoward or unexpected in the garage. So that would be another delusion.
Okay, now with regard to that delusion, did you find out if these delusions last for a 1 month or more period?
Well,
So
from the
is he giving
context
them
of the
help?
conversation, they had occurred
Mhm.
recurrently over months, if not even years. So I think they certainly fit that portion of the criteria.
Okay, so let's talk about the garage incident. They actually called the police for that incident, correct?
Dad did, yes.
And did they tell you about any other times they had to call the police for that garage incident?
Not for the garage incident, no,
So
but of
My
course,
family is
incident
not
was
happy.
really a
We
one-time
reboot it.
no.
Objection, Your Honor. She's interrupting.
No. Sustained, we finished your answer.
Thank you, Ron. No, I think the garage incident was another aspect of there's something out there that's harming me and the family, and yet when examined carefully, there was no such something out there. So I think that's a continuation of the same harming delusion that he has harbored for months or years.
But again, there was no other indication that police were called based on that specific delusion.
Yeah, that's true, but it's irrelevant. But you're correct.
Now, moving on to hallucinations, I think you mentioned that Dr. Eisenstein told you that he reported hallucinations.
No, I think I said that Mr. Wilson reported to Dr. Eisenstein, and then Dr. Eisenstein told me, so that Mr. Wilson reported hallucinations. I didn't get that from him, and I didn't see him acting in a way that suggested that he was experiencing hallucinations.
I'm going to ask that the witness be limited to answering my questions. He's giving very long narrative answers, adding a lot of information in to the questions I'm asking.
He was just correcting her because she mischaracterized.
I've heard the objection. Just remind the witness that you must be responsive to the attorney's questions.
Thank you, Ron.
With regard to hallucinations, what specific hallucination are you aware of that the defendant was experiencing?
I don't know. As you heard Dr. Eisenstein say on his direct, he didn't ask more, and I didn't glean that or gather that material from Mr. Wilson. So I can't characterize his hallucinations beyond that.
Understood. I guess he was being a good,
Okay, so
good witness and holding his
again,
ground.
there's not any specific thing that you can point the jurors to with regard to a specific hallucination that the defendant had.
That's correct.
Now, going on to disorganized speech, did you find any evidence of disorganized speech?
No.
And any evidence of grossly disorganized or catatonic behavior?
Not that I'm aware of.
Any negative symptoms, diminished emotional expression or avolition?
Yeah, I think probably, I mean, first of all, you only need 2 of the 5, and I think we've already gotten the 2 from my perspective with the delusions and the hallucinations. But beyond that, I think the negative symptoms of social withdrawal, I would use the term, the psychiatric term, anhedonia, without the ability to take pleasure, depending on drugs for some kind of balm or soothing, I think that all suggests negative symptoms, and his going from sort of being averagely interactive to being reclusive and isolating himself either in his room or in the house or whatever.
You would agree, sir, that drugs also can cause some of these delusions or hallucinations.
They can.
Now, I want to go on to your further review of the record. You reviewed the affidavit and application for the arrest warrant from the state's discovery. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was 11 pages.
Yes.
Did you review the statement made by Joshua Lukic, who called 911 regarding the defendant telling him he had just killed 2 women?
Yes.
And when did you review that? Over lunch?
No, I think I reviewed it yesterday afternoon.
Okay. And did you listen to the 911 call?
No.
Okay. Do you think that if in that, well, in the statement to Lukic, he actually told him that he killed 2 women, right?
Yes.
And if the defendant said he just killed the devil, that would be delusional.
Yes.
And he said he killed 2 women, and that would be accurate, so not delusional, correct?
Yes.
And there was nothing that he said in his statement to Mr. Lukic that would cause you to believe that he was delusional at the time.
That's correct.
Now, did you review the statement of Stephanie Johnson, who was with the defendant throughout the evening and morning of the murder?
I believe I did early on. I mean, in the last few weeks, but not recently.
Now, when we met on Friday, you indicated you hadn't reviewed those statements,
I think,
correct?
yeah, I just didn't remember, but I think I had reviewed them previously.
Okay, so Stephanie Johnson, who was she?
She's, you know, the witness who was, I can't even remember exactly, but I did review it.
Okay, so you don't remember, but there was nothing in her statement that indicated that Wade Wilson was hallucinating prior to killing the 2 women.
Nothing that I found in there. That's correct.
And there was nothing in that statement that indicated that he was suffering from delusions.
Correct.
And you would agree that a delusion isn't something you just pop in and out of. So he wouldn't be non-delusional and then an hour later delusional and then an hour later non-delusional.
That's correct, except particularly people who are paranoid very often don't discuss their delusions with anybody. In fact, to the extent that Mr. Wilson has delusions, I couldn't get him to discuss them with me, even though he knows I'm part of the defense team.
Now you, in Stephanie Johnson's statement, though, you saw no evidence of paranoia.
That's correct.
And did you review the statement of Melissa Montanez and her interactions with the defendant on October 6th and 7th?
I read her, 50-page, 60-page deposition, yes.
And when did you review that, doctor?
Oh, a couple weeks ago.
Now, when we met on Friday at your deposition, you indicated you had not reviewed that statement.
That was a mistake on my part.
Okay, so now you're saying that you reviewed it.
Now I'm saying, I am saying.
Okay, so, and who was Melissa Montanez?
She was the woman who was also assaulted in this series of sad events.
And did he appear to be hallucinating when he beat her up?
Not to her, but of course, I mean, if you're really in apprehension of being seriously injured, you're probably not wondering so much about what's in his mental state. You're wondering about how to protect yourself.
Okay, but again, doctor, there's no evidence of hallucination when he's beating her up.
That's correct. I mean, look, had there been such evidence, this case would have been an insanity case. This is not an insanity case.
And you actually, you're aware then that they actually agreed to meet at that Mila Spa.
Yes.
And you're aware that they later agreed to meet at Joe's Crab Shack.
Yes.
Now, did you review Shayna Williamson or
Are
Don
you
Griffin
blaming
or
the
Amy
victim?
Sabatazin's statement regarding what they witnessed?
I did not.
And did you review the statement he made to Timothy McCormick after the defendant murdered Diane Ruiz and Christine Mountain?
No.
And did you watch the video of the defendant's interaction with the officer?
No.
Don't you think that interaction might be important to gauge whether he was experiencing any hallucinations or
Prosecution.
If one was only interested in his mental state at that moment, absolutely. If one's interested in his mental state more longitudinally over time, I don't think it would have made much difference. I mean, the evidence from my perspective is he's had serious mental illness for a long, long time. Whether it flared up in and around the time of these tragic events is a different question, and I don't have an opinion about that. I just believe that he is chronically mentally ill, chronically and severely.
Well, doctor, you indicated that you actually had a hard time getting information for this case because, number one, the defendant wasn't extremely cooperative. Number two, there weren't records outside the jail medical records. And you would agree, and you said, I think in your testimony, that the jail medical records have limited value.
Yes to all of that.
So, but you're saying that you didn't think the incidents or the situations surrounding the crime were that important for a diagnosis of schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder.
A diagnosis over the months and years of his life. That's correct. I mean, look, they are obviously directly relevant to what occurred here, and to the extent that had there been such strong evidence, this would have been, as I indicated, an insanity defense case. This is not an insanity defense case. The evidence apparently was very clear. The jury deliberated and reached a conclusion relatively quickly.
Now, doctor, did you listen to a statement where he confessed to the murder?
Yes.
And did you find that he was hallucinating?
Not at that point,
And
insofar as I could determine. I mean, his response seemed without hallucinations or frank delusions.
Okay. And it appeared that in that statement that he gave 3 days later to law enforcement, that he was able to appropriately answer the questions.
Insofar as I know, perhaps. I mean, in some cases, the evidence is not very clear.
Now, you reviewed the jail medical records.
Yes.
And you would agree that most everything in those records was either self-reported or there wasn't anything at length regarding symptoms that the defendant had.
Well, and you know, I mean, it seems to me you're turning around my statement. I said that one of the problems with these records is very often jail records aren't very interested in describing an individual's mental state. You're right. I mean, so they're not very long, very detailed statements of observations about his appearance or style of interaction or whatever.
And those kinds of observations and those kinds of notations are a critical component of diagnosing someone with a psychotic disorder.
They certainly can well be, except we have other significant information about a seemingly okay kid who becomes very reclusive, who starts doing drugs, who starts getting significantly arrested, whose crimes appear to be escalating, and who appears to be having other difficulties. Correct.
And I'll get to that. I just want to go through step by step the jail records and the various records you reviewed. Now, would you expect to see over a 10-year period of someone who suffered from schizophrenia to have numerous Baker Acts?
No, it depends so much on where they are. I mean, if they were living on the street, yes. If they were living in an affluent, educated home, perhaps not. So, you know, it really depends on what's occurring around them. Obviously, in Mr. Wilson's case, he's also spent a fair amount of time in custody. So once in custody, he's not going to be Baker Acted out of custody.
But you saw no significant notes in those 10 years of records regarding symptoms of schizophrenia.
That's correct. But again, you've heard me say now twice that oftentimes jails are concerned with security and control. They're not interested in somebody's mental state. So they're not making systematic observations, let alone drawing conclusions from those observations about an individual's mental state.
But again, I just want to answer to that question. There was nothing significant in 10 years of records to show symptoms of schizophrenia.
I think that's accurate.
Now, as far as family information that you relied heavily on, he was actually only Baker Acted once by his father. Is that correct?
Yes.
And his dad called because he found drugs.
Yes.
And he was actually released the next day.
Yes.
And a teenager who would be Baker Acted for a serious mental illness like schizophrenia or schizoid affective disorder, you would not expect them to be released the next day. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, here's the problem with your question, that we don't have those records. We have the parents' recollection of what occurred. And I asked Ms. Perez, as soon as I first learned this information from the parents, I said, in effect, gee, can't we get those records? And she said, I tried hard. That mental state, that mental health center, I should say, is no longer in business. Those records are no longer available.
They're destroyed.
We don't know what transpired to have him released relatively quickly.
Okay, so, but at the end of the day, to just be released the next day would be unusual. You would agree?
It depends how he appeared, and it depends how the staff took the indications for his initial hospitalization. Without the records, it's very hard to draw any firm conclusions.
Now, you would agree that reclusiveness could be associated with drug use.
Yeah, except that the sequence is wrong here. Yes, I mean, it could be, but the parents describe his reclusiveness antedating, preceding his returning to high school and then later abusing drugs. They could be wrong, of course, but that's how they perceived it.
So reclusiveness can be associated with drug use.
It can be, yes,
Becoming uncooperative can be associated with drug use.
yes,
And in fact, the defendant told Dr. Eisenstein that he had been using drugs very heavily at the age of 13.
yes,
And his sister believed he was taking amphetamines.
yes.
Amphetamines can cause mood changes.
I'm sorry, say again?
Amphetamines can cause mood changes.
Of course,
Amphetamines can cause paranoia.
yes.
And you agree
This
the
is his
family was
father back
able to
here.
give general information, but not a lot of
That's
specifics
his
due
father.
to lack of any type of records.
Biological.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's lack of records or lack of recollection or the emotional trauma of what was occurring, but for whatever reason, they did not have good specific information. They had very clear impressionistic sense of what had occurred gradually.
So you were provided no mental health records by the family,
Correct.
no medical records by the family.
Well, again, we heard from Dr. Eisenberg that those records, to the extent the family may have had them, there was a period where there was some kind of fire and they lost what may have been significant records.
So they were able to provide no medical records to you,
Yes,
no prescription records.
correct.
And you actually determined he was grossly paranoid and apparently psychotic.
Yes, I still believe that.
And the family of the defendant, the mom said that he was different than the sisters, but the sisters had no use of drugs, correct?
Insofar as I'm aware, correct.
And you looked at his school records.
Yes,
He got mostly A, B's, and C's other than math.
yes,
And he got expelled for selling drugs.
yes,
It was not for hallucinations or paranoia.
correct.
And you talked to Dr. Eisenstein,
Yes,
and he told you that the defendant had been suicidal.
well, he told me that the defendant told him that he had been suicidal, correct,
And suicide can be a sign of depression.
of course.
Suicide can be a symptom of drug use.
Yeah, I mean, generally the intermediate step is depression, but yeah, it can be.
And you would agree that these hallucinations that Dr. Eisenstein reported to you, he didn't give you any details about them.
That's correct.
And the symptoms in which you base your diagnosis, other than observing some paranoia, are not ones that you observed or heard firsthand from the defendant.
That's correct.
And many of these symptoms are not in the jail records.
True, for the reasons we've discussed, yes.
The defendant reported to the investigator that his diagnosis was ADD.
Well, he may well have that, but yes, but it hasn't been fully explored.
And in fact, his family, the school records don't support a diagnosis. There's no diagnosis in the school records.
That's correct.
And none of the actual facts, the witness statements of the case that you reviewed show any evidence of hallucinations or delusions.
In and around time of these events. That's correct.
And you're sticking by your diagnosis today as some sort of psychotic disorder, specifically schizophrenia and schizoaffective disorder. Is that correct?
Well, when you say sticking with your diagnosis, that sort of demeans it. I mean, I spent some hours trying to come up with the best understanding of his diagnosis as I could, given the admittedly limited records that are available to me and his uncooperativeness. That is my best understanding of his psychiatric condition, but I'm not sticking with it. That's the diagnosis that I came up with after spending some time thinking about it.
Okay, so you're testifying here today that it's either schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder.
Well, and let's just call it generally a psychotic disorder, yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Doctor, let me clear up something. You've been licensed or practicing as a psychiatrist or forensic psychiatrist for 50 years, have you not?
Only 49, I think.
49. What types of other engagements have you had during those 49 years?
Well, I was the Commissioner of Mental Health in Massachusetts, so I had 32,000 employees when I was 36 years old, and I ran the state's largest single agency. I was the
Dang,
chief of
39?
psychiatry at the largest psychiatric hospital in North America, the West Los Angeles Veterans Administration Medical Center. We had about 500 inpatient beds and did more than 200,000 outpatient visits a year. I've been the director of 2 psychiatry and law programs, one at Massachusetts Mental Health Center with Tom Gutile, and one at the UCLA Neuropsychiatric Institute in Los Angeles. And I've been an assistant or an associate or full professor both at UCLA and at Columbia University in New York, also at Georgetown and at New York Medical College in New York.
Did you testify at the request of numerous judges in the state of New York?
I have in federal cases, yes, sir. I did a couple of national security cases, and then I've been a judge's expert in Virginia with chief judge on a case of involving competency to be executed. I was the district court judge, federal district court judge's expert in a double homicide in Los Angeles.
You aren't licensed in the state
That's
of Florida.
impressive.
You don't have a clinical office here in the state of Florida, do you?
No, and look, I mean, as you well know, laws change jurisdiction to jurisdiction. So, it might make sense to have a different law license in Florida than in Virginia or in Georgia. But psychiatric disorders, medical conditions don't vary when you drive from Georgia to Florida or from Georgia to West Virginia or whatever. So the rationale for medical licenses is quite different than the rationale for a legal licensure.
In the type of practice that you have now, you don't need a license.
Well, yeah, I need a license somewhere, but I am licensed. I mean, every state has its own additional requirements. The more licenses you have, the more additional hoops you have to jump through, and you have to pay a licensing fee. The more licenses you have, I could theoretically have 10 licenses. No, thank you. One set of hoops is enough.
Nevertheless, you've been permitted to testify as a forensic psychiatrist in numerous jurisdictions here in the state of Florida.
Yeah, many times. That's correct, sir.
The prosecutor asked you a couple of minutes ago about school records. There wasn't any mental health information in the school records that you saw. As a matter of fact, the only thing that was in the school records was basically his grades. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. I mean, it's a one-page document, as we've already heard testimony about, and there's not much more there except, he sort of did averagely in a class of 600, a pretty good size high school class.
Presumably there are records, but you didn't have access to them.
Correct.
Did you think that it was important to your diagnosis in order for you to review the various witness statements that were either taken by law enforcement or taken in depositions?
No, I mean, I did. I wanted to review the other victim in this mess, and I did. But in general, I did not think it was important because I'm talking about something that's long term, and that sadly, whether Mr. Wilson's profoundly bad behavior was occasioned by his chronic psychiatric disturbance or the use of illicit medications and drugs or both, I can't opine, but I can say that he does have the chronic psychiatric disorder.
Okay. The prosecutor asked you a minute ago, she kept talking about whether or not this was delusional or whether or not this was delusional. Did you read the statement, the transcript of the statement that Mr. Wade Wilson gave to the detectives on October 10th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And in that statement, he mentions having anal sex with Ms. Ruiz prior to killing her.
Yes.
Recall that?
I do.
Well, if they didn't have anal sex and he's reporting that they did. Is that delusional?
It could be delusion. It could be braggadocio. I don't know. I mean, without asking him more, it's very hard to know. But it certainly would be inaccurate if it didn't occur.
How about running her over 10 to 20 times? What if that didn't occur? Is that delusional?
Again, it could be delusion, it could be braggadocio, but it is certainly inaccurate and needs to be evaluated further.
Or when he was talking to the detectives and they were asking about his feelings toward his girlfriend, when he told them that he loved her, he would never kill her, would never even do anything. I don't know, I could never say, but I probably would kill her. And what is that?
Well, that's, I mean, it's fascinating. B, it sounds at the least confused. And C, it's oddly self-destructive. We haven't talked about everything I think I've learned in this case, but at one point, the parents describe how their younger daughter was trying to give Mr. Wilson a haircut, and she asked him to take off his shirt, and or his hoodie, and he had his shirt literally stapled to his arm. Well, why would you do that? It's obviously painful and self-destructive. I don't know the answer because I couldn't get him to really talk to me, but it suggests, significant disturbance. Most people don't staple their clothing to their body.
Okay. How about the tattoos on his face?
Well, I mean, they're disturbing and they're disfiguring, I think, but I'm an old guy. I mean, there are some people who like skin decoration, but I would say most people would be off-put by those tattoos.
All right. Did you see a picture, booking photo of Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't have any of those tattoos on his face?
None.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right.
You would agree, doctor, that telling a lie is not a delusion.
It could be a delusion, or it could be a lie, or it could be both.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right. All right. You can step down, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. It's age limit, it's 3:20. I'm going to take an afternoon break, which will go back for about 10 or 15 minutes.
Look what my friend brought.
Earlier instructions.
All right.
So I know I missed something.
Self-destructive. We haven't talked about everything I think I've learned in this case, but at one point, the parents describe how their younger daughter was trying to give Mr. Wilson a haircut, and she asked him to take off his shirt, and or his hoodie, and he had his shirt literally stapled to his arm. Well, why would you do that? It's obviously painful and self-destructive. I don't know the answer.
What?
I couldn't get him to really talk to me, but it suggests, significant disturbance. Most people don't staple their clothing to their body.
No.
How about the tattoos on his face?
Well, I mean, they're disturbing and they're disfiguring, I think, but I'm an old guy. I mean, there are some people who like skin decoration, but I would say most people would be off-put by those tattoos.
All right. Did you see a picture, booking photo of Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't have any of those tattoos on his face?
None.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right.
You would agree, doctor, that telling a lie is not a delusion.
It could be a delusion, or it could be a lie, or it could be both.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right. All right. You can step down, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. It's
Wow.
all right. Age limit, it's 3:20. I'm going to take an afternoon break, which will go back for about 10 or 15 minutes. Be in recess. Just remember my earlier instructions.
All right.
Okay, we'll be taking a recess as well. I shall return. Okay, everybody. As much as I would love to stay here for the rest of the day, I can't. So I'm going to maybe come back either later tonight or tomorrow once all of this closing arguments are done. We'll come back to this case. It is going to be going to a jury today on this case, I believe, if not tomorrow. So we're not going to have a verdict. So we can watch this a little later. But unfortunately, I do have an appointment that I need to get to. And so I'm going to have to wrap this up and say farewell. I am so blessed y'all hung in there with me today. I'm happy that we're finally in closing arguments tomorrow. This has been a long 9 weeks, but we did it, you guys. We did it 9 weeks. And y'all are so awesome and y'all have blessed me and I appreciate you. And I hope that, let me see if I can get that to move a little more. That one's a little frozen. Let me go back here. Go back here. Nope, it's freezing. So I am going to take care of some business. So I am available all day tomorrow and Wednesday. So I feel a sense of whoosh coming over me. All my mods that stayed on, thank you so very much. You are a huge, huge blessing. I hope that you guys have a restful evening. Don't want to leave. No, wrong. Not that I do need to leave, but I'm trying to figure out. Okay. So I've already set up tomorrow's stream. We're ready to go. Y'all have a great night. Enjoy your family. And remember, if you run into somebody who's being cranky, love them. We all have our bad days. We don't know what each other's walking through. So let's be kind to each other. And with that, see y'all tomorrow.